This is our last chance to see the best and brightest duelists in Texas before the North American World Championship Qualifier. And speaking of duelists, we're going to go ahead and go to them right now. We've got our brand new setup here. You can see our players are just getting ready. We are going to be having Gilberto Gonzalez versus Alexander Cancel. And going to be quite an interesting match here because it is actually Generator versus Tenpai. Generator obviously is an incredible deck to see played because of just how many giant cards it's able to put out there on the board. But we know that Tenpai is pretty decent in and of itself. It didn't make a huge showing recently at the NAWCQ here, but it's still pretty crazy to see what that deck can do. So again, buckle up. It's going to be 9 rounds today of Swiss. We won't be playing a top cut because of course it is a regional, but this is it. This is exactly what you came here for. So let's go ahead and see. Looks like players are just drawing up, and it is almost time to duel. All right, so looks like we're going to go ahead and start by getting a Runick card on the board. It's going to be our Hugin there. Going to go ahead and discard a card there to search the deck. So let's see what we grab here. Always the field spell to get the fun started here. Again, what makes Runick such an interesting strategy is that it almost plays like a different card game. Being able to drop those quick play spell cards out of your hand just feels weird, right? It's not how we used to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Unless it was from your own hand during the battle phase. But with that Runick field spell now about to hit the board, there's our Runick Fountain. Yeah, that's exactly what you're looking forward to. So if you're a Tenpai player, you're not too concerned about, just a small presence on the field there, but looks like we're actually going to start off with the Pressured Planet Rate Salt there. It looks like it is a quarter-century secret rare from the new Rarity Collection too. Again, a lot of fun in that set to behold. And speaking of fun, here comes Kashtira Fenrir. Just a very consistently powerful card. Really good card to add to a lot of different Tenpai decks in order to have that starter. But it looks like we're going to go ahead and activate Runick Dispelling here to randomize our hand here on Alexander's side and possibly get rid of that card and then mill some more. So it looks like we're going to say goodbye to Nibiru. Not necessarily a big deal for a Runick player to drop that, but then we're going to say goodbye to Lightning Storm, and it looks like one other trap card there as well. So not terrible situation there, but we are going to go ahead and recycle some of these Runick cards to draw 2 there, just to get a few more options. Now, because there's no monsters on the board, here comes Kashtira Fenrir being special summoned there. Again, if you're just joining us, this is only round 1 of a 9-round regional. So, man, if you did not get enough Yu-Gi-Oh! Today watching the Italian National Championship, good news, we got plenty of that here for you today. All right, so we are seeing Tenpai Dragon Pydra hit the board, and the field spell replaced with Sangen Summoning. So all of a sudden, all those fire monsters that are fire dragons are protected on Alexander's board. They're unaffected by the activated effects of opponent's cards. And what makes the deck so strong is that it gets to set up, right? It's not terribly worried about what your opponent's doing. It's just trying to, be able to play uninhibited, which makes sense. So it's going to go ahead and use the Sangen Summoning to add the Tenpai Dragon Chundra to the hand. And now that we've got Chundra, looks like we're going to go ahead and reveal it to special summon it. Doesn't seem like we have any effects in response there, so we're going to perform, I think, a Synchro Summon. Sometimes that looks like a Link Summon on the board, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and get our Bident. So bigger Dragon there to lead the charge. And we are going to see the Tenpai Dragon hit the board as well. So Pydra plus the Bident Dragon is probably going to make the Trident Dragon. Again, it's just good to see all of these big Fire Dragon Synchro monsters again, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and see Kashtira Fenrir activate its effect when it attacks. That'll be the first declared attack. It will banish that card. Then we're going to see the attack from the 10-star there, and then the activation from the hand of Sangen Kaimen. Sangen Kaimen will go ahead and add the Tenpai Dragon Vajra from the deck to the hand. Special summon it with the same effect. It attacks, then Chundra attacks, and that is game. So a very quick Mahjong-style victory here, just piling on the cards to victory there. And it just shows you that, it is a very powerful deck that you should not sleep on. You really have to establish a better board there, and I don't think there was anything that Gilberto could have done differently there. Sometimes with your Runick openings, you just kind of have what you have, but as you see, just lightning fast. We'll have to see if we can get the light points update a little bit more, but as you can see, almost no reason to, right? Very quick order there. Now, Tenpai Dragons are going to get a little bit more support in the next set, Infinite Forbidden, so you might be seeing more of them as time goes by, but lately, they've been a little bit of a glass cannon deck, right? It's not necessarily something you can plan on to just your opponent to have nothing and you just to charge to victory, but if you happen to get that touch of death combo, it almost feels like a video game, right? You just tap them and it just boop, 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 we've got it. So going to go ahead and reset all the life points here on the judge's side. Yes, very quite clearly, 0 life points there, so let's go ahead and get that reset. So yes, we've got plenty of time there. Again, the counter is counting up, but when it hits 45 minutes, that is when time is up again. You've heard your head judge say it enough times, you have 45 minutes, you may begin. And this is really interesting to see basically a preview of Texas's best talent before we head into the North American World Championship Qualifier in Austin, Texas. It's going to be July 19th through July 21st, and it's going to be a wild tournament because if you weren't aware, check that FAQ, the Infinite Forbidden is completely legal there. So monsters that are being called Fiendsmith, we'll see what the final name is, but you probably have seen Light Fiends get really popular in Fabled engines, in U-Bell engines, even in Sinful Spoil Snake Eye engines. So the Year of Light is about to begin, right? A lot of duelists are like, man, I have faced so many fire decks as the opponent there, Alexander literally pile shuffling over each of the fire charmer there. Yes, we've seen a lot of fire, but I'll tell you, you're going to miss the fire attribute when it is just light and light services for the rest of the year because the Legendary Duelist pack is coming up with all those great light cards. The Seto Kaiba Structure deck is coming up with all those great light cards that haven't even been announced. Nobody knows what they do. But we know that it's Seto Kaiba, so they're probably going to be good. And then finally, yeah, we have the Infinite Forbidden, which adds some light and dark dragon support. But looks like we're going to go ahead and get started here for Game 2. And Gilberto is going to have a chance to go first here and does take it. And get right in there with the generator strategy, actually, which is exciting. But it looks like we are not even going to get to see the effect there because Infinite Impermanence hits the board. Again, generator got a lot of new tools, but ooh, there's the Herald of the Diviner, so maybe they should have saved it. About to find out now. All right, so going deep into the extra deck. Going to go ahead and use that Runick tip, not to search another card and banish one, but to get that Munin on the field. And that makes sense there again, performing a Synchro Summon of what appears to be Ib there. So that'd be Ib the World Chalice Justiciar. And that's what's so interesting about putting the Runick and generator strategy together, besides just the lore of the cards, right? You can see the art, there's quite a bit of sharing back and forth between them, but being able to have bodies on the board and have those disruptive cards, because that's what's great about Runick cards. You could actually just run them kind of in anything, because not only are they fulfilling those core conceits of cards, right? You know, destroy a spell or trap, or banish a card, or, you know, get rid of a special summon monster to negate its effect. You're also taking options out of your opponent's deck. And yes, that's very random, but this is a card game. You are going to shuffle your cards at one point. So it does feel kind of cool to be able to get rid of one threat and then maybe not have to worry about something else later. So there is a version of this where through those Runick effects, banishing and banishing and banishing, all of a sudden, you know, Alexander doesn't have any Mahjong pieces, so no more Tenpais to speak of. Taking a look there at the Mardell. Again, it's not every day that you see any of the generators on the board. I'm blessed that some of the folks at our locals actually do, you know, play this deck, and that's why you have a healthy respect for it. It's one of those things where, you know, you shouldn't just be showing up to your regionals. You got to live that Yu-Gi-Oh lifestyle, because you learn those lessons in a nice, safe environment, which is your local tournament there. So now we're going to go ahead and perform an Exceed Summon, and always fun to be able to get out. I believe that's going to be Leviton Generator, Boss of Shadows there. And just setting a card. Now you might think that's a really modest opening, but remember, we do have the Generator Field spell there, so we're about to get just assaulted by tokens. Token, 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 token. Alexander taking a moment there. Doesn't seem like he's got anything that he wants to do, but is going to go ahead and stop that with the Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit, getting rid of the field spell by discarding it since it was already on the field. Going to drop down the Tenpai Dragon Fadra there. So just taking another look at that levy. And again, you don't see that every day, so let me go ahead and pull up the card text myself so we can read along with them. Thinking about that, Chundra, going to go ahead and special summon it in attack mode there. So starting to look like last duel again, not having to worry too much about what your opponent has option-wise, because without the Runick field spell up there, it's a much different game than last time. It's really just that one card on the board and the Justiciar in defense mode, as well as the Xyz monster. And that's the thing, you kind of have to learn almost all the different ways to get through each different board in the format. You know, Tenpai Dragon, it's a relatively linear deck. It doesn't do too much different each time. There's about 5 combo variations in order to get to whopping amounts of damage, even through Pot of Prosperity doing just way too much. But you do have to learn how to play through it. So I compare it to like the mindset you have to have when you're playing a fighting game. So again, taking a look at Leviathan again, because that's on the board there, it does have that quick effect to tribute the Xyz Summit card. And then special summon a non-fairy generator Xyz monster from the extra deck, and then attach cards from the field and or graveyard to that special summon monster's material up to the number of materials that this card had, which is really fun when you combine that with the other great Xyz monster, the Jormungandr, generator boss of Eternity. And that's what we're seeing now on the field there. But it looks like we are at least trying to do the Black Rose Dragon, so again, you can only control one of those Jormungandrs, and it gets 1,000 attack and defense based on the number of materials. You can, of course, detach material. Each player gets a draw. And then they got to choose a card in their hand to attach to the Jormungandr. So that could really disrupt those plays. Looks like we are going to see the Black Rose Dragon get stapled on there to the back. But afterwards, everything gets destroyed anyway. So the cards still end up going to the graveyard. So we're kind of in a neutral game state, and it appears that Gilberto is going to go ahead and draw for turn. And it looks like we're going to go ahead and discard to special summon again. So we'll say the Vala just adds so much play action there because just give you easy access to everything. And all of a sudden, Mardell, the generator boss of light, is back on the board. Certainly a possibility to add another generator monster from the deck to the hand. And just really have more going on there than before. Of course, adding the field spell, the generator boss stage, trying to get those tokens. Didn't get to do it at first, but hey, when at first you don't succeed, blast them with your generator stage again. So going to go ahead and overlay there. 2 level 9s feels pretty good there. And again, just shows you got to be showing up to locals here so you know everything by heart. But even so, we're going to go ahead and activate the generator boss stage again, attaching the Cosmic Cyclone from the graveyard there to the Xyz monster. All right, so Gilberto thinking up his next play here. Again, lots of different options that you have across the board. I think that might be a Vorudras, but it doesn't quite look right. Fortunately, I'm a little further than Alejandra. But taking a look through his generator cards, again, really all you're looking for as a Tenpai player is how am I going to get through this? I'm not worried about the effect negations because my cards are unaffected. But I have to get the Sangen summoning up there first. Looks like we are going to combine these 2 tokens, tributing them for the effect there of Aurhar generator. Oh, no, excuse me. There we go. All right, so Infinite Impermanence made that a null and void effect anyway. Imperm obviously doing mad things here. Hard generator boss of Storm still getting it done, but not able to do it here. So again, we do have some tokens there. Alexander taking a look at his graveyard. Again, lots of fire dragons, but only 1 card in hand. Hey, if it's a Sangen Kaiman, I mean, it might be enough to get you going. But taking a look at the extra deck, you almost get a full deck profile there and some interesting tokens. But I think we're going to go ahead and summon the Tenpai Dragon Fadra. And so that is going to have the hard tribute the tokens there, and I think that Alexander's seen enough. Having taken the first game, he has a little bit of cushion. So it looks like he's going to go ahead and concede game 1, and they're going to begin their side decking process for game 3. Again, Alexander winning the first one with a Tenpai Dragon 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 punch combo, and Gilberto really closing it out with that hard Generator Boss of Storms. Again, you know, it seems like the deck doesn't do much until you just kind of like wait, and it establishes more and more field presence. And there's a lot of decks like that in the format, and they do seem to be the ones that are succeeding. The two qualifiers are big monsters and a great grind game. And so a good example of that would be Labyrinth, which we've seen on the top tables of recent YCSs like YCS Indianapolis, or even getting second place in YCS Raleigh. But that was then. This is now. And Gilberto cannot rely on the dueling of his brethren there. He's going to have to be able to get into this game and get it done all by his lonesome. Now, if you're thinking about, you know, what am I going to side deck, what am I going to add, you know, as a Tenpai Dragon player, you do get the chance to just go second here. But as you can see, it's not that easy. It's not just, oh, cool, I'll go second. Oh, he opened broke, you know. Let me go ahead and just tap, 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 tap. We're good. You still have to be able to charge through all of those monsters. So we'll see if he is able to pull out a Tenpai finish here, or if Gilberto's just going to be able to control the board again. We've seen Gilberto's deck kind of backfire, right? It doesn't really feel great to just have the field spell, maybe a couple of different cards that you can use, and maybe you have Mute in defense mode. It's not enough to be able to get through all of the Tenpai Dragon's assault there. So one last pile shuffle there for Alexander, and hopefully he is able to get it done. Again, this is just the first of 9 rounds. So while one of these duelists will likely be the victor, I don't think we're going to get a draw here, considering there's only been 15 minutes of the 45 minutes used up so far. They still have a long tournament ahead of them. And again, any one of these tournaments is a marathon, not a sprint. So don't get discouraged. You know, people are like, oh, I'm X2, I should drop. But if every X2 drops, might be a spot in the top cut for you yet. All right, duelists are going to go ahead and shuffle and cut there. And we'll find out. Looks like by setting the hand on the board, Alexander indicating that he is not going first. So we are going to go ahead and take a quick look at the Runicks. And almost put the Ib there. No, she's a great and accessible card. But now we're seeing Jerry the Runick Fangs there. Again, when it's destroyed by battle, you get to go ahead and target a card on the field and destroy it too. So just a little bit of defense there against the overall Tenpai strategy. Looks like we're going to see Laptara there, Shadow of the Generator Bosses. One of the few small monsters in that deck. Going to go ahead and tribute itself. And let's take a look in the deck to see what Generator Boss monster comes out next. All right, so it looks like we're seeing Vala again. Vala is certainly helpful there, again, allowing you to send other generator cards from your hand and then just special summon the card, banish it when it leaves the field, but obviously it's a little easier. And then when it's special summoned, you can go ahead and grab a generated monster from your hand or graveyard and special summon it. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and see Mardel. And with the World Legacy Monstrosity, I mean, so many great 9s there. Why don't we add some more 9s on the board? So it looks like we'll also see Hela there. And really just a great family of cards. It's almost unbelievable when you play against it because you're just like, that is a lot of 9s. And yes, they do brick just like every other duelist who relies on too much of one card or the other. But when you really do get to see it, when you just happen to get that Lopter or maybe that World Legacy Monstrosity, it's so nice to be able to be like, no, check this out. Big monsters from the deck. Not a fusion, not a synchro, not an exige, just playing it like you get it. But that Jerry, the Runick Fangs, is going to be kind of difficult to deal with, so we'll see how that ends up impacting the duel. But Nibiru, the Primal Being, is a great answer there. The token's going to go right in front of the extra monster zone there, possibly telegraphing the ability to use something like Relinquished Anima, although the Effect Veiler going to the graveyard. Obviously, you would have loved to see that. A little different timing there. Now, taking a look there, it's not a hand being held, but it looks like we are just looking at the Vala Seder of the generator bosses. Needing to study my Nordic just a little better before I came to cast here, but doing our best here with just some really interesting monsters from throughout mythology. It's a great thing about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. There's always a vibe, right? Whether you want to play Mahjong Dragons or certain bosses of old. There's always a way to like feel like, no, I'm getting my duel's worth today. Speaking of duel's worth, looks like Alexander's going to go ahead and draw for turn, and I think I just saw the Sangen summoning, so we are going into the deck. It's Mahjong time. Those of you who actually play Mahjong probably are pretty impressed by the fact that the deck really translates well. Again, the central mechanic of that tile-based game is to draw a card for turn and then discard something, and doing exactly that to sculpt the hand here. Going to go deep in the deck with Sangen summoning, grab something, and then you get a discard. But that's okay, because, you know, Tenpai Dragon Padra can bring some stuff back. Looks like we're adding the Tenpai Dragon Padra. Pydra. So we've got our white Mahjong piece there. And we're going to go ahead and discard the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Probably fine. You'd think you'd see the Runick tip, and obviously without the field spell there, that would have been huge. Gilberto staring down the board, just wondering, okay, do I have enough? I put a lot of stuff into that token. The Tenpai Dragon Pydra's effect is going to go ahead and add the Sangen Kaimen from the deck to the hand. And because there's a Fire Dragon monster on the field, we'll immediately see Tenpai Dragon Chundra, and then that's going to go ahead and get Synchro summoned off here. And are we going into the Black Rose Dragon like we did last time, just clearing the board? Nope, looks like we are instead going to Bident. So next up, Bident is going to go from 7 stars into our 10th star here. And not looking too bad. Now we've got the Sangen Kaimen during the battle phase, special summoning the Tenpai Dragon Fadra, allowing for the special summon via its own effect of Tenpai Dragon Chundra. Tenpai Dragon Chundra will go ahead and use its effect. And now we got Pydra on the board too, so plenty of different attacks, no damage, and all kinds of fun things to do. But it looks like before we even enter, we're going to go ahead and use that quick effect. Oh, there's the Trident Dragon. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and destroy multiple cards here, including the Sangen summoning, doubling the attack power of the Trident Dragon, special summoning the other 10-star, and oh, big numbers there. Alexander offers the handshake, Gilberto accepts, and that is the game. Again, Runick, certainly powerful, did as much as it could to put great monsters on the board there, but it's a reminder, if you're going to go first, you need to put up some defensive strategy because you never know if a Fire Dragon is coming for you next. So here's the good news. We still have 8 rounds left at our regional qualifiers today, but in just a moment, we'll be interviewing Alexander to see how it feels to play Tenpai Dragon after not seeing a whole lot of it at the YCS or any of the nationals over in Europe. We'll be right back with an interview right after this. Right back with the winner of our first featured match here with Alexander again. Always cool to see Tenpai. I know maybe not every duelist agrees, but it's actually a really hard deck to play because you kind of have to know the entirety of Yu-Gi-Oh! To be able to punch through it. So talk to me, how does it feel when you're going up against a deck that you're not sure, okay, where do I even begin to start attacking with my Fire Dragons?
So I actually know that deck very well.
Okay.
I've lost to it several times. So that's like the bane of my existence. So I really got lucky game 3 that he didn't summon the negate off of his monstrosity, because I probably should have held the imperm for that. But I didn't want him to get to boss stage, and boss stage just the whole game gets out of control with that. And I only had nib imperm or nib Valor, and after that, I think his nib token was like 11,000 attack, but the no battle damage by pager really comes in and seals the game.
Tenpai Dragons definitely help. We are cursed or blessed, depending on how you look at it, at our locals with a generator Runick player, and it is weird, you're right about the boss stage, where it just gets so out of hand. Yeah. Now, I got to ask, are we playing for our invite today, or have we already locked in the North American World Championship qualifiers?
I'm just playing to play.
Okay, just playing to play. Well, it's a right attitude to have it again. You're off to a really good start. Granted, it's a marathon, not a sprint, but why don't you go ahead and get yourself a little bit of fresh air and whatnot. We'll be back with 8 more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Right after this, and hey, if anything like that last game, it's going to be a good time. We'll see you soon. All right, duelists at home, thank you again for your patience as we got through a very quick round one featured match. Obviously, the Tenpai Dragons will certainly do that to you, but we are about to get our round two started here. For those of you here in the venue, round two pairings have been posted. So in a moment, we'll have kind of a very exciting match here featuring some cards that rarely see the top tournament tables from Legacy of Destruction, but I think they have a chance. So again, don't go away. We'll be right back with even more dueling action. See you soon. All right, if you're just joining us, sorry about some of the technical difficulties there on the stream side, but it looks like we got our microphone straightened out there. But here's the good news, so let me go ahead and bring you back here. We are beginning round two, and it is going to be between Alex Alvarez and Joseph Lynch. Little moment of silence for our head judge announcements here over at the venue. Good to see some familiar faces in the chat, by the way. We do see you. Again, duelists will be operating on an independent timer here, so in a moment we are going to get to see just some good old duel in action. They're just waiting for them to get the go-ahead here. And so again, we are seeing Shining Sarcophagus activated here, adding a gadget trio from the deck to the hand. Take it a second to read there. Now again, Shining Sarcophagus, continuous spell that allows you to add any card that mentions its card text from your deck to your hand. And so the one that's been chosen here looks like it's going to be the gadget trio. Now when you normal summon gadget trio or special summon, get to go and add a spell or trap that mentions Shining Sarcophagus. And thank you for the tech support at home. And so from normal summoning that gadget trio, we are going to add Turn Silence, probably one of the coolest cards ever because, again, not only is it a monster negate, but it can end the battle phase. So let's walk through that card again. When you activate it, you can target a monster you control and increase its level by 3. And if you controlled Shining Sarcophagus and used it to respond to an opponent's monster effect, that opponent's monster effect is negated. You can also banish it to end a battle and end the battle phase from the graveyard. So it's got way too many crazy effects there to keep track of. Again, now we're going to see terraforming here. What's really interesting is that this is not just a Shining Sarcophagus deck. This is also a King's Sarcophagus deck using Imseti, Glory of Horus, and all of the Horus Brethren there in order to get, well, a really big established board here of Egyptian and Pharaonic monsters. So using that terraforming to go ahead and add the walls of the Imperial Tomb, which does count as the King's Sarcophagus there. We've already got our double Sarcophagus lineup in play. Now, a little bit of a modest opening here, but certainly room to grow if we get to see Ties That Bind, but I don't think we are. It looks like we're going to go ahead and pass there. No? Okay. So we are going to go ahead and let the effect resolve. Good deal, good deal. So we are grabbing the Imseti Glory of Horus from the deck to the hand. Again, this has been quite the day of Yu-Gi-Oh! Coming just off the Italian National Championships and straight into another event. It's like no matter where you turn, there is some sort of Yu-Gi-Oh! Broadcast for you to enjoy. So great season for sure. But it looks like we're going to see Ash Blossom and Joyspring. And there is the turn silence. So again, targeting that Gadget Trio, we're going to increase its level by 3. Not necessarily relevant for the Gadget Trio, but it was activated in response to Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring trying to negate that. What does that mean? Well, it means that you're going to get to resolve that effect. So here comes the King Sarcophagus from the deck to the hand. This is a really cool build, by the way, seeing both of these relatively newer archetypes being used, bringing the sort of Egyptian magic back into Yu-Gi-Oh! Going to go ahead and set the trap card there. Looks like that's probably Canopic Protector. And really getting a full board here. Again, not everything going there, but it does look we're going to have the Horus, Glory of the, or excuse me, Imseti, Glory of Horus, go ahead and be special summon there because King Sarcophagus is on the board. You may not see it, but that's because it's part of the effect of the Walls of the Imperial Tomb field spell. So taking just a moment to think if there's anything else we want to do here. Obviously, good monsters there. Taking a quick look into Alex's hand. Don't see that Ties That Bind, which is so critical. However, just getting to this point really helped out because being able to just push through with that turn silence is so effective there. And it looks like turn silence actually has it cross the field back over to Alex's side. Joseph, there we go. That's going to go to the graveyard. Players just getting caught up in all the cool action that Alex has been able to provide with a relatively new deck. Again, the newer Horus support obviously came out in Phantom Nightmare, but now we're going to go ahead and activate the King's Sarcophagus. Looks like we're going to use the effect to discard a card and go ahead and send another Horus monster from the deck to the graveyard. So just taking a second there to read through the Horus, the Black Flame Dragon Deity. Been a long time since Horus has really made its name known. Again, a crazy original card from Soul of the Duelist, right? You might have scary memories of somebody trying to do Horus the Black Flame Dragon level 8, and maybe Jinzo or Royal Decree, but this is a little bit different. It's more about just having these giant monsters on the field that have great protection from King Sarcophagus and are actually supported pretty well from little Yugi sponsors to boot. So, one more set card from Alex there. Hands empty, so I don't think we're going to see any additional Horus monsters. And besides the past play, doesn't necessarily make a Hope Harbinger Dragon or anything of the like. We've seen some really good use of it there, but decides that the Horus bodies are probably the better bet. The Gadget Trio is also a floater there, so if that monster is destroyed by battle, it doesn't matter if it's managed, you can still get and set a trap card that mentions Shining Sarcophagus. Although there aren't many yet, there will be more coming out later this year. Looks like that Cosmic Cyclone, by losing 1,000 life points, we are going to go ahead and banish the There Can Be Only One. There Can Be Only One is a really good card for this deck. Again, everything's all over the place. Your monsters are either, dragons or machines or spellcasters, or in the case of More Marshmallow, a fairy, but you're not really using any more than one of them, so it works just fine. But speaking of working just fine, we are going to see the Kashtira Fenrir slam down the board there. No monsters are controlled, so its special summon condition is met. Immediately using that effect, no turn silence this time, so it'll be able to grab a Kashtira Unicorn. Now, Kashtira Unicorn is certainly helpful, but considering that the board's kind of already set up, We're not likely going to be able to see it immediately there via its own special summon condition. Instead, we're going to see that Wanted Seeker Sinful Spoils activate and add the Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch, from the deck to the hand. And it looks like we're pitching a card there in order to special summon Dia Bellstar immediately. So this is a really good showcase again of how these sort of anime decks do against just very well planned out, very, format designed decks like the Sinful Spoil Kashtira deck that we've been seeing around. Again, Joseph playing not necessarily the most complicated build of the deck. It's just, again, Sinful Spoil, Kashtira. It's got all the staples that you're going to need, including multiple copies of Skill Drain, and we'll see if that comes up later. We are seeing the Snake Eyes Dia Bellstar hit the Spell and Trap Zone. I really feel like that's pushed the deck over the edge. We are seeing the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye be activated. It's going to go ahead and send that to the graveyard in order to special summon another one of the fun Sinful Spoil monsters. This time it's going to be Snake Eye Ash. Poplar's effect is going to activate there, and again, that's the only issue here when you're playing as the Shining Sarcophagus deck, is that once you've used up your different types of negates, you kind of run out of breaks, right? We talk about gas, we talk about breaks, right? All gas, no breaks, all breaks, no gas. Shining Sarcophagus is kind of in the middle, but once you've used those prominent negates, if you don't have anything else, it can be kind of difficult. So maybe that's why Alex elected to have just more monsters on the board, protected both by the Walls of the Imperial Tomb and the King's Sarcophagus. You don't necessarily have to worry as much because you just have bodies, and it's also a good play against Tenpai. We did see in a round one feature match that if you leave yourself vulnerable to Tenpai, it doesn't matter what you've got going on. It'd be pretty rough, actually, because, well, they chew through you quite fast. So flipping through the extra deck here, trying to figure out what options we have now that the Snake Eyes Flamberge Dragon is hit the field. Again, we are seeing at least the Snake Eyes players are starting to rely pretty prevalently on the Hope Harbinger Dragon Titanic Galaxy. If you can't remember that word soup, it's just number 38, right? It's the one that absorbs spells and redirects attacks. And the reason why it's so interesting in the Tenpai strategy, or against the Tenpai strategy, is because you can make them proceed to damage calculation, which skips the opportunity for those Tenpai Dragons to activate their effects. So Sinful Spoil Snake Eye, obviously a very popular deck, but another feather in its quill, right? Another thing that it can write its next chapter to topping another event. But we'll see. Joseph is still just navigating the board here as he makes Heat of the Fire Charmer ablaze, using the effect of the Flamberge Dragon to go ahead and special summon a Snake Eye Ash and Snake Eye Poplar in attack mode here. Those are going to be boosted, of course, by the Divine Temple of Snake Eye, but now we're seeing the Canopic Protector there as just an additional layer of support for the Horus monsters. So maybe that's why Alex was feeling pretty good there, going ahead and special summoning the Black Flame Dragon deity once more to the field. Not every day that you see Horus on the field. I mean, you definitely see its servants, but it's nice to actually see the boss monster itself. Now, I'm going to go ahead and link summon here, combining Snake Eye Ash and that Heat of the Fire Charmer again, to make the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames. Really been a great year for that card, originally released in National Duel before it actually came out like anywhere else. And then slowly but surely we have seen it just do great things, right? If you love fire monsters, this is a good year for you. Until the light shines your way. Give it time, give it time. For those who don't know what Canopic Protector does, because we don't necessarily see that line all the time, again, once per chain, when your opponent activates a card or effect, you can special summon a Horus monster from your hand or graveyard, but for the rest of the turn, you cannot special summon monsters with the same original name by the effect of the Canopic Protector. So, of course, that's how we got our Horus, the Black Flame Dragon deity. Sent it to the, from the hand or field to the graveyard, you can just set the card again, but you banish it when it leaves the field, so it's kind of difficult to chew your way through. But still trying to figure out what's next here. It looks like we've sent our link materials to the graveyard there, about 4 links worth, considering that Salamangrate. And I think that is, are we going to rage out a little here with our Raging Phoenix? It is our Raging Phoenix. Now, banishing that Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils there to grab the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye. And going to shuffle up the deck here, pop that on the bottom, and grab ourselves a new card. It's certainly not down or out if you're on Alex's side, if you're cheering for the Shining Sarcophagus strategy. It's always nice to see something new at the top tables, but looks like we've got a Forbidden Lance was there, or Forbidden Droplet, excuse me. Going to draw one new card there. Doesn't seem too impactful, of course, but might have a way to just kind of advance the game state here. Non-targeting removal, obviously important against the Horus strategy, but yeah, you only have so much to go around. We are going to enter the battle phase. Looks like Kashira Fenrir is attempting to attack the Gadget Trio. Alex looking pensive. They're trying to figure out what it is you want to do. I mean, technically, if you were running the trap card, you could get the Stronghold, the Hidden Fortress. All right, looks like he's going to go ahead and set that card aside. So it's going to be banished face down now. Goodbye, Shining Sarcophagus. No, actually, excuse me, goodbye, King Sarcophagus. Just a little bit more worried about that side of the Egyptian continent instead of the side featuring the Shining Sarcophagus monsters. But we are going to use the non-targeting send to go ahead and get rid of that card. Gadget Trio just hanging out there. Feeling pretty good to be able to protect the Gadget Trio. Alex nodding to himself there. Both of these duelists well known in their community, right? Since Joseph is wearing an Epic shirt. And, well, Alex was the last person to head judge at Epic events. So just two good old duelists from Texas trying to grind out their victories here as we approach the NEWCQ season. Joseph just about to put a card down there. Kind of difficult to play through this board because, again, there's just so much. It almost reminds me of the way that Labyrinth kind of gets itself set up. It's just too many rules hit the table, and before you know it, you're in trouble. All right, so it looks like we are going to go ahead and get rid of those monsters in order to combine them. I did see the Dracosac, but it looks like instead we're going to make IP Masquerina here, giving easy access to a probably very important SP Little Knight effect. Always fun to just be able to jump right in. Banish your opponent's cards before they even get going. Now, it would be nice to see that Gandara G, the Dragon of Destruction, but just doesn't have it out yet. You do have to keep in mind that Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames is in the graveyard, so being able to special summon it, it's not enough by itself. You would also probably need a turn silence in order to keep that monster in the graveyard and, well, not let anyone bestow any flames. Alex seemingly feeling like he's in a good position again. If you're playing this deck, you probably have a better understanding of it than your opponent does. When your opponent's playing a very popular deck, you do kind of know what to do. So we do have the Gandara G being added there. May really happen. We may pay so many life points here. It'd be pretty exciting to see, and not just because I love to see this deck played at the highest level. But it looks like we are going to go ahead and combine our monsters here, and that is going to be the SP Little Knight. The SP Little Knight, again, targeting the Shining Sarcophagus to banish it. And that's going to make it a little bit more difficult on Alex's side because, again, to special summon Gandara G, you do have to control the Shining Sarcophagus. It's a free summon, but unfortunately, while the Shining Sarcophagus can't be destroyed by monster effects, SP Little Knight is not destroying it, it's just banishing it. However, not going to be able to attack directly this turn. Not necessarily that big of a deal. Kashira Birth getting done what it does well. Still in game one here, but 15 minutes have passed so far. We are using Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron, so instead of counting down, we're going to be counting up to 45 minutes. There is a judge who is physically present there, too, for those of you at home, so don't worry, we've got somebody arbiting. Making sure all the plays are fair and fun. Taking a quick look through the deck there. A lot of interesting choices that Alex is using. But right now, he's just going to grab another Imseti, the Glory of Horus. So definitely reached for the Shining Sarcophagus special, right? Trying to get that Gandara G to just break the board. But since the Shining Sarcophagus is no longer here, looks like we're going to have to take another route. Activating the Foolish Burial Goods. Can't send a monster. It's got to be a spell or a trap. It's the wrong Foolish Burial. And we're actually going to be sending the Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. Is there a Crystal Beast tucked away in this deck? Oh, I think I just saw it. Yep. So you get to add a field spell and a Crystal Beast monster. And so it looks like, my eyes don't deceive me, I want to say that was Cobalt Eagle. Field spell we're going to take is the Pressured Planet Wraithsaught. So kind of taking a little bit of a detour here, moving away from either of the sarcophagus-based strategies and instead grabbing out something that's a little bit more of an answer, although it might be difficult in order to get that going. So it looks like we're just going to be discarding there. Now it's interesting to see, we might not have actually done the Wraithsaught there because it looks like we're using the field spell on the right side here, a left-handed accommodation. So King Sarcophagus is going to pitch again, sending additional Horus monsters to the graveyard. And might just be able to get through this with just beat sticks. Certainly, if you've been playing Master Duel lately and play the Horus deck, there's a certain satisfying thud whenever you put those monsters on the board, and to just use King Sarcophagus effect to, you know, rifle through your deck, empty out all the Horus names into the graveyard, and just be able to slam those monsters down. Gives you a bunch of different ways to either open up the overlay network for an Xyz summon. Did see the Hope Harbinger Dragon there, but doesn't seem like it's relevant, especially with all those spells kind of already preset up. Alex taking a look at the graveyard just to make sure. Remember that Promethean Princess is there, so before you know it, something could jump back out at you. But it looks like we're going to bring out the Horus. So thinking about the Canopic Protector as a way to, since they activate the effect, we'll get another one. So it seems like the gang's all here, right? We've got Happy Mseti, Gebesenlef, and even Dwamlutev. But let's go ahead and combine that. We're actually opening up the overlay network here. And curious to clog a spot like that, but must have a way out. Now, will we be using the effect here? Kind of neat to see. Again, with so many different options here, there's a lot you can get done, right? There's certainly a lot you can get done. That looks like a Runick's Eternity of the Fire Kings, and that is all she wrote. That was enough to see. Going to go ahead and scoop up the cards. It looks like Alex took game one there by just not giving up. Took a blistering 19 minutes of back and forth play, so the players are going to be coming into game two, kind of in a deficit of time, right? They've only got a little over 20 minutes since we are counting up to 45 minutes, but shows you again that it's not impossible to win with one of your fan favorite decks. You just got to put in the workshop, right? Not just showing up here with, you know, maxed out marshmallows. Really making careful, considerate plays and really interesting stuff in the deck. I mean, you can just totally see the list there and all kinds of great stuff. Now, what would be cool to see is a future silence. I don't know if it would be worth letting your opponent draw until they have 6 cards, but definitely some niceness there. And that is a chicken game, too. So really, really just like a cool build, just the coolest. Now, Alex does have to consider what it is that's going to be taken out. It's always kind of difficult when you have one of these decks that's a mishmash of different cards. Every single piece of your engine is consistency. And to take out that consistency, we've seen it just as recent as the most recent YCS Finals. If you put in all those cards and say no, you don't really have any cards that say yes. And that can get you in a really bad situation where, you know, as duelists describe, comparing hands, you compare your opponent's hand, there's not really a lot they can do with it. So you have to find the right balance there, shuffle the deck thoroughly, and just, well, pray to your 3 Egyptian God cards that it comes out your way. And I have to say, if you're praying to Egyptian God cards, Alex seems like he is making quite the temple there between his Horus monsters and the Shining Sarcophagus. So kings, countrymen, duelists, let's go ahead and settle in as we get ready for Game 2 of Round 2 at the Houston Game Guys Regional Championship here for Legacy of Destruction. So, Joseph having conceded, he's going to go ahead and go first. Special summoning that Kashtira Unicorn because there's no monster on the field. And the spell he adds with its effect is going to be Kashtira Birth. So off to a decent start. Going to be Bonfire. Alex giving the nod there. And grabbing Snake Eye Ash, so it feels like a pretty uninterrupted combo here. Snake Eye Ash being normal summoned, using its effect to grab Snake Eye Poplar revealing and special summoning itself to grab another Snake Eye card. Looks like we are going to grab the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye. Thinking about maybe grabbing the Divine Temple instead, so let's go ahead and shuffle up real fast. No, I'm going back in. Okay, so we're going to activate the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye. Taking a look here on the deck, got to put somebody in the Spell and Trap Zone. Snake Eye's Diabell Star, always a great choice. Then using the effect of Snake Eyes Ash to go ahead and send that Diabell Star Snake Eyes to the graveyard. And should probably be summoning either Flamberge or Snake Eye Oak, because we're out of names here. So we do have Snake Eye Oak. Snake Eye Oak is going to go ahead and add and then special summon the Snake Eye Ash back to the field, defense mode. This time, Snake Eye Oak is going to send Poplar to the graveyard, so Poplar getting passed around as the fuel to duel, as we see Snake Eye Flamberge slam down again. Flamberge, such a powerful card there, and again, Poplar being able to use its effect to place the Snake Eye Diabell Star back into the Spell and Trap Zone. So, Shades of Crystal Beast, right? We just saw Cobalt Eagle unironically included in the deck there for the Rainbow Bridge of Salvation. Now we're seeing a little bit of, well, Joseph's version of Crystal Beast, putting out his Snake Eyes monsters into the Spell and Trap Zone just as well. So decent defenders, but it looks like we're going to go into the next stage here. 3-link materials means Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames. Can't be destroyed by card effects, obviously, because of that lingering effect from the IP Masquerena, but probably not going to be that relevant. Do you remember the days of amphibious ship Amblo Whale? Right, the swarm ship is nowhere to be seen nowadays because there's so many decent options that you have. Duelists have certainly come a long way. But we are going to see a Link 4 here nonetheless. So with 4 materials worth of cards and 2 monsters going down, sometimes people drop an Appaloosa here, but instead, looks like we're going to have the Nightmare Phoenix. Not going to be using the effect, so just dropping down Kashtira Birth, special summoning out the Kashtira Unicorn, and then making those monsters combine into a 3-material Appaloosa. Going to go ahead and special summon forward the Snake Eyes Diabell Star after using its own effect in order to get Snake Eye Ash, or excuse me, Snake Eye Oak in the Spell and Trap Zone. And then there we see it. I know I've been talking around it quite a bit, but there is number 38. Hope Harbinger Dragon, Titanic Galaxy there to negate some spell cards and really make the attacking difficult. So between a spell negate and Appaloosa having 3 monster negates, once per chain, pretty decent board there, and a little bit of backup in case you've got to go into next turn with the Kashtira Birth. Well, looks like we went right into the battle phase with evenly matched, so straight to the end of the battle phase, carefully having to start. Not sure what I would do in this situation. There's a lot of good answers as you have to banish all your cards till you get down to 1. But here's the answer, you know, we're going to keep the Appaloosa, or we're going to keep the Hope Harbinger. Oh, we're keeping the Hope Harbinger Dragon, hoping to stop some of those Sarcophagus spells. So evenly matched to the graveyard, looks like we have made it to main phase 2. We're going to start with the Walls of the Imperial Tomb. Field spell's going to use its effect. Joseph considering his options. Sort of talking aloud out here as Alex explains what it is the card does. Is going to go ahead and stop it. Now this is going to be interesting. If there's a Shining Sarcophagus behind that, this turn has only just begun. Oh, and there might be in reverse here. We're going to go ahead and activate Set Rotation. So time to play a new tune. As 2 field spells are grabbed. And in this case, it looks like we don't want to give our opponent a Rate Sot. When you think about it again, you know your opponent's playing a small Kashtira package. Kashtira Snake Eye is very popular right now. But you got to give him something. So bestowing them with the Rate Sot after all, just to do it. Alex smiling to himself, probably knows what it is he's done, but you got to do what you got to do. Flipping over the Walls of the Imperial Tomb. Haven't used the effect. Activation was negated, so it's time to do it again. And I think that's going to be it. Alex unable to play through that. making sure to take a look at the Hope Harbinger Dragon just to make sure, okay, understand the effects, I know what's going on, and it's just not enough. So Alex, took game 1. Joseph conceding there. Now the concession is made by Alex, so we've still got about 19 minutes left on the clock. Duels have about 3 minutes to side deck, and then we're going to find out who's able to make it out of this one alive. Taking some really interesting choices there as they look through the side deck. Alex cycling through Secret Village of the Spellcasters, a very heads-up play, combining the inherent spell negate of the Silent Magician 0. Well, once it uses that, hey, they still can't activate any spells, so it just gives additional pushback there if your opponent's trying to get in the game. That evenly matched really turned the tide here, but it just wasn't enough. Evenly matched, very helpful, because while we've been talking about Gandora actually does gain power for every banished card. It makes great sense with its own effect, but it's always nice when you're banishing cards, you're getting a little bit more attack points on the monster later. On Joseph's side, taking a look there through the side deck, some interesting choices there, but it looks like he took out a Dino Wrestler Pankratops to add in some other stuff there. Again, there's no one right way to side deck, especially when you're playing against a deck that's such an interesting mismatch of two different things, but you can kind of start to feel out, okay, I know it didn't work last time, I know it did work this time. Let me go ahead and stick to my guns. We're just going to add a few new cards here, and the duelists are now shuffling up. Again, both of them just happy to be here as we're only in round 2 of a 9-round regional, so don't go away after this. We'll usually interview our winner there. And then we got to figure out what it is that'll be up on our featured stage next. So again, if you're here in the venue, we do have some paperwork for you to fill out. Just let us know your record, what kind of cool deck you're playing, and hopefully we'll see you up here as soon as we can. All right, players presenting the decks. Joseph just getting his extra deck sorted out for ease of use. Alex smiling, win, lose, or draw. You're playing the deck you love, so might as well have a good time. Joseph's already got his 5 cards. It looks like we're drawing into Solemn Judgment, Called by the Grave, Turn Silence, Walls of the Imperial Tomb, and I think a Dharma Cannon. We're going to start with that Walls of the Imperial Tomb. Using it to grab Insetti. Putting a card back. It looked like that was the Turn Silence that went back. Not really going to get a whole lot done with that right now. So Alex considering options there. Call by the Grave definitely gives you a little bit of safety. But you've got to discard Insetti, Glory of Horus, and one other card. So what isn't going to help you? What is the right answer to this equation? We've already got rid of the Insetti. And it looks like the follow-up might be that Skill Drain. Nope, looks like instead we dropped what appeared to be maybe another Solemn Judgment. Didn't quite get a good look at that. But here's the good news. We are going to go ahead and get that King's Sarcophagus. Draw 1 card for turn. Could be something super helpful. Looks like it was another copy of Walls of the Imperial Tomb there, so maybe not exactly the sarcophagus you're looking for, right? You don't need the name King's Sarcophagus. You need the Shining Sarcophagus. But we do have the Insetti. Joseph taking a quick opportunity to confirm. Okay, does that count as the name King's Sarcophagus? And yes, it does. Here's the actual King's Sarcophagus. So let's go ahead and start discarding cards to put stuff down. We're going to get rid of that drawn Walls of the Imperial Tomb there to send first Horus monster down. And that is what makes this deck such an interesting, cool deck, is that, yes, you're kind of cutting off your own left arm offering style, but just to be able to see all these different giant monsters practically for free, it feels pretty good. I want to say that's going to be Dwamutef hitting the board there. And then from there, oh no, it looks like actually the camera might be on backwards. That's Kembesenwef. Just saw the Earth attribute symbol there, so we'll get that fixed in between rounds. All right, so there's Dwamutef. So again, we've got plenty of giant level 8 monsters here. That's how you know we've been staring at plenty of Yu-Gi-Oh! You could recognize the art upside down, sideways, and backwards. It's like another body hitting the board again. Just so many resources in this Horus deck. And just to have the protection there sometimes is enough. You know, we saw sort of a modest opening before and it wasn't enough, but it looks like we're going to go ahead and combine 3 monsters, 3 materials. And we're going to have the coach trainer. All right, put me in, coach. What are we doing here? We're going to go ahead and get the Shining Sarcophagus. So this turn is blown wide open just from that draw, and there can be only one. And one more. Looks like, oh, well, you don't necessarily want to draw the Rainbow Bridge of Salvation, but if you could discard it with the effect of your King Sarcophagus, you're feeling pretty good. So King Sarcophagus is going to get activated. Looks like we are pitching that trap card, so we can banish it from the graveyard to use its effect. Now we're searching the deck here, and again, we haven't even really gotten started yet. Once that Shining Sarcophagus is activated, unless there's anything else in the hand, really easy line would probably be, well, there's the Shining Sarcophagus. I think we're going to get the Gadget Trio. Feels like the strongest way to jump in. There's Gadget Trio. Normal summoning it will grab you a spell card, and I feel like now it's time for Ties That Bind. Oh, but we're doing Turn Silence instead. So Ties That Bind locks you out of your extra deck, so it's kind of difficult to navigate through, but it would give you 2 additional names. Here instead, we're grabbing Turn Silence for that searchable Monster Negate. That's insane, right? You're going to power up the level of your Gadget Trio by 3. Not necessarily that relevant for this monster, although many of these Shining Sarcophagus cards, when they level up, they do gain attack power. And banishing the Salvation there just to get additional cards, right? Grabbing the Secret Village of the Spellcasters. Now, I don't think there's any Spellcasters on board, although all the Horus monsters are kind of in different types there. But it does look like we are going to replace that. So who's the Spellcaster? Who is our Spellcaster? Oh, it's Imseti, Glory of the Horus. Okay, so there is a Spellcaster, which means Joseph cannot even activate spell cards because Joseph doesn't create or have any spellcasters. Now, that is not difficult to get around in the Snake Eyes deck, right? Just being able to get Diabellstar will give you access back to your spell cards, but you would have to discard something maybe a little prematurely that you don't want to. And if you use any monster effects, you already know that Turn Silence is there not only to negate the monster effect, but basically seal the deal, keep that battle phase from being too much. Now, one other thing we have here, that Shining Sarcophagus, if a monster is special summoned from the graveyard, Alex can send a spell from his hand to the graveyard and then send the special summoned monster to the graveyard. So this is actually a really tough board to play through. And a reminder, if somebody comes trading you for these Shining Sarcophagus cards, don't just give them away. They're quite good. Now, speaking of Diabellstar the Black Witch, we are going to discard Snake Eyes Diabellstar in order to get the Black Witch. So now there's the spellcasters on Joseph's side of the field. So yes, Joseph can activate spell cards now. Taking a look through the deck here, figuring out what it is we want to get. But it does get a little weird, because if you use that original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye and you get rid of your last spellcaster, you did just get rid of your last spellcaster. So we might see a sort of out-of-turn normal summon here of the Snake Eye Poplar. Exactly that, so Joseph did not miss the kill. Are we going to go ahead and use the Poplar effect again? Remember that Alex has the ability to increase Gadget Trio's level and negate that effect, but it looks like he lets it go through. So going through the Poplar, I think we're going to grab the Divine Temple of Snake Eye. Yep. Powerful field spell. Setting a card, not necessarily showing that we're doing a whole lot here. No, that's just the set original Simple Spoil Snake Eye. Okay, good. So we're going to go ahead and send that to the graveyard. And reach into the deck, not the extra deck there. Just thinking about those future plays. But again, with only about 10 minutes left on the clock, this is time to duel, not time to think. So we're going to grab out, using the effect of the Snake Eyes Poplar, placing the Snake Eyes Diabellstar in the spell and trap zone. Let it come back out later. And then Joseph looking through for the next option. And that's going to be Snake Eye Ash, searching out another copy of Snake Eye Ash. Gives you a little insurance policy. If you live to see another turn, you know it's going to be a good one, as you're able to special summon Fire Monster after Fire Monster after Fire Monster. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because we're not out of the woods yet. Okay, we're going to see the Pressured Planet Raid Song. and using its effects to go ahead and add a Chimera monster. The Chimera monster we're grabbing is our Chimera, then there's going to be Unicorn. Joseph certainly has to advance the game state forward somehow. Even the Giant Trainer, right? Put me in, coach. Well, the coach is good enough to play the field by himself. Lofty defense points, certainly a big target there for some of the different effects of the Snake Eye strategy, whether you're trying to push it to the back row with Snake Eye's Diabellstar or even the Flamberge Dragon. Speaking of which, we're going to be using the effect of Snake Eye Ash, probably to bring out Snake Eye Oak again. Oh no, going right into the Flamberge Dragon and targeting the Imseti, Glory of Horus. And going to just try to shove that into the back row, which is kind of scary when you look at Alex's field. That would be the 5th spell and or trap. So it's going to go ahead and jump to the back row here. Now, Gandora G would just blast this field wide open, but Alex still has to survive, and as we know, Snake Eye does have what it takes. We're in game 3 here with only about 8 minutes left on the clock and counting. Divine Temple to Snake Eye hitting the board, allowing to go ahead and put that Snake Eye Oak in the spell and trap zone. Just bank this for later. Setting the hand. Joseph takes a moment to just pensively think there's got to be a way to get through this field. But with the clock ticking, you have got to make a decision. Alex taking a brief look to read through the Secret Village of the Spellcasters again. If you have a Spellcaster as the person who controls it, and your opponent doesn't, they can't activate spell cards. If you don't have a Spellcaster, then you can't activate spell cards. And that's currently kind of the situation that Alex is in with Imseti being pushed to the back row. And unless another Imseti hits the graveyard, it's going to be difficult to actually get one up again. So now we're seeing Nightmare Phoenix off of the Link Summon there. Going to be discarding a card to destroy a spell or trap. Discarding another Flamberge and appropriately remembering to activate the effect of the Flamberge there. Not going to do anything with, I appear to be a set turn silence. So wouldn't be able to activate it anyway, but it is in the graveyard, so it could be banished. Graveyard just out of camera reach there. Are going to go ahead and send the Ash. And looks like we're going to go ahead and get Promethean Princess. Still think about it, maybe Heat of the Fire Charmer. Taking a quick look, do you even have any fire monsters? I don't think you do. So we're going to go ahead and bring forward the Snake Eye's Diabellstar and place the Snake Eye Flamberge into the spell and trap zone. Again, just a great way to be able to reuse those level 8 monsters and show off why, again, those beautiful copies of those Hope Harbinger Dragons are floating around the field. Recently reprinted in the Rarity Collection too. Certainly nice. You don't have to bump it from deck to deck to deck if you play a lot of level 8 decks. And we're actually seeing a lot of level 8 decks in this format, considering that we have a Horus versus Snake Eyes match. Used to think of Snake Eyes as just 1 and 7. No, it's taking up every number of the level spectrum here as 8 is added to its repertoire. Although it looks like right now we are going to go ahead and combine these 3 cards. And here comes an Access Code Talker. All right, so it looks like we're going to power up Access Code Talker by 2 for the Link 2 that was used for its materials. It'll be 4,300. And we do have there can be only one. The Cyberse Monster, you probably don't need too many more Cyberse Monsters. But getting rid of that, let's see what it is that Joseph chooses to destroy with only about 4.5 minutes left on the clock here. It's going to be a photo finish before we know it, but it looks like King Sarcophagus is going to the graveyard. Alex certainly does have some opened up spell and trap zones, but that may not be anything to worry about from Joseph's side. Looks like he's going to enter the battle phase here. Possibly attacking the Gadget Trio. Would be a clean 3,000, I want to say, because Gadget Trio should be 1,300 attacks, so 43 over 13. I know it's math on a Saturday morning, but I think that's 3,000 damage. So Blue-Eyes sized chunk would put Alex at a disadvantage with only about 4 minutes left on the clock here. Joseph taking a moment there to take a look at the graveyard. Is it time to battle or not? Oh, looks like we are going to go ahead and get rid of it. Wow, access code talker offering itself as a material to get rid of there could be only one in order to no longer have any monsters on the board and sort of, well, spice things up. So speaking of spicing things up, the Cashier Unicorn will splash down a psychic monster, but we're not really counting subtypes anymore because there can be only one is gone. It'll use its effect to add the Kashtira Birth to the hand. That Shining Sarcophagus may still come into play later if any monsters are special summoned from the graveyard, again, just for the mere discard of a spell. Oh, but looking at Alex's hand, looks like it was 2 monsters and nothing more. Looking in the deck here. Trying to figure out what we're going to grab. So it seems like play passed back over, and so Alex is in his main phase using the effect of the Shining Sarcophagus in order to add a card that mentions Shining Sarcophagus and its card text from his deck to his hand. As we see, he's not playing the full complement here, but here's the difficulty. If we end up seeing half the life points paid, it's actually not the right move, right? Instead, we're going to see a link between the coach and the gadget. And that's going to make SP Little Knight. Now, you wouldn't be able to attack directly here. Certainly putting up a solid bit of protection, but it looks like we are going to go ahead and banish that card. Just trying to get rid of the Cashier Unicorn so we can get to the game. Maybe do a little bit of life point damage in the main phase. So Flamebird Dragon's going to advance via the effect of the Divine Temple of the Snake Eyes. It all comes down to this. Now, duelists usually have an option here. Everybody has a game plan when it gets down to the wire. Now, it may not be reflected here, but remember we did use the Coach King Giant Trainer 3 times at the beginning of the duel, so it might be that the life points are out of date. And it actually should be 800 minus 3 times. So Alex actually may be in a commanding position here for you viewers and those in the audience. It might just be that the neuron hasn't been updated, but we did affirmatively see draw after draw after draw, which is what allowed Alex to get in here. So Alex actually may be sizing himself up to be a winner here with the Shining Sarcophagus strategy combined with the King Sarcophagus. Again, only a minute left on the clock, and if my life point calculations are correct, that really might be a win for Alex as long as the life points are being properly monitored here. Alex certainly aware of the field here. Only about 50 seconds left as far as the judge's timer goes. Joseph deciding what to do next is going to go ahead and attack there. So just a little bit of damage over that. And don't worry, I'll make sure that we catch that life point counter here unless it grievously swings beyond 2,400. Effectively, Joseph's life points, if it was 800, 800, 800, should be, well, 8 times 3, 24. 8,000 minus 2,400 should be a cool 5,600. So right now, Joseph's technically at a deficit as we come down to the wire here. Looks like we're going to see the Hope Harbinger Dragon. Alex draws for turn, and that's time on the round. I will be right back to make sure they know what it is that occurred. Oh wait, looks like we're still going through gameplay motions. Still have until the end of the main phase here. Let's get that life point corrected. I will be right back, everyone. Clarification from our judges that the effect damage did not take. So actually, looks like Joseph is going to be the winner of the game there, having dealt just enough damage there, and unfortunately the coach, well, not able to be put in. But don't go away. We'll be right back with an interview with our winning player here as we sign off on the match slip and get to see, again, not every day that you get to see that level of cool gameplay, but I guess it just wasn't in the cards this time. So in a moment, we'll be right back with our winner. And then again, don't go away because we still have 7 more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! So if you haven't gotten sick of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yet from the Italian Nationals, or hey, maybe you're just here chilling out on the couch, this is the place to be, and we'll be right back. All right, so we are back here. Let me go ahead and have you scoot just a little bit here so they can see you at home. And I'm just going to double check because we had a little bit of technical difficulties here earlier just to make sure that our microphone is on. Give me. Okay, good. I can hear the NA production jokes in the chat now. So we're here with Joseph, and what an incredible duel there. It's one of those things where, you know, you see things like Secret Village of the Spellcaster, and you're like, oh no, the poor Sinful Spoil Snake Eye deck. And then, wait, Diabel Star the Black Witch has that covered. So how did it feel jumping into something that is very powerful but doesn't really get seen that often, with the King Sarcophagus kind of mashed with the Shining Sarks?
To be fair, I haven't really played Yu-Gi-Oh! I just returned like a week ago from playing a game.
Welcome back.
So what I know is, like, usually when I play this game is like the best deck. So I chose Snake Eye. Like, I knew the old Sarcophagus cards, but apparently they got new support. It's pretty nice. Got a new field spell. So I had to like read everything game 1. But yeah.
It's really like 2 different decks at once, and I will say when the Shining Sarcophagus stuff pops up, it's weird to be like, wait a sec. You can send my monsters to the graveyard. Wait, these guys aren't going to be able to be targeted. What do you mean you have a searchable monster in the game? But you did a great job.
I mean, sort of. I was definitely trying to navigate through like all the layers that they had, but I don't think I just like haven't had enough preparation versus that to like do it fast enough. So I kind of just did like the first thing I thought of, and hopefully it got me there. And then it obviously didn't, but like.
So far, so good. I got to ask, with the North American World Championship qualifier coming up soon, are we playing for invite in Austin today?
No, I got my invite in like a OTS championship.
Oh, okay. So you're good. You're just kind of hanging out, feeling Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, so that you're ready.
Get preparation for Nats. So yeah.
Well, I got to say, being able to freestyle is really important because, again, if it's anything like last year's NAWCQ, we had 3,300 unique players there. So there's a possibility you're going to run into something that you don't recognize. But hey, as long as you keep playing it like that, you're going to be just fine, man.
Yep.
So.
Alrighty.
With that in mind, we have still 7 more rounds. We'll go ahead and let Joseph get back because he's still got 7 rounds to play.
Yeah.
But don't go anywhere. We'll be right back soon. Take care. So welcome back again to the Regional Champions here at Game Guys. We are about to go into round 3. As a brief little announcement here, our head judge did let us know that there will be a lunch break in between round 3 and 4, so we'll put a text update on the screen to let you know when the next one's going to start. Speaking of the next one starting, let's go ahead and get over to that now. And this should be a real treat here. Again, it's going to be quite a fun little matchup. We have Laura versus Jake. Now, what's interesting is we haven't seen a lot of this recently, but it is going to be Scareclaw. And I mean Scareclaw. I don't mean a Monadium deck. This is specifically Scareclaw versus Tearlaments. So we're going to see two faces of Visa Starfrost collide here. Or not. We might just be seeing a set card to get things started. Now, definitely a lot more trap cards on Lada's side, running a devastating 40-card deck with 22 trap cards. So more than 1 out of every 2 card is a trap. It looks like we're going to go ahead and use the Scareclaw Cashier effect there. Oh no, it looks like that was from Danger Nessie. So because the Scareclaw Cashier went to the graveyard, now we're going to mill those 2 cards, and it looks like it's going to be various Tearlament fun, right? Again, we've got Tearlament's Grief and Tearlament's Scream. So Lara taking a look at his hand and getting ready for the next one. Nice to see some of the classic stuff, right? A lot of the stuff came out in Darkwing Blast, but has continued to dominate the tournament format for just so long. Hadn't seen it recently, but hey, still doing good. All right, so the games continue here. So we banish one of those cards, a special summon that Tearlaments Cashier. And it looks like Lara's going to go ahead and, wow, said Triv Karva, Dadaba, and another trap card to the graveyard. So again, just a high trap build there, but banishing the Triv Karma in order to get its effect. And looks like the sort of Light Sword lottery continues. Again, we've been seeing so many different decks that just send cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard. It would be nice to see some of the newer support there. But speaking of new cards, we are seeing a beautiful Primeval Planet Pearl Rhino. Going to go ahead and be used. And I will be right back. I'm going to see if we can't get the screen straightened out again. It's a little backwards there. But first off, we're going to have that Reinhardt added to the hand, summoning the Reinhardt, and then a little more Tearlaments action from there. All right, thank you for your patience. Tech support is on their way. They're going to go ahead and get that flipped, but jumping back into the game here again, even more Tearlaments action. Kind of a neat strategy, again, to put all these trap cards in the graveyard. If you haven't noticed, we are seeing things like Paleozoic cards used, so it's really neat to see that there's been an impact. Again, Paleozoic's starting to be a little bit more popular as things go on there. But it's so neat to see. But again, speaking of neat to see, we're actually seeing traditional Scareclaw stuff. Yep. So in a moment here, we've got our tech support to go ahead and flip that around. Unfortunately, it's, I think, upside down, maybe backwards. But you could use that Konami logo as a reference there. I think it needs one more flip just to make sure that that Konami logo makes sense, because now I think it's mirrored still. Okay, pardon our dust, but we are getting that sorted out. We just want to make sure that it was accurately reflecting the game state there, just so it's a little easier to follow along at home. But just like you're saying, go Tearlaments. Again, it shows you that this deck really hasn't slowed down. It's just not necessarily as popular as it used to be. Ah, there we go. Everything looking bright and correct there. So now we have Predaplant Dragostaplia. We're looking at 2 copies of Tearlaments Kashtira, a Defense Mode 1, and a Tearlaments Reinhardt. All right, so activating the Tearlaments trap card there, and just taking a quick look through the graveyard there, seeing what we might need to grab out. Because the trap card was activated, now the Paleozoic fun begins. So it's a Paleozoic Morella hitting the board there. So full field, including the Link monster there, just taking advantage of every resource available. Now we've got a Sprite Sprine on top of it, so it shows you that all those great cards from Powers of the Element that came out in August of 2022 still can really get it done there. Again, we have spent so much time in the Tearlaments format, you almost forget that it used to be one of the most popular decks there, and certainly a skillful mirror match to boot. And speaking of skillful mirror matches, it's a little harder to navigate when you've got the Mud Dragon of the Swamp there. Beautiful quarter-century secret rare, but it looks like we are seeing the Scareclaw Acro hit the graveyard there, and oh, there's the battle phase. Just attack, 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 and there's a little bit of a smile from Jake there, but looks like his undefeated Scareclaw run may be, well, slowly but surely coming to a stop here. But again, this was just game 1. Going to go and get those life points reset. Only 7 minutes into a round here. So again, using Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron, we're counting up to 45. So about 38 minutes left on the clock there. Duel's going to go ahead and dig into the side deck. But yeah, we got ourselves a Visa Starfrost level mirror match. Now, side decking, you know, obviously Tearlaments has some more obvious things you can put in against it. If you happen to be running things like the Bestial package, maybe your deck can run Dimension Shifter. There's a lot of interesting stuff there, but certainly something to think about when you are putting together. But the problem is, Scareclaw also wants to hold on to almost all of its resources as well. So you really don't want to be running those different packages. You'll have to find something creative. Now, obviously, you don't get this far into the tournament undefeated with Scareclaw unless you got a good game plan, but the gravity of the graveyard's got to be weighing on Jake's mind as Laura just figures out what cards they need. And again, an almost all-trap Tearlaments deck. Just so many traps. I mean, there's a lot of different ways to run it. We've seen Paleozoic start to pick up speed again, including overseas in Europe. So shout out to anybody who happens to be like, oh, hey, I see Paleozoic at my lab, or excuse me, at my locals all the time. Well, we don't, and so we're excited to see it. Now, again, we are just in round 3 here. There will be a lunch break again. We'll make sure that that time is posted on the board, so make sure to go ahead and get yourself some lunch, too. But after that, we will still have 6 additional rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Here, so just good times across the board. All right, so looks like Jake's going to get into the game with his Primitive Planet Reichphobia. Always scared of the Reichardt. And that is going to go ahead and grab and allow the summon of the Scareclaw Reichardt themselves. So, from Scareclaw Reichardt, looks like we're going to be able to add something. Looks like we are grabbing what appears to be a Scareclaw Straddle there. Sending Reichardt to the graveyard to go ahead and bring out Scareclaw Lightheart. Sort of a pint-sized cuter package there, the same ferocious monster. Another attribute there of Visa Starfrost, but we're really getting like both sides of it here between the Arrival and the Straddle. Using the Scareclaw Arrival to go ahead and put the Reichphobia in defense mode there, so at least have 2 monsters now to be able to play around with. You only really need like 3 to get the Scareclaw package going. Of course, that's integral, and so the third one does appear to be Scareclaw Kashtira, going ahead and banishing the Scareclaw Arrival in the graveyard. Now we're going to see the Link 3. It might just be Scareclaw tryhard just right off the bat. Now again, this is, as you've seen, a pure Scareclaw deck. It is not just some combination of cards. Not that there's anything wrong with putting all of these as Starfrost friends together. You get a lot done that way, but it is kind of cool to just see the uniqueness of this deck, right? It's a little bit more focused on defense mode monsters, negating effects. Speaking of negating effects, though, we're seeing super polymerization. So don't even need to negate the effect. You cannot respawn. Fusing off the Scareclaw tryhard and the defense position Absolute King Backjack. It's going to make another Mud Dragon of the Swamp. I mean, they are both darks. And now we're going to do a little bit of Absolute King Backjack's effect here. So many different trap cards. Again, perfect building for this. We're going to go ahead and place those back on top of the deck in no particular order. Looks like Mud Dragon maybe attacking there. Setting 2 cards, and Laura passes turn. They're going to go ahead and banish the Absolute King Backjack. They're obviously having stacked the deck in their favor, legally using the effects of the cards. Going to be able to reveal a trap card, and there it is. There's the Dharma Cannon. Going to be set down, face down the field. Certainly a popular card and pretty decent against Scareclaw when you think about it, being able to flip those monsters face down before they can be combined into a link summon like Scareclaw Tryhard. Scareclaw Tryhard is just a good card, right? Almost a Baguska unto itself, switching those monsters to defense and not worrying about it. But we are going to see the Straddle turn into another copy of Reichphobia there. And so, our Scareclaw right card, going to go ahead and use its effect to search the deck again. Just bouncing between the same 2 or 3 cards, but that's really all you need in Scareclaw, right? It just gets you into the game pretty fast, and that's why a very limited package of it works so well in the broader Monadium strategy. We're not meddling a Monadium deck. This is the planet that Visa Starfrost visits. So now we'll see a Scareclaw arrival there, and arriving back on the board. Looks like it would be Scareclaw Kashtira, and that is going to resolve, so we'll have that in defense mode now. That's going to flip that monster face down, and all of them, because the Dharma Cannon activates. Again, the card that's set by the Absolute King Backjack can be used right now. So just a really powerful way to prevent your opponent from getting to the next phase of play for them. And so setting that down, looks like we are going to go into the next play. Wow, Laura drawing for turn there. And it seems like we're going to go ahead and flip over. Wow. Not every day that you see Vivid Tail. All right, so we're going to see Tearlaments Kashtira reveal itself. Going to go ahead and have to banish or get rid of one of these Tearlament cards. So it looks like the Tearlament Trap is gone. But before it can send any cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard, we're Effect Veiloring it. So locked out of the signature mechanic that is Tearlaments, right? Sending those cards from the top of the deck to the graveyard. Doesn't advance the game state. Certainly have a decent-sized monster on the board. Tearlaments Kashtira, nothing to laugh at, especially when your opponent has nothing but defense mode monsters, but just going to leave it at that, allowing Jake to draw for turn and try to get back into the Scareclaws. Players taking just a little bit of heat from the judges there, as a handoff screen takes just a moment to read through Scareclaw. I believe that was Scareclaw Kashtira that's set in that particular zone. Graveyard good, but doesn't necessarily have a lot to help. So looks like up next we're going to go ahead and activate that Scareclaw arrival. Still has the Reichphobia there, or excuse me, Scareclaw Reichheart. So digging deep into the deck again. And now we finally see the real Scareclaw straddle there. Not a Scareclaw jump scare, right? But again, allows you to target a Scareclaw monster or Visa Starfrost in your monster zone, and one face-up monster your opponent controls and you gain attack and defense equal to the opponent's monster's attack or defense, whichever is higher. So certainly helps you get through those battle phases there, and that can be very important for the Scareclaw Kashtira if it comes up. Also could be used just to negate a targeting effect of the Scareclaw cards there. So doing a good job of just going through the tools, right, between Arrival and Straddle, but looks like even just that one monster is not going to be able to survive. The Dharma Cannon, destructive as it may be, is going to go ahead and activate again. It's time for a little Dharma Karma. So everyone's going to go face down. We do get the additional set there. 3 face down monsters feels good against Tenpai, but it is not what Jake was hoping for, trying to actually really get stuff up. So flip summoning the monsters they can. And normal summoning an additional Scareclaw monster. So finding another way to victory here. Going to go ahead and send that to the graveyard to begin a link summon here of Scareclaw Lightheart using its effects to grab something out of the deck, and it looks like it's going to be another copy of the field spell. So Permanent Planet Reichphobia going to the hand. Now these 3 appear to be sent off for link materials as well. And there is the Scareclaw Tryhard. We got to see it for a little bit in the first game. Seems like it's been so long since then. There's only about 28 minutes left on the clock, so we're only about the halfway point. Now finally able to play through to that game plan. Looks like we are going to see another Scareclaw monster dropped in defense mode, this time in the form of Scareclaw Blown. That'll be used to grab another great target out of the deck here. So slowly but surely finally getting to do what they planned on doing here. Again, you don't show up to a regional championship with a deck not intending to play the cards within it. So defense mode looks like we just dropped down a Scareclaw Astra. And if you're unfamiliar with Tryhard, because we don't get to see it again, remember, I'll face the monsters on the field just change the defense position. So it has that certain Baguska level vibe to it. But again, unaffected by the activated effects of defense position monsters. So very strong card. And there really are a lot of strong cards out there in Yu-Gi-Oh! Haven't gone anywhere, but I think that's going to be enough. Laura conceding that second game here, so it looks like we're going to a game 3. Not sure which side of Visa Starfrost you're cheering for, whether it's the grief of the Tearlaments or the frightening tactics of the Scareclaw. At least one of Visa Starfrost deck is going to win, that's for sure. Now, both players getting another couple minutes here to check their side deck options. A lot of different things you can do on both sides here, right? Tearlaments have access to lots of fun cards, whether it is, you know, doing a little bit of damage here in the end phase, or maybe just loading up the graveyard with something else. But considering that Laurel lost, I would imagine that they're going to go first. If they do, the trap strategy can be difficult to use. It's not like playing Labyrinth. We're drawing a bunch of trap cards. You're like, oh, I can play these cards. Let me just use all my fun furniture effects. Not so here. They're going to find another way to victory. The player's still having a good time. Certainly nothing lost. Still an open game there as they smile to themselves, just sort of shuffling through the cards and getting their side deck ready. Both players just about ready to present here as we get ready for our third game, again in round 3. Now remember, there will be a lunch break, but that's your lunch break too. That's your time to just take a breath from the matches that we've had and go ahead and grab a snack. We'll see you on the other side of round 4. Laura is choosing to go first. And I'm going to start off with Tearlaments Grief here. Briefly just taking a moment to explain the card effect before we jump on it. But it looks like Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is going to go ahead and stop that. So setting 2 and passing, not necessarily the strongest way to get through. But wow, looks like we're going to go ahead and see a Paleozoic Marilla being activated there. So going to go ahead and send a trap card to the graveyard. Now we've already got 2 there, which is nice. Again, I think what we've showcased so far is that you really could show up to a regional championship as long as you have done your homework, your due diligence, and play what you want to play, right? Certainly a philosophy that could take you all the way to the top of the North American World Championship qualifier. Only about 5 weeks until Yu-Gi-Oh! Comes back to Texas in a very big way here. Speaking of big way, looks like we're going to go ahead and special summon here. And get rid of 3 cards. Looks like we lost Triv Karma, a transaction rollback. So decent things hitting the graveyard as well as a danger monster. I think that was Mothman. Looks like the Triv Karma is going to get banished for its effect. Transaction rollback, certainly an interesting card. Doing bigger numbers in Master Duel than we see it in the TCG here, but overall still very powerful and has a lot of great matchups against things like even technically Labyrinth, right? They've got plenty of normal traps that aren't Epidemic Eradicator Virus. We are seeing play pass back over to Jake's side here. Jake linking off into the Scareclaw Lightheart, but it looks like a quick effect of the Tearlaments Kashtira. Going to go ahead and banish the Tearlament trap card from the graveyard there. Do get to use the effect, so we might see a little bit of cards off the top. So both players just going back and forth exchanging plays, right? We just saw the field spell being added off of the Scareclaw effect, but at the same time, now we're seeing 3 additional cards right off the top, including an Absolute King Backjack. Which could be quite exciting if you decide, you know what, I could go ahead and banish that. That should be fine. So it looks like we are going to use the Absolute King Backjack's effect. Taking a look at the top 3 there. And figuring out how we want to go ahead and stack those. Now it's time for a little fusion summon, combining the Danger Mothman and our Tearlaments Merle. This will be placed on the bottom of the deck in any order, and then our fusion here, probably a Mud Dragon again. Yes, the 3rd time. Hey, I mean, if you had a Quarter Century Secret Rare, a Mud Dragon in a Swamp, wouldn't you want to show it? But it's also a very good card for this particular strategy. Going to go ahead and set another Paleozoic trap card. I believe that was Paleozoic Dynamiscus. And the Dynamiscus is going to activate, getting rid of the field spell here by discarding the Danger Nessie. And Danger Nessie's effect activates too, so it's time to add another danger, this time the Mothman that was placed on the bottom of the deck from the Fusion Summon, effect of Tearlaments Merle. So just really good access to all the different cards here, knowing exactly where everything goes. Sort of a masterclass in how to play this Tearlament trap card deck. And showing that it's not Jake's turn, it's not Laura's turn, it's our turn, it's their collective turn. Speaking of collecting cards, we're going to use Scareclaw Arrival to get the Scareclaw right card back on the field in defense mode. Thinking for just a moment, there has 3 materials. That's kind of the magic number there for the strategy Scareclaw, but do they commit the monsters? It's been really rough as we've seen. Just running into that destructive Dharma Karma cannon over and over and over. Luckily, the Absolute King Backjack is banished, so you don't have to have any surprises unless it's just manually set there. We are going to do Link 3. Laura with a certain sense of humor knowing, okay, I know what's coming out. Here comes the Scareclaw tryhard. Might as well just turn these monsters to defense mode anyway. But we're going to see Transaction Rollback banished, targeting the Dynamiscus. Oh, but using the Scareclaw straddle to negate the targeting effect there. So certainly attempted to do so, but that is going to be a huge help in life points. However, there's another Paleozoic Dynamiscus flipping over. So we are going to see the Paleozoic Deinamiscus in the graveyard turn into a 1200 attack 2-star Aqua Monster unaffected by your opponent's monster effects. Special summon in defense mode there. But yeah, transaction rollback, definitely feel like you got your money's worth there. Managed to burn through the negate there. But life point should be half. So on Lara's side, it should be a very slimming 4,000 life points to the 8,000 on Jake's side. Scareclaw Chimera going to go ahead and attack from defense mode, because it can, the Mud Dragon of the Swamp. Into the Rhino on the field there. Going to grab one of those fun Tearlament cards. Again, just a really great collection here, right? Quarter Century Secret Rare, Quarter Century Secret Rare. Oh, sure, Ultimate Rare from the official tournament store packs. Oh, but Infinite and Permanent stopping the right card. However, still means you're going to see the Deinamiscus appear on the field again, which allows for the easy overlay of a rank 2 Xyz monster. A lot of different choices here. It looks like we are going to be seeing... Oh, okay. Don't get to see that every day. It's going to be Paleozoic Opabinia. Paleozoic boss monster. I think one of the few Paleozoic monsters, if you don't count the trap cards being fossils into themselves. We'll get to see Paleozoic Marilla. Go ahead and activate. Just use its effect, right? Just to kind of motivate the Deinamiscus out of the graveyard. A lot of cards here. There may be a way out this turn. So yes, we should be banishing that Paleozoic. Great. Remembering those card effects and their conditions. We're going to go ahead and make Sprite Sprined here in attack mode and then get right back in the deck. Sending, again, a level 2 Tearlament monster. Well, let's get out that umbrella. We haven't seen rain in a bit. I'm sure everyone from Texas here breathed a sigh of relief for the storms that we've been having. But the only storm going on here is the sort of murky waters in Tearlament Town, as we finally see our first Tearlament fusion of this duel. Tearlament's Kaleidoheart hitting the board. It's going to go ahead and attempt to get rid of the Scareclaw Chimera and then itself, which means it can come back. And if it does, goodbye Tearlament. So having sent that Tearlament monster to the graveyard, looks like it's time to fuse once more. This time combining Merly and Danger Nessie. Taking a brief moment to actually shuffle the decks, right? We've been going in and out, but it's actually important now. Stacking those to the bottom of the deck and bringing out Gorura, Wings of Resonant Life. I think that's a secret rare, so probably from the rarity collection there, but so many different points of attack mode. Looks like we're going in. Those half-life points didn't matter. Offering the handshake. Lara takes it with a 22-card trap-based Tearlament deck, showcasing how strong that deck really can be. Speaking of strong, we'll get to meet our winning duelist here in just a moment, so don't go away. We'll be right back with an interview. See you soon. Laura, the winner of our feature match, and I have to say, well, here, let's scoot over just so we can get the start of the show here. 22 trap cards. How did we wake up this morning and say, this is the correct number of trap cards for my deck?
Well, I really like purple cards, and you can only put so many in the extra decks, so, you know, I kind of got to fit them in the main.
Makes sense. Just want to make sure if you could just tilt the microphone just so they can hear you down in the audience there. But really, really cool stuff there. Again, just great use of the Absolute King Backjack and the Transaction Rollback. Tearlaments have always been a really good deck. Was this a deck that you were playing all the way back in Darkwing Blast, or have you kind of built yourself up to it?
I've played this deck pretty much since Pote released.
Oh, okay. So this has been like August of about 2 years ago. What was it that like made you say, no, this is the deck. I'm not going to go full on Monodium. I'm not going to do it the way the other duelists do. This is my strategy.
I think that trap cards generally, particularly cards like Daruma Cannon, are really well positioned at the moment. As well as things like Dynamicious to, against the Snake Eyes matchup, banish the Flamberge and just get that out of rotation. As well, I really like the ability that they give you to kind of grind with the Paleos coming back as link material or XYZ bodies. So I've been happy with it so far in testing, and it seems to be working out.
No, it definitely does, because we're coming out of round 3 here, so you get to enjoy your lunch break on a very good record. I have to ask, because we do have the NAWCQ coming up, are we competing for our invite today?
No, I got my invite here last time with Tier.
Oh, okay, so we're just showing the deck's still good. Just like, hey, remember when you go to Austin, I'll be here. Right? Well, we don't want to keep you from your lunch break any longer, but don't go away. Again, we're going to have a little bit of a break. We'll go ahead and post the time on the screen, but when we come back, it'll still be 6 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! With anything like this, it's going to be a crazy set of duels. We'll see you soon. All right, duelists, not to give you a little jump scare, just in case you had the audio just left on, remember that our next round is going to be starting at 1:40 p.m., which if I check my watch is in only about 5 minutes from now. So sit back, relax, and we will be right back with some dueling action before you know it. Till then. We are just about to get into our next match here. We're waiting for our duelists to get picked out, but the official round has begun, so it looks like our judges are actually coming here with deck lists now. I'm just going to extend my arm, look at a little magic trick here, and got it. Got our deck list here, so it's going to be an interesting match here. Oh, wow. Oh, they picked out a good one for us. So it looks like we are going to be seeing something that if you're entered in that North American World Championship qualifier coming up, you probably saw, well, don't want to say it just in case they're still walking here, but you might have seen a map that features a certain thing. Why don't we go ahead and get to our main scene here, let our duelists enter, and then when that door safely closes, there we go. So it looks like we are seeing Vanquish Soul versus Labyrinth. And we know how good Labyrinth is. It's been doing some incredible numbers, getting second place in Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Raleigh, making the top cut there in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Indianapolis. It feels like it was forever ago. It was literally 5 days ago. But it shows you, just like we saw in our round 3 feature match, Laura using that incredible Tearlaments deck with all those cool cards. This is another way to just control the board and control the field. However, on the other side, Junior running Vanquish Soul. Man, it's fighting game time. We're going to see if we can punch in the codes here and get stuff going in. So, yeah, just some nice stuff for sure. And looks like there are certainly some fans there of some of our duelists in the chat. So it'll be neat. Of course, this stays up on YouTube, so you can always point out later to them how good they looked or how great a time they might have put on a show for you. But let's dispense with the pleasantries. Looks like the duelists are going to go ahead and start shuffling out here. And this is going to be an interesting one because, as you know, Vanquish Soul does need to link summon in order to kind of get things going with their Rock of the Vanquisher. However, it's pretty difficult to link summon against Labyrinth these days because they are doing a great job using Arias, the Labyrinth Butler, as sort of a one-stop shop to get that destructive Dharma Karma Cannon face down. Go ahead and activate that same turn, and if you do, you're basically shutting them all off. Just completely going down there. Hey, I'm definitely neutral and impartial here. It's just nice to see people doing what they do best, which is dueling. Again, you were joining us for round 4. We just begun. There's not going to be any other lunch breaks, so other than the time in between rounds, it's just going to be nothing but fun from here as our duelists either try to scrape out that last invite before the NAWCQ, or maybe just make sure that they still got it, right? They are ready to become the North American champion and go on to the World Championship from there. In Seattle, Washington's actually going to be on U.S. shores here, so looking forward to watching from home with the rest of them. All right, so it is time to duel as Khalil goes ahead and starts things off with a Labyrinth Servant there. Going to go ahead and add and reveal that trap card. And looks like, speak of the Butler, going to go and discard that Butler to go ahead and set down the Labyrinth trap. Oh, but Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring stops that negation right away. So, because the trap card was activated at least, Arias is going to go to defense mode. So it could be worse, right, if you are cheering for a Labyrinth player there. I mean, the deck is all about interruptions. Only fair that it gets interrupted every now and again. But with 2 Labyrinth helpers on the board, that is going to basically end the turn. It looks like Vanquish Soul Razen is going to hit the board. Doesn't seem like we're going to do anything. Taking just a brief moment to think about that trap card, but Khalil passes there, so Junior goes ahead and searches through the deck to figure out what monster card he's going to tag in. Again, Vanquish Soul kind of got that fighting game vibe. I cannot wait to see that mat in person. If you haven't seen it, go to the website for the NAWCQ, and you can really see that, like, that Vanquish Soul mat just looks like a character select screen. And there's the random there. Speaking of random, we're going to go ahead and reveal a Vanquish Soul to get a Vanquish Soul. Has a certain ultra athlete-like feel, but if you're just thinking like the vibe, just picture it. It's just tagging cards in. All right, so Junior considering the next play there. Khalil doesn't look like he's going to do anything new. Just going to go in the battle phase, actually. So Razan attempting to attack. And now I think we have to activate that trap card. And it is going to be the Dogmatica Punishment. So Dogmatica Punishment going to go ahead and send something from the extra deck to the graveyard in order to target a monster with equal or less attack and go ahead and try to destroy it. Usually you see Elder Entity Untis for that purpose because it also allows you to destroy an additional card. And I don't know if the Vanquish Soul Xiaolong is going to be able to stay on the field. It's got 2,400 attack points, which is huge. but not enough for 2,500 from the Intus. So still haven't decided what we're doing, but looks like, oh, didn't quite see that from the reflection, but it might have been something. The light is a little too strong here. Shades of the attribute we'll be seeing all throughout the rest of the year there. But either or, looks like the Vanquish Soul Xiaolong is going to get destroyed by the Dogmatic of Punishment. Now it looks like Khalil's drawing for turns. Razen really defenseless there. Now Razen, not terrible by itself. Again, if you reveal a fire card, it can't be destroyed by battle or excuse me, by card effects this turn. If you reveal a fire in a dark, you just destroy all monsters in that card's column. So a great way to get rid of things. Seems to be where we're at now. It's always the R turn. Certainly without player audio, it's sometimes difficult to tell, okay, which side of the field are we on or which side of the turn are we on? But we are still on Junior's side of the board as he links summon, getting rid of the Razen and bringing out the Rock of the Vanquisher. Certainly a lot of fighting game news coming our way. And it's going to be quite an exciting year for anybody who's a fighting game enthusiast, whether they're just into this card game or the great beyond. All right, but speaking of Great Beyond, because we have Labyrinth, for lack of a better way of saying it, here comes our Lady of the Silver Castle. Going to use that Trap Relay to set another powerful trap card there. And not to be outdone, Junior at least has 2 face downs, but fortunately we are going to welcome ourselves into Labyrinth and use the sort of Trap Relay effect of the Lady there to set a trap card with a different name. And it looks like it's going to be that Destructive Dharma Camera Cannon. Rearing its, I don't want to say it's an ugly head, it's ugly cannon, right? But either or, it is a very powerful card that's been used both defensively and offensively as time goes by. Not giving up here against the King of Fighters, our King of Games here, Khalil, placing the Stoby Torby in defense mode. He's getting additional resources from his Labyrinth strategy on board. Really with the decks about the same way that Junior on the right side is playing a fighting game, Khalil might as well be playing an MMORPG, just sort of leveling things up bit by bit as it gets lost. We did lose the Triple Tactics talent there from the effects. Going to go ahead and set one additional card. It looks like this time we'll be sending both Arias and the face-up Stoby Torby to the graveyard to go ahead and set another Labyrinth trap card. Okay, both players pretty much locked in the zone, must be familiar with each other's decks, and not every day you see somebody who does have experience against the Vanquish Soul strategy, excuse me. But one of those things where if you do have the matchup knowledge, it just makes it just so much easier to play through as another Labyrinth Servant drops down. So again, Ariana, just allowing you to draw a card, maybe, you know, special defeat monster, set a spell or trap. Just do some Labyrinth stuff. And it's really why this deck is just so powerful because, yes, it's a trap control deck, but it's a trap control deck that can jump into the game very quickly. Speaking of the time to jump in, our Coup Clock is ready to sort of accelerate those trap cards. Let those activation timings happen just much faster than they usually do. Razen hitting the board in defense mode, going to attempt to use its effect, maybe revealing both the fire and the dark there. No, we're just going to go ahead and use its on-summon effect. And it looks like we're going to grab a Pantera there. So using every single piece of the Vanquish Soul strategy, including some of the lesser used cards, but just not something that you necessarily include too many copies of. Still got to like to use everything. You know, some people are like, no, I'm only going to run one. And then, hey, game grinds out, and all of a sudden you need it. We do know there's an Earth in the hand, but it looks like before that even comes up, it's time to open your arms and welcome another monster here. Labyrinth strategy, always a good time for the Labyrinth player, just being able to have so much access to so many different cards over time. And it's a deck that always is going to be something to consider because every time a normal trap card is printed, you kind of have to consider that, like, maybe that big welcome Labyrinth is going to bring out another big bruiser, and then they're going to have access to all these wild trap cards. But it does look like we're returning the Labyrinth Servant there, so it can get reused, and multiple effects here from the graveyard. Again, we're going to be showcasing, looks like Stovey Torby, as well as our big Welcome Labyrinth, and then, Welcome Labyrinth there. A little bit of a glare on there, but can just about make it out. But even before that happens, looks like we're going to go ahead and flip out the Vanquish Soul Snow Devil, revealing every attribute there. Always feels good if you've got the full complement there of Dark Earth and Fire monsters, which, depending on the number revealed, you get to inflict 400 damage, and then special summon a Vanquish Soul, maybe inflict 600 damage, and then the Vanquish Souls can't be returned, and then maybe inflict 800 damage, and then destroy all monsters on the field. So a lot of different ways to get through there. Of course, it is a trap-based effect, so don't know that we're going to do anything else here, though. The monsters are currently revealed, so looks like we are resolving this in sequence. So what appears to be, tilting my head there to the side just so I can see, hopefully, as well as you can, that might be a Zhao Long. But it also might just be a Dr. Madlove. I'm going to say, based on the star level, that's probably that. But before it even comes up, looks like we're going to have the Rock of the Vanquisher go to the graveyard instead, right, taking the hit for all of those monster cards there. Now, if you're wondering, hey, wait a sec, I still see a Labyrinth monster on the field. What's going on? Well, it does have some in-archetype protection there. But again, just some crazy combinations of cards here. It's always good to see the deck-building decks really performing well because you really get everything in that initial package. And eventually, you know, if you're lucky, you might get a few more cards down the road. But again, while there's a set card in the field, that Lady Labyrinth of the Silver Castle is not going to be destroyed by card effects. So as we're slowly but surely resolving, we're going to go ahead and put the Devil back in the graveyard there. Now play's kind of evened out, sort of footsies if you're a fighting game fan. It's the neutral game. But not for long. Looks like we're going to see a Chaos Angel there, combining 10 stars worth of various monsters there. And since it was Link summoned, there's going to be Synchro summoned, we can go ahead and banish something off the field there. Now it looks like Razan might be the target. Certainly important to choose where you're putting these monsters since columns are very important against Vanquish Soul. It looks like we're going to go ahead and reveal a fire there so that monsters won't be destroyed, but they're still going to be banished. Khalil taking a moment to think about what he's going to commit to the board next. Is going to discard the Kuklok, as well as Sandraglier, and another Servant. So just about to get, well, all the Labyrinth cards in the book. And so it looks like we are going to see Kuklok in defense mode. Not exactly the strongest monster in the book, right? 0 defense, but it's not for the defense points. It's just nice to have another material on board. And that material is going to immediately be used for Relinquished Anima. Again, columns are important not just for Vanquish Soul, but if you're putting a monster for the extra monster set, it could be difficult. Now, we are going to see Infinite Permanence. Going to go ahead and negate that Relinquished Anima, but it also means that that upper left card that you see that's set, if it's activated, well, it's in that Fabled Imperm column. So anything activated for either player in that column this turn, the Spell and Trap Zone is going to be negated. And we are seeing those two monsters combined into, wow, take a look at that. So SP Little Light tried to do what it did. Was going to banish, then the Infinite Impermanence tried to negate it, but it just changed its own effect to go ahead and banish those cards until the end of the turn, saving SP Little Light for another day. So now we have two Imperm columns. Going to be very careful here, but it looks like we're just going to go right to the end phase and put everybody back where they were. So Zhao Long in defense mode, and the SP Little Light back on the field in attack mode. So on the Vanquish Soul side, time to see. We put another quarter in the machine. What are we going to get out of it? Well, first we got to choose our player, so we'll turn our Vanquish Soul Zhao Long to attack mode. Might be who we're opting for. And looks like we're just going to the battle phase. Taking a moment to think about that, Junior. Not exactly excited about this split decision, right? Do we make the Vanquisher? Well, it's like before we even get a chance to do it, it's time to open your arms again for Welcome Labyrinth. Special summoning the Servant again. And going to go ahead and bounce. So still the main phase here for Junior. Always a way to get back into the game with Vanquish Soul. But I think that's all she wrote. Wow, Junior decided not to get back in the game. Maybe that's enough. He tried. Eventually things were just going to get out of hand. So there's going to be 0 life points there for Duelist 2. And now we got to get to the side deck here. And again, yes, Labyrinth is a trap control deck, but it's not the same type of trap control deck that we've seen throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card games history, where you're just like, put in some spell and trap removal, call it a day. Unfortunately, you're going to have to do a little bit more creative plays than that, and we'll see what ends up popping out of the side deck from either player here. Now, certainly plenty of time left on the clock. Again, we're using Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron. It's going to be counting up. But with 13.5 minutes on the board, that does mean there should be about 31.5 minutes left. So players should be done with side decking soon. Still plenty of time for game 2 and 3. We have been very fortunate not to have a life point based decision at the end of the duel. Because, you know, everybody wants to see, they want to see an anime finish, right? They don't want to just see a draw of the duelist walk off into the sunset. So we've been blessed so far. Although commentators curse, this may be going to a split decision. My apologies if so. Just some very light side decking there on the side of Khalil, just deciding both duelists sort of steely staring down their decks, shuffling through again. It's round 4. Each one of these events is a marathon, not a sprint. You can't give them all the gas just in that first turn. You still have to be here for basically the entire day. It's not a bad place to be, but it's true that with each duel that passes by, maybe you lose a little bit of energy, maybe you get a little bit more tired. So you just have to kind of measure your energy. You can't give it all up in one go. Show up here with a dual disc, screaming your head off like it's the anime. You might be pretty tired by the time it gets to round 4 or 5, especially after that lunch break. But both of these duelists seem locked in and ready to go. Junior just completing the last of his side deck, opening up the green deck box, popping in the red sleeves, and looks like shuffling up to present the deck to the opponent. Hopefully we get to see your bright dueling action at the NAWCQ in Austin again. It's only going to be about 5 weeks until Yu-Gi-Oh! Comes back to Texas in kind of a big way. The Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series has not happened here since 2019 in Fort Worth. We are literally living on a different planet compared to 2019, and before it, the last time the North American World Championship Qualifier was here was in 2018, also in Dallas-Fort Worth. So certainly a treat. Austin, very accessible to people from San Antonio, Houston, Dallas. So it'll be a good time. We hope to see you there. Maybe even as our local hometown legend. All right, so decks are getting passed aside. We're going to go ahead and cut. Now we get to see if Junior elects to go first or not with his Vanquish Soul deck and those beautiful red sleeves. Certainly not a wrong way to do it. You kind of want to prevent the Labyrinth player from being able to go first, although it definitely feels like our turn, so does it really matter? But it does look like they're going first there. Junior setting 1 card on the board face down, maybe 2. Is that it? Doesn't seem like a monster is jumping out of the hand onto the field. But it looks like Kuklak is going to get be discarded by Khalil for even drawing. So we are still on Junior's turn here, but that, again, is what Labyrinth is all about. Oh, but Dimension Shifter being discarded there. And looks like we're also going to see Stovey Torby and an Infinite Impermanence discarded. So from here on out, once the Dimension Shifter resolved for these 2 turns, including Junior's, nothing should be hitting the graveyard. It looks like we are going to go ahead and set the Welcome Labyrinth. And Kuklak is going to hit the field in defense mode. And now our lovely Labyrinth is making it to the field. Of course, the Welcome Labyrinth is going to resolve being banished there by the Dimension Shifter. Dimension Shifter is certainly good. You know, many duelists are terrified of it. They talk about, oh, you know, I was having a great day, and then that card just showed up. But for the most part, over the course of this tournament year, we've seen players just learn to adapt. It doesn't feel good, but you're still able to get through. Looks like we're seeing a Vanquish Soul continue there. So maybe took a quarter right there out of Junior's pocket by destroying that face down, unable to special summon a monster back to the field. Khalil is going to be setting. And also looks like they're committing to the normal summon, so it's Servant time. Let's go ahead and search the deck here. And now we've got the Lady. So Lady and Lovely here, ready to rock it with the best of them. Khalil seems to be getting ready for the battle phase, and yeah, with 2 quick attacks in short order, all of a sudden Junior's life points are getting kind of red kind of fast, and there's no X factor that we're going to be able to pull out. No, hold on, it wasn't 29,000, it was only 2,900, so let's go ahead and put that numbers back up. There we go, so it should be 3,500 life points once we find the plus button. Yeah, there we go. Right, so 8,000 to 3,500, pretty low on Junior's side, and not exactly a commanding position there. Seems to be revealing it. Oh, just not able to summon anything with multiple copies of high-level Vanquish Soul monsters, and Labyrinth is able to clean it up in short order. So unfortunately there, if you are excited about Vanquish Soul, it's not bad. But it does mean that if you are going to be able to get through your opponent, you might have to have a couple of quarters ready. Well, we don't get to talk too much more about Vanquish Soul, but we'll have Khalil up here in a moment to talk about what it feels like to play Labyrinth under that level of fighting game pressure. We'll see you in a moment. Coming right back from break here with Khalil, the winner of our duels. If you want to just come on in. Again, quite the cool gameplay there. I got to say, Labyrinth has just been on a tear lately. Is there anything that a Labyrinth player is afraid of at this point, or you're just like, nah, I'm just going to send those monsters and just get going?
I'm definitely scared every time my opponent activates the Fire King card. Or to be honest, the voiceless card if I lose die roll.
Okay, so there are a few things out there. Let me ask you, had you played against Vanquish Soul that often, or was that your first time playing them in a regional format like this?
It is my second time playing in the region, but one of my friends really likes the deck, so I played it versus a lot.
Okay, well, it's obviously popular because that beautiful, I don't know if you've seen that NWCQ bat. That's going to be so cool to see. Well, speaking of Nats, right, it's going to be here before we know it, only about 5 weeks or so. Are we playing for our invite today, or are we already qualified?
No, I have my invite. To be honest, I just want the mat because I usually play voiceless. So I really like the Saphira mat.
That is a good one for sure. Yeah. Man, the regional mat on that is gorgeous. Well, with that in mind, you know, there's a lot of Labyrinth players out there. They might be just sitting there watching from home, or maybe they're watching the Italian Nationals and thinking, okay, I've got to get to the NAWCQ or whatever WCQ. Do you have any advice for Labyrinth players out there so they can go ahead and just kind of charge in as fearless as you did?
To be honest, I think the deck is mostly solved. I think that basically at YCS Raleigh and YCS Indy, almost the exact same list topped. I think basically just some variant of that list is the best version to play. The Fiendsmith cards are coming out for Nats, and I kind of want to play those in it.
Some good stuff coming out. It's going to be crazy. People are going to forget the fire attribute even
Yes.
existed. We had
I
some
hope.
people in the chat, by the way, who were shouting out to. Do you have any shout-outs for home before you get going back to the tournament?
Yeah, actually, last round, Laura, that was my girlfriend, so shout out her.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, man, all the duel in the family. You got to
Yeah.
keep that up. Well, then, with any luck, we'll be seeing you in Austin in just a couple of
Yeah.
weeks, and good luck in the rest of your
Hopefully.
tournament.
Thank
And
you.
You go away anywhere because we'll be back here with 5 more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Before you know it. See you soon. All right, duelists, so before you knew it, we were back already, and this is going to be a real treat. Again, we already had our lunch break, but it's time for a little dessert because we are going to be featuring Madolche, actually, which, as you know, will have some new support cards later this year in the Infinite Forbidden. But jumping on into the action here, looks like our players are already getting set up there, and we are going to be having Julio playing the Sinful Spoil Snake Eye deck, a very popular choice, but less popular but undefeated at this time. Alex is going to be rocking out a Vernusylph Madolche concoction there, featuring plenty of those great Earth Ishizu monsters that we've been seeing, well, for about 2 years. We don't see them as much anymore since they're not all they used to be, but they all are Earth monsters, which means they're going to be great with Madolche. So, right, snack jokes aside, this is going to be a fun matchup, and certainly something that you're going to want to sort of study and see, because again, Madolche is going to have new cards coming out later this year, so you just want to make sure that you have all the new information there. Well, moment of silence for our head judge and make some announcements real fast on site. I think we're just good on the announcements there. For those of you watching from home, I'm actually on the same audio channel as the head judge, so I don't want to talk over them. All right, I think we're good now. All right, so players getting ready again. It's going to be Julio on the right with certainly some fans in the crowd already. And Alex on the left there. Again, it's going to be really neat to see Madolche. Both players playing mostly spells and monsters, not a lot of traps. There's going to be a deck battle where we just got to go in. All gas, very little breaks. All right, looks like Julio got an 11 there. Given another chance there. Oh, only managed to roll a 10, so Julio's going to get to decide. Probably, I would imagine, going first. Again, we are coming to round 5. Both these duels undefeated, so they are 4-0 each. And again, this will be certainly an exciting one. Madolche Vernusylph is something that is really powerful. We know that because just it's one of those Earth support strategies that just blossomed really well, but with so many great decks to choose from lately, it's hard to just settle down on one, so the Earth attribute monsters haven't exactly been at the top of the pile. Not to say they're bad, they're just not certainly the choice that every duelist is making. It looks like timer's already started, so duelists are going to go shuffle up and get going. Probably going to have Julio start off here with a bonfire. It doesn't seem like the activation is interrupted by Alexander, so we're going right into Snake Eye Ash. It'll be normal summoned on the field, trying to use the effect. So far, so good. Now, establishing a board obviously is not difficult here with Snake Eye, but it's really about how far can you get in before your opponent brings something down upon you. And taking a look here as Poplar uses its effect, having been added to the hand and special summon. What are we going to pull out now? Well, it's going to be the Divine Temple of the Snake Eye, which means they don't really have to worry about Nibiru, the Primal Being, as much. Again, if that Nibiru comes crunching down, your opponent just special summons something. So you, as the controller of the Divine Temple, if you've got something in your spell and trap zone, it gets to jump forward. And it looks like we're going to go already from the Snake Eye Oak into the Snake Eye Flamberge. I'm going to go ahead and link off the materials there to make IP Masquerena. So we're going to go ahead and have the Flamberge Dragon placed in the spell and trap zone there, and already have Oak and Ash. Oak didn't use its effect before, so now Oak is going to bring the Poplar to the field, and now we've got the 3 materials and monsters going down there, possibly 4 dependent. See what it is we're bringing out here. It looks like it is going to be an Appaloosa Bow of the Goddess there. So 3 materials means it has 2,400 original attack. Snake Eye is certainly a very consistent deck, and that's why it is elevated to the top tables pretty consistently there. We saw 22 out of the top 32 decks in YCS Indianapolis there, but I promise you, once Alex gets playing, you have not seen a duel like this, not for some time. Right, so we're going to go ahead and cut across the table here. And certainly not the most powerful Snake Eye board there. We did not see the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames, so we're really just taking a look here at the special summon ability of the Flamberge or the Temple to bring out a single copy of IP Masquerena, maybe link it off in order to get a SP Little Knight. And if you sent that Flamberge Dragon to the graveyard, then you've got even more materials for more fun later. But first off, we're going to start off with Kashtira Fenrir. And Julio may not have any idea that he's playing against Medolce, so he may just think, oh, okay, so it's a Kashtira Fenrir, but it is an Earth monster, the unifying factor between these three cards, Vernusylph, Medolce, and Kashtira itself. But we are going to see IP Masquerena get special summoned out. So at a moment's notice here, we could see something a little weird. I assume that's going to be on the field spell. No, it wasn't on the field spell, so we are going to have start going to get, but instead of using the Appaloosa to reduce the attack to negate that, looks like it's going to be Effect Veiler. We're in the main phase over there on Alex's side. So saving the attack there, and oh, it's Dino Wrestler Bankratops. Another great level 7. Kind of reminds you of the power level of Kashtira Fenrir. But even more powerful because of its chain ability. Doesn't have to wait to use its effect. Can just say, nah, you know, I'm getting out of here, and you are losing a card. Do have two level 7s on the board here, so we could have a rank 7 play. But that's not really why we're over here. We're over here to see some desserts, but we haven't seen anything sweet just yet. Taking a quick look again at the Pankratops. Yeah, Chain, Tribute, Destroy. It's not like Fenrir. You don't have to wait there and just take that effect to the face. You can jump in and do a little arm wrestling there with the Dino Wrestlers. Drop your opponent's effect or card to the mat there as you destroy it before it even matters. Now, speaking of such, we do have the SP Little Knight who can equally react, turn on a dime there. Whenever a card effect is activated, of course, you get to banish 2 cards on the field. We'll return to the end phase, but it's a nice way to just like, up, going to jump out of the way here. And it looks like Dino Wrestler Pankratops is going to attempt to destroy the Appaloosa, who is going to negate that right there. So it should be reducing attack down to 1,600. Alex doesn't seem like he has anything too much planned there. The Snake Eye Ash and Snake Eye Oak will hit the field. So certainly consistent there. Alex not quite showcasing how it is that he got to the top tables undefeated, but just kind of a muted opening there. Again, the Kashtira Fenrir and Dino Wrestler Pankratops are ordinarily pretty strong. Great combo pieces to kind of clear out the board and turn into a rank 7 Xyz if that is your wish. But instead, we are seeing the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye added to the hand via the Poplar. So taking a little considerate there, just showing off, hey, I got Ash, hey, I got Snake Eye, Sinful Spoils. What to do next, though? Alex considering what to do, doesn't really have much. Going to go into the battle phase and attack. The Appaloosa is now 1,600, so it should be 800 right off the top there. Got rid of a very big threat and certainly could play additional monster effects now, but if unable to play any monster effects, doesn't spell anything good for Alex. Hasn't used the normal summon there, but looks like we are going to see some Vernusylph action here as the Vernusylph of the Misting Seedlings enters the field. Going to go ahead and get rid of the Kashtira Fenrir as its cost there. So again, not only do all monsters lose 600 attack except Vernusylph, but you can discard both the Misting Seedlings and a monster or Vernusylph card. Of course, you can't do anything non-Earth for a while, but you get to add an Earth Fairy monster from your deck to your hand. And that could be really important because it'll give you access to a lot of different Medolce cards, including things like Medolce Angeli. So it looks like that is going to resolve. So maybe this is where Alex sort of comes to life. But it doesn't seem... Oh, we're going to go ahead and actually get a Kashtira Fenrir, and at the same time we are adding a single copy there of our next Vernusylph monster. Looks like that one is going to be the Flourishing Hills. So if you haven't seen Vernusylph in a while, who could blame you? This has been the year of fire, not the year of earth. Again, discarding this card into a monster that's a Vernusylph card, you get to add another Vernusylph from the deck to the hand, except, of course, the Flourishing Hills. Then you get to special summon an earth monster from the graveyard. So a lot of different ways to pump up the board and just showcase that there are multiple attributes in Yu-Gi-Oh!, not just fire. Julio seems like he's having a decent time, sort of smiling idly to himself as he cuts the deck and passes it across the board. He is in a great position, right? There's nothing really to worry about when you have that many bodies on the board, including the SP Little Knight and the Snake Eye, Ash, Oak, and Poplar. Especially with that field spell, though we haven't seen anything in the spell and trap zone, it wouldn't be too difficult to get something like a Snake Eye Bellstar there. And we are going to see our Madolche Angeli. So we talked about dessert. Don't want to promise something we can't deliver on. So it should be tributing to special summon a Madolche card that will return back to the hand if it's still there on the field. But ideally, that is not the play, right? It's going to get gobbled up into a material of some kind usually. Remember, there's great Madolche Xyz monsters, there's Madolche Link monsters, and there's more coming in the future. All right, so dessert tray continues to roll out here as we grab our next Madolche. And again, searching the deck here, that IP Masquerena, excuse me, the SP Little Knight. Always kind of threatening there. Not to be outdone by the Madolche Petting Cecile. It does look like we are going to banish the newly summoned Kashtira Fenrir. Just temporarily till the end of the turn. And looks like another Vernusylph of the Flourishing Hills dropping down there. Now we get to the Ishizu stuff. It's always nice to see things like, Medora, Keldo, etc. Julio taking a moment to stretch there, realizing, okay, this is going to be a much longer turn than I expected. They want to strap in for a bumpy ride as we go down Earth Road once again. It seems like we're going to go ahead and bring out the Flourishing Hills in defense mode. So now we have 2 level 4s. Maybe time to see something like a Tiramisu. Maybe the Glace Soufflé. A lot of fun names to say in the Madolche family. But it looks like instead it's just going to be the terribly tired tapir, right? Number 41, Boguska. Boguska being in defense mode certainly slows things down. Not invulnerable to Link monsters, but it certainly has a way of getting around everything. But just being pretty decent defense and having the ability to turn off most of the effects on the field as long as they're resolving defense mode. As you know, there's a lot of Link monsters out there. Those Link monsters can't go to defense, so they are not worried about how tired the tapir is. But Julio at least has his work cut out for him. Starts to assess the field there. Looking at that Boguska, thinking to himself, well, I mean, something that I got to work through, but with all those blue cards in the extra deck, none of those can be switched sideways, so we might be able to play through this pretty fast. We do see the Nightmare Phoenix being brought kind of the top there. Great way to at least get rid of one of your monsters. Doesn't necessarily advance the game state in the sense of discarding or trying to draw. You're not really using either of the effects there. Just kind of taking the name, putting cards in the graveyard. Julio just searching through the deck there. Take a quick look at the hand to decide what's next. There's a lot of different combo lines you could go through, as we've seen the Snake Eye showcase before. But it's a little different when you have to deal with all that defense mode, right? It's going to be difficult to use Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon. If you're staring at a terribly tired tapir, it's going to make you take a nap. And if you are in defense mode from its effect, or really just in defense mode in general, those effects are not going to resolve properly. They are going to be negated. So still just thinking out. Oh, I see it. Looks like it's going to be the Goddess of the Underworld there. We do have 4 monsters on the field. Maybe use one as 2 Link materials. Looks like that is what's going on. Correctly moving the SP Little Knight back into the main monster zone because it wasn't in the extra monster zone yet. All right, that's 3 materials right there. There's the 4th one. And we're going to get rid of Boguska. So again, if you haven't read the Goddess of the Underworld in a while, remember, you get to use one of your opponent's monsters. And that feels pretty good to get out of a lot of different types of cards here that might otherwise seem invincible, right? If we had that back in the days of Apocryphal Towers and the Clifford strategy, maybe it wouldn't have seemed that bad. But it does get rid of a lot of different outs that are commonly played, whether it's Psychic and Punisher, perhaps you're into a Pearly player and there's X-Pearly Noir, and it has that quick effect to negate the special summon of a monster from the graveyard, right? She is the goddess of the underworld, not you. So goodbye, Monster Reborn, and hello, goddess. Now, it's not going to be necessarily game-breaking when it comes to that. You're not special summoning that many monsters. And here's the good news. The Chimera Fenrirs are actually active again because Babushka is no longer negating them. So if you use a monster effect, it's totally possible the Chimera Fenrir is going to be able to banish something. Julio having a good laugh there. Okay, I realize what's going on here. I won't be able to proceed further there. It's a great card, though, and it's going to continue to be better. It's got a little support card coming in the future that allows you to use one of your opponent's monsters as a link material that it points to. The arrows are up and upright, so it's getting to the point where only the far right monster zone is safe, and barely at that. But now we're going back in the deck with the Snake Eye Ash here that was summoned. That's going to add a Snake Eye Poplar. So feeling pretty confident about himself, Julio just presses on in, not worried about the negated Chimera Fenrirs, and instead grabbing that Promethean Princess. Got to decide what materials to use there. Only about 14 minutes of the 45 minutes on the clock used up. So if Julio is able to close out this game, we will be moving on to the next one with plenty of time to make sure we get a decision based on the game rules itself, and not the tournament policy guidelines. Promethean Princess now on the field, deciding who to special summon. Closely clutching those cards in hand. Alex says, hey, I want to look at the graveyard too. So as we can see here, lots of different key pieces of the Snake Eye strategy and plenty of great fire monsters in there as well. We do see the Flambird Dragon coming out as a special summon. It's going to make it very easy to go ahead and poke through. Flambird Dragon being able to literally shove that Chimera Fenrir into the spell and trap zone, maybe spin it into vertical as it goes. Julio taking just a brief breather. Feeling all right there. Maybe a missed opportunity with the Keldo there to be able to warp it back. But something to think of. But again, that is going to be placed there, no longer a threat, into the spell and trap zone. So now we've got a better understanding of the board. Alex is still hanging in there. Doesn't feel like he's lost the game with 8,000 life points and two decent-sized Chimera Fenrirs in defense mode. You don't have to time things out. I mean, again, you still have about 40 minutes left, or excuse me, 30 minutes left. 30 minutes can go by in the blink of an eye. So it looks like next Julio is going to go ahead and link summon here. Putting into the graveyard maybe 2, maybe 4 materials worth of cards, depending on how they decide to treat the Promethean Princess. But it looks like it's going to be 4 because it is time to rage with Salamangreat Raging Phoenix. Flambard, just an incredibly powerful card, right? About to see multiple monsters summon themselves back out. Crowd is certainly excited to see one of their favorites make it, but in the moment, haven't had the game declared yet, except here comes World Sea Dragon Zealantis. Their eyes don't deceive you. That's not an effect. It literally only requires 1 material. If you've got Link 4, hey, that'll cover all 4 links. So we're going to see that splash we see from World Sea Dragon Zealantis, bouncing all the monsters sort of up into the air and then special summoning face down. Place them right there. We also have a co-linked monster here, so again, during the battle phase, we can do some destruction. And World Sea Dragon Zealantis is a crazy card. I remember the first time I saw it, I'm like, this card's going places. But with the staying power of how many monsters you can put on the field, how consistently you can bring out a Link 4 monster in Snake Eyes, it makes it one of the strongest decks to use World Sea Dragon Zealantis because it's never a dead card. It looks like we're just going to attack both. And that might be all she wrote for the battle phase there. Using the original Sinful Spoils to send the Poplar to the graveyard in order to special summon a Snake Eye Ash. It looks like play passed back over to Alex. So just double checking what it is that each of these cards do. Not a whole lot on the World Sea Dragons Atlantis side. At least at this point, most of the work for Julio is going to be done by the field spell and or the Underworld Goddess. Again, it's a reason they call it the Underworld Goddess of the Closed World. She does close off that beautiful graveyard of yours. Alex going to go ahead and... Ooh, banishing that. Interesting. And that's going to shuffle back maybe our Promethean Princess. Salamangreat Raging Phoenix. Judge taking a brief look there. It is a little interesting to see a monster treat as a continuous spell use its monster effect. Not something we're used to seeing, and maybe not something that we can see. We do have a judge in there, so players are not just by their lonesome. So looks like we're going to place that back. Graveyard remains undisturbed. And looks like our judge is just sort of briefly explaining, hey, yes, it's a card, it's faceable on the field, but it's a spell card, not a monster card. So you're not using its monster effect. Again, both players are required to monitor and maintain a fair game state. So make sure that your opponent is not making any mistakes, and you make sure that you're not watching them make mistakes too. So yes, looks like that is going to go right back to that Pendulum Zone. Because it's a spell card, so hey, it's not time for it to activate. Ooh, but speaking of activating, looks like we have our Madolche Magileine hit the field. Been a long time since we've seen that sort of discount Elemental Hero Stratos. I don't say discount because Stratos is a fan favorite for sure, but obviously Madolche Magileine is really popular in our own right. Yeah, when normal summoner flips summon, you just get to add a Madolche monster from the deck to the hand. So very much like Stratos, but it looks like that's all she wrote. Alex smiling to himself, but going to go ahead and concede that match, and we are going to go into game two. Got about 25 minutes left on the clock. Certainly a long first game there. But perhaps now that the players have a better assessment of what each other's decks are, they'll know exactly what to do and use the most minutes from that clock. Now, it's difficult to side deck in this situation, right? Most Snake Eye players, especially if they're playing Snake Eye builds the way that Julio has constructed his, may have like a Bestial, maybe, just something to deal with light and dark monsters in opposing graveyards, which makes sense, right? You want to stop things like Brandon's Gimmick Puppet Lock, or you want to be able to deal with Voiceless Voice with all the cards they have in the graveyard. Problem is, Madolche is Earth, so it's really important to remember that sometimes you have really reliable outs, but they're only reliable outs for very specific decks. So just relying on a Bestial or something of the like is not going to help you when every monster is Earth. Now, Alex certainly smiling to himself, doesn't feel too bad, right? Lost the first game, but coming into the tournament round 4-0 with Madolche. Probably still going to be topping regardless. And for those of us here, it should be top 48 makes it. Everybody wants to know, hey, can X2 make it? Well, if everybody drops from X2, they don't make it. So stay in the tournament and see what you can get done. We would love to see you down in Austin as part of our World Championship qualifiers. About 5 cards coming out there on Alex's side. Trying to figure out, well, okay, I might get a chance to go first, but I really got to make this count. Julio feeling pretty good there. Managed to squeak out that win. Commanding positions were traded back and forth between the two duelists, but getting there bit by bit. It'll be interesting to see if Alex is still playing Madolche in the future once all the new cards come out on July 19th. Again, check your NAWCQ FAQ, frequently asked questions that is, because the new set will be legal that first day. And you'll have all of Friday to, trade with your friends and construct your deck. But once you get to Saturday, you better know all the new cards, whether it's support for the Tenpai, maybe it's the new colloquially called White Woods strategy. We don't have an official name for that, so don't quote me on it. But there's a lot to look forward to that set. Hey, maybe you're just playing Exodia, right? Grandpa's deck has no pathetic cards, but it does contain all the new Exodia support from the Infinite Forbidden. So a lot of things to look forward to in just a couple of short weeks. But why wait? Maybe you want to play Madolche now. That's exactly what Alex has done to get him here to a 4-0 record. Both duelists are just happy to be here again, especially after a long year of Yu-Gi-Oh! Since we are almost closing out the full season, right? When you think of the season, it's usually World Championship to World Championship, or maybe it's your effective National Championship to National Championship for those in South America and Europe joining us. Everybody likes to say nationals here in North America, but we actually don't have a national championship in North America. That's an extra step. You get to go straight from your regional championship, where we are broadcasting live now, straight to the World Championship qualifiers. So count yourselves among the lucky few. Only a couple thousand duelists every year are eligible to do that. Every other region has a national. They have an extra tournament in the middle of that. All right, so it looks like Alex is going to go first, and starting off with the Madolche Petting Cecile. Going to use that to maybe grab another card. Julio taking a quick look at the hand there, and there goes the Infinite Impermanence saying, no, no, no. Please, please. I've already eaten a full lunch. I do not need the dessert cart to roll on up. But it looks like we have our Vernusylph of the Mystic Seedlings being discarded with what appears to be Herald of Orange Light, by the way. Very cool to have the spell negate there. Excuse me, monster negate. A lot of fairy monsters there, but speaking of fairies, looks like we're going to add an earth fairy here in the form of Madolche Angeli. All right, the Madolche fun continues as we get to our Madolche Salon here. So we do get our Madolche Angeli, and you're probably saying, hey, wait, didn't he summon? Well, he did summon. But again, Madolche Salon, during your main phase, you can normal summon a Madolche monster in addition to your normal summoner set. So nothing weird here, as Angeli tributes itself in order to special summon another Madolche monster from the deck. I think I saw Madolche Hootcakes. So we do have our Hootcakes. Selling out like Hootcakes, huh? Every Madolche monster being some form of pun. Always a lot of fun. The Hootcakes are going to allow you to go ahead and grab the Mesengelato. Mesengelato is going to go ahead and get the Madolche Chateau. So pretty much the whole combo going off here. The single copy of Infinite Permanence just not enough to stop all of this. And it's a reminder that you can really play whatever you want in a regional championship or even all the way to the world championship, because Madolche was represented in 2016 by the French representative back in Orlando, Florida that year. And he just did the homework. And that's all you have to do. If you want to play the deck you want to play, just do the homework. So speaking of which, let's go ahead and take a look at the deck here. Alex going through after activating that Madolche Chateau and grabbing his Madolche Promenade, setting that one to the field. So just a really good combination of cards here, kind of having all the answers, a little bit of power boost, a little bit of protection, and also a little bit of interruption in the form of the Promenade. Again, it allows you to target a face-up monster your opponent controls, face-up card, excuse me, and a Madolche monster you control in your graveyard. Negate the effect of one, and if you do, return the monster to the hand, letting you get a little bit more resources there. Speaking of resources, we've got our Madolche Teacher Glace Soufflé. So Glace Soufflé there to recycle even more out of the graveyard. Again, Madolche typically likes an empty graveyard, so this is just a helpful way to do that even one more time. So many monsters clean back up. And if you love these desserts, man, the Infinite Forbidden's got, I think my favorite one in Japanese, it's called nyakaron. Little pun there, because that's their word for meow. So I would imagine we have got to be calling it meowkaron. Taking a look at the Hoot Cakes, kind of already done its job. There's our Tichiel Glace Soufflé. Certainly a fun deck to play, even a more fun deck to speak. But play is going to pass over to Julio as he draws a card for turn and gets into the groove with a more conventional play, opening up with Bonfire. It kind of shows, maybe he doesn't have something else, risking the draw on Lockbird, although it's unlikely considering how earthed this deck is. We are going to see Madolche Teacher Glace Soufflé go ahead and remove a material there to use its effect. And also chain the promenade to negate that bonfire by targeting that single card in the graveyard. So very, very intricate play there. Again, using the Glace Soufflé to get something in the graveyard so the promenade could activate and go ahead and stop that bonfire. So not only getting recursion there, but also getting the negation of that effect. So if Julio doesn't have that and the cards weren't just there to test for an Ash Blossom or Joel and Lockbird, that might be it. The dessert cart may just roll over these tiny fire monsters. Oh, but we're doing triple tactics talent. Might be time for Fire to try to overcook these Hootcakes. Hootcake crossing the board there. You're selling out like Hootcakes. I think I'll take one. The low cost of a triple tactics talent. Then that card's going to go to the graveyard for the cost of Diabellstar, the Black Witch. So loading up on carbohydrates so that the Black Witch can go ahead and get going here. Oh, but there is the Herald. Speak its name and it shall appear. Discarding a fairy monster there. Really burning through just so many different resources there. Julio losing quite a bit there as he takes a look, checking the types. Yep, that does seem to be a fairy monster. And using the Glace Soufflé to get those cards back up. So remember, the Herald of Orange Light can be used multiple times. And Tisha Glace Soufflé is showing you, yep, not interested here. Let's go ahead and drop the Angeli and the Herald of Orange Light again. So I think we're getting a little bit of a peek into how Alex managed to get this far with a modest Madolche board, being able to recycle these cards over and over again. If you're not running Cold by the Grave, you might consider it. Looks like play passes back over to Alex's side, draws for turn. The Glace Soufflé is not doing anything, but it's a rank 4 Madolche Xyz monster, so it could be used for Chocolat à la Menthe. But before we do, looks like it'll be time for a little Vernusylph action here with the Misting Seedlings, using that to grab another copy of Misting Seedlings. And special summoning out our Petting Cecile, the level 4 Madolche monster. And then getting to add 2 back, just absolutely incredible. Finding so many different ways to keep those resource loops going. Herald of Orange Light being very strong here since it doesn't have to be used once per turn. And then going into another Xyz monster here, and this time you can see beneath all of that ultimate rare, it looks like it's going to be a Queen Tiramisu. So additional ways to recycle resources. Going to go ahead and put that Madolche back, and I think that might be all Julio needed to see, maybe not. Picked up the deck, but didn't pick up the rest of his cards, so just shuffling briefly. And no, okay, Julio definitely packing up. Time to get back into the side deck there. Alex takes game 2. And we've got about 14 minutes left for our game 3 here. So you got to ask yourself, is Madolche the new good? Or is it about to get overcooked by some fire monsters here? That's always been good. It's always been a great deck. And certainly we saw when Darkwing Blast first came out, things like Naturias being mixed with Vernusylph, being mixed with a lot of different stuff. There's some of these Galaxy Brain nature-style decks. Not necessarily like Earth and Naturia specifically, but what comes to mind would be just these mishmash piles of all this stuff. So really neat to see that the deck still has so much gas there. And just a confirmation from our judge via Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron that yes, a little concession there from Julio, which is fine. Certainly important to know when a game is unwinnable so you can conserve as much time on the clock as possible to be able to finish out, not be pressed for time or feel like you've got to rush. Interesting, Julio already shuffling the deck. Alex just smiling to himself as he looks card by card, putting just a few down there, thinking about his side deck options. Now, certainly the only thing that matters in a duel is the cards on the table, but if you really start to watch the duelists, you can see a little bit of them come to life, right? You get to know more about these people that you're only getting to see for just a brief moment here on our feature match stage. And who knows? literally this badge. Last year, we finally crowned a United States champion for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game worldwide with Mr. Paulie Aronson. Had to start somewhere. So one of these two duelists really could be our world champion going forward. So I'll have to find out if this is one for the history books or just one for today. Again, if you're looking forward to the World Championship Qualifier and you actually haven't had a chance to qualify, there's a lot of stuff to do. We'd love to come see you because there are side events more so than you've ever seen before. I believe the numbers last year were 3,300 unique players in the main event, and 3,700 unique players entered at least one public event or more. Think about that. That doesn't mean 3,700 public events. That means 3,700 different people are like, yeah, you know what, I can do a Win-A-Man, I can do Rivalry of Warlords, yeah, I can do a Duel Links tournament. So if you can hear my voice, I know you love Yu-Gi-Oh! Maybe it's time to plan a trip to Austin on July 19th through July 21st. But that's then, and this is now. So Alex has completed his sign decking, it looks like. Players just counting everything up just to make sure it is good and legal. And this is going to be it. Julio going to get a chance to go first, but we've seen that before. It is not a guaranteed win for a Snake Eye deck to go first. They could open up, as we've been saying over the past couple of weeks, all breaks and no gas, right? It doesn't really get you anywhere if your opening hand is something like, I don't know, Infinite Impermanence, Cross Out Designator, 2 Ash Blossoms and Joyous Spring, and then something, right? That's a great hand of cards that only respond to your opponent's card effects. So again, these decks are, those of you in the audience getting ready for our third duel in this round 5 featured match. It's going to be Sinful Spoil Snake Eye on Julio on the right, and Medulce Vernusylph from Alexander on the left. And both decks have really popped off. And speaking of popping off, we're going to start with our Bonfire, grabbing our Snake Eye Ash. Immediately normal summon to the field, attempting to use the effect. Looks like Alex graciously saying it resolves. And there is Poplar. So popping off into Poplar. Going to go in special summon to the field and grab another card. All of a sudden things are looking pretty good. A Divine Temple of the Snake Eye is your Nibiru insurance, right? Only had 2 summons so far. And this will be the third one with our Dia Bellstar, the Black Witch. Going to go ahead and set that single copy of the original Sinful Spoil Snake Eye down on the field. And then after that, really don't want to be in trouble here. So it looks like, oh, hey, now that's cool. Now, this play makes a little bit more sense over time, but it's always nice to see Celine, right, the queen of the Master Magicians, getting counters, of course, for face-up spell cards on the field. There's no spell cards here. It is a great way to get into Link 3 and just kind of send all these cards to the graveyard. We do have the Poplar there. Poplar is a continuous spell, and there's another one. All right, looks like now we're seeing the Snake Eye Dia Bellstar on the field. And Celine going to go ahead and use its effect to special summon a Spellcaster. Now we've got 4 Link materials worth of monsters. And it's going to be a 2-material Appaloosa at 1,600 attack, so just feeling like, hey, I need that negate more than anything. I need to be able to play without worrying about Nibiru, even though I've got a little bit of what we call Nibiru insurance, right? The field spell being able to bring something from the back to the front. But now we're seeing everything pop off. Snake Eye Ash and Snake Eye Oak appearing on the field. Snake Eye Dia Bellstar placing the Poplar in the spell and trap zone to bring itself forward. Then Snake Eye Ash using its effect to send Poplar to the graveyard to bring out the Snake Eye Flamebird Dragon. Those two combining in order to make an IP Mask Arena. Of course, that means that Snake Eye Flamebird Dragon hit the grave, so 2 more level 1 fire monsters hit the board between Snake Eye Ash and Snake Eye Oak. Julio maybe being able to detect the blood in the water. I haven't been stopped yet. I'm not going to be stopped. So time to go ahead and make the Promethean Princess. There's certainly combinations of cards that can stop him, but it only matters if Alex actually has them. As the Flamberge hits the field and puts the IP Masquerade into the spell and trap zone. Another use of the Snake Eye Oak effect to bring another copy of Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon, and then overlaying those 2 into number 38. I know it's coming. Hope Harbinger Dragon is here. Titanic Galaxy. Being able to control who your opponent attacks and whether or not their spell card successfully resolved feels pretty good. Now, if you are hoping for Medolce to make it, Alex still has a great chance of topping. Remember, this is round 5, and he is 4-0. And let me tell you, X1 can definitely make it. With the crowd that we have here in the audience, they may be studying the notes and learning a little bit about how to combat Medolce. That is the penitence of being on the feature match stage. But with such a crazy field of all of these different ways to interact on the board, you're going to take another look. Again, it absorbs the spell card. That's the most important part. Not only does it say, no, you're not getting that effect. In fact, you're not getting that card back. I think I'm just going to stack this under my Hope Harbinger Dragon Titanic Galaxy. So that's really going to make it kind of difficult. You do have to remember that we saw the Herald of Orange Light earlier in Game 2. So there's a lot of different ways here, but we're going to start with Pot of Prosperity. Now we're going to banish 6 or 3 here. Looks like it's going to be 1, 2, 3. And that's it. So this is a question. Oh, and there's the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring as the answer. I'm not going to use up my single spell negate. I'm just going to go ahead and discard this Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So now what do you have, Alex? Julio says, arms across the board, staring at his opponent. Alex smiles to himself. Has to think about what he's going to do. He puts his hand down, and that's the game. So it was incredible to see Medolce get this far undefeated. But that's going to be his first loss in the tournament, and Julio moves on, signing that sacred match slip. And in a moment, get to talk about what it's like to come back with your lunch still digesting and have to battle it out with that many Medolce. So again, don't go away. We'll be right back with Julio right after this. Received a lot of support from the chat here, so I gotta say, there's a lot of people who wanted to claim, if you look over at that screen here, that they were your protege.
That's my friend,
go.
that's my friend, that's my friend, that's my friend. Yeah, they're all my friends.
Well, it sounds like you had a great playtest group. Let me ask you then, as you're preparing, and you seemed very prepared for this duel, what is your process? How are you getting ready for the regionals here?
I honestly had no idea what any of his cards did. I spent a lot of time reading them, but I just try to do the best I can. And yeah, just try to play as much games as possible.
Well, that's part of it, too, because, again, we've got the North American World Championship Qualifier coming up. There's going to be probably about 3,000 duelists in there, so it is like heads up to be like, okay, I can read these cards and get through it. Were you surprised when you kept seeing the Herald of Orange Light just drop over and over?
Yeah, I was like, what? It's not once per turn, and you add it back to hand? That was crazy.
It's some good stuff. It's some good stuff. Now, I got to ask, you seem very prepared, so we've already got our invite for Austin, right?
No, I hope I get it.
Okay, so we're still doing it. Well, let me ask you then.
I'm trying hard. I'm shaking.
Hey, you're doing great. You're doing great. 5-0 is good. I didn't mean to hype you up. So, again, it's just one duel at a time, one duel at a time. But I have to ask, is there anything that, you've still got the rest of the tournament before you? Is there anything you don't want to run into that would mess up this perfect run that you've had so far?
No, not really. I just hope I have better hands.
Okay, hey, I mean, that is the Sekai experience. Well, keep that humility, that humbleness up, because that'll give you quite the burst of energy as you're going on. And for those of you, do you want to do any shout-outs before we let you go, since everybody in the chat loves you?
Jimmy forced me to shout him out, so I guess Jimmy.
We guessed Jimmy.
Osvaldo, Ricky, my two cousins, Gio, I see you. George, Juan, thanks for the practice. And Jose, thanks for your practice.
Make sure to support the duelists in your life, because you can see it really gives them the energy they need. And speaking of energy, we're going to let Julio get back in there. But
What's
good
up,
luck.
Kat?
Good luck, friends, and we'll be back for round 6 out of 9 with more great Yu-Gi-Oh! Right after this. All right, so slowly but surely we are getting to the halfway point here. Actually, we're well beyond it when you think about it, since we're at round 6 of 9. Again, we are going to be featuring just the best duelists we can find, right? And there's certainly plenty of them here in the crowd. As you've heard, as we've been interviewing duelists, some of them have their invite to the NAWCQ, and some of them are like Julio, who's still working their way through. So again, every one of these duels matters. And as we get further into the tournament, we're going to be featuring some duelists who are kind of on the bubble. That means that winner is likely going to continue on their way to qualifying, but loser may not. So we're going to want to cheer for each duelist in there. That doesn't mean that there's any set way to get to the top. Again, X3 can probably still make it, but we're going to start featuring people who have that X1 and X2 record, because it means that each of these duels really counts. And for our finals, we will likely be featuring the 2 undefeated duelists going head-to-head. Speaking of duelists here, let's go ahead and go into the feature match room here. Duelists just getting set up here. I haven't been supplied with the deck list yet, so we're waiting on a little bit more info here, but everybody just kind of putting stuff out there. It's going to be exciting to see what it is that we've got grabbed here as our duelists get ready to roll. Looks like a little bit of that got off the table. Appeared to be a 6 in total. A little easier with a 7 there. So left side is going to get to choose to go first. We're so glad, by the way, to have you here. So obrigado if you're out there from Brazil. My apologies for not being able to roll a good R. But, again, there are duelists from all over the world just trying to scope out what the competition is going to look like for these upcoming World Championship qualifiers, whether you're coming fresh out of the Italian national stream from earlier today, or maybe you are just cheering for everybody over in the Brazilian national championship we had, where Paulo is probably competing to do his best. Now we're going to get started here, and it looks like, oh, we've got Illusion Chimera. Very neat, as Gazelle, King of the Mythical Claws, is going to get summoned here and add a card from the deck to the hand. Either is or mentioned. So we're going to go grab our Chimera Fusion Quick Play spell card. Now, discarding there for the Illusion Apprentice. One good Illusion Apprentice deserves another, so being able to add any of the Illusion monsters from the deck to the hand. It's going to be a card that, as time goes on, it's just going to continue to be really important for your daily dueling life. It's like Illusion Apprentice Magician from the Dark Magician family, only better. You know, when you think about it, is just getting any illusion monster not limited to that specific deck type. So we did see how it got the Cornfield Quaddle. It's going to go ahead and discard itself to have that active negate in the graveyard, as long as you control the Chimera, the Flying Mythical Beast, a name that really gets around here. And then we're going to use that to add the Mirror Sword Knight. Now up next, now it's finally time to Chimera Fuse. Combining a Beast Monster and an Illusion here. Was that Big Wing Baphomet cannot sell? It looks like we're going to go ahead and grab, there's quote-unquote Chimera, the Flying King of Mythical Beasts. No, your eyes don't deceive you. This is an Ayami Yugi cosplay deck. It is one of the greatest new creations starting on a Duelist Nexus, and appears to be a quarter-century secret rare there as well. So somebody really showing, hey, this is the deck that I love and choose to play. So that means that we're going to lose a card from the hand there with the activated ability of that Chimera. And then we're going to be able to get a little bit more resource here. So it looks like we are going to go ahead and add the Diabells. Diabells, I feel like it's just an incredible card that just hasn't necessarily seen as much play as you would think. Because, again, being able to get rid of the set cards is pretty powerful there. So, again, if you are just joining us, then you probably want to make sure that you know who it is that we're playing against here. So it's going to be a Pedro Alvaro, who is representing the left side with that Diabells they just added. Going to go ahead and fuse again here with Mirror Sword Knight and their Chimera. They're playing against, it's going to be quite the surprise when Frank flips over the cards from his strategy. It is Runick, and it's a Runick with a very small monster profile. We'd be lucky to see a monster here at all. So it looks like we are going to go ahead and see Baphomet, the Mythical King of Phantom Beasts, on the field. Kind of a cool OTK strategy in of itself. We've also got 2 level 6s on the field, so I would not be surprised if maybe we see Evils Are Lars, who's been gaining popularity just because it's a crazy rank 6 Xyz monster, but also the original crazy rank 6 Xyz monster, Beatrice, Lady of the Eternal, who works great in this deck for grabbing the graveyard and filling it with loads of illusions. And there we go. Looks like, no, they can't necessarily hear me over there. They're in a sealed room, but definitely I'm a psychic type monster because, again, we are seeing Evils Are Lars, sort of a new part. If you remember, you know, Dino Rabbit was called that because you used Rescue Rabbit to get out dinosaurs, to bring out the cool evil monsters. Well, Evil Czar Lars is just another in that long line of monsters against a dragon, actually. But when it has material, your opponent just can't target with monster effects. That's huge. And when your opponent activates a card or effect to attach 2 materials or just 1, if all the materials are reptile, and then target a face-up card your opponent controls and negate its effects, which means you can use it even in response to the activation of maybe a normal spell, negate that effect, will resolve with that effect, and it's pretty much just as good as negating the activation. So a Big Wing Baphomet in defense mode and the other Baphomet, King of the Illusions, in attack mode. Pretty decent and resilient board, but probably the most important part is we're going to use that Chimera's ability here to go ahead and get rid of. Wow, okay, it looks like that was Synchro Zone, so the cat might be out of the bag. We are now seeing that is probably a Runick strategy. We did see a lot of these Runick decks, not only in the top cut of YCS Raleigh, but also at the top tables of YCS Indianapolis. Looks like we're seeing 1 day apiece here. So pledged apiece. We're both going to draw a card, and then no one is going to take damage. Pedro, take just a moment to think. Okay, do I want to do that now? We're just going to go ahead and draw. I don't need to win right away. I could just go ahead and get away here. Lots of spells there. Again, I don't think we're going to see a single monster unless it comes out of the extra deck. And speaking of coming out of the extra deck, activating a Runick card. Likely to use that to get Munin or Hugin of the Runick Wings, depending on what you're missing, but probably Munin. And choosing what to discard here with the Munin's effect in order to grab the next one. Field spell feels pretty good. We are going to go ahead, and because there were 2 monster special summon from the extra deck, turn that into the Super Star Slayer Sky Crisis Typhon. Oh, but now it's time for a Chimera Fusion. So while Hugin was able to turn into that Typhon, it's not really the end of the turn here. Again, you know that monsters that are 3,000 attack or higher are not going to be able to be doing anything specific because Typhon is on the field, kind of the perfect anti-Zeus. Does look like we're going to go ahead and special summon another copy of that Baphomet. Using the effects then of the Big Wing Baphomet in the graveyard. Now that Diabells could be really powerful later. We are seeing some set cards on the other side. It looks like we're just going to pass that for now. It's not time to go ahead and use any of the banish-based quick effects. We do see the Mirror Sword Knight, though, on the field, giving just a little bit more bounce to the outs. And Illusion's really become its own deck. You know, it's called Illusion Chimera because Chimeras work so well with the Illusion strategy, but I think we're entering an era where it really is just an Illusion deck in the same way that you wouldn't necessarily call it well, I guess you probably would call it Sword Soul Tenyi, but it really was a worm deck because it's just every good worm in existence. In the same way that Cybers, you wouldn't necessarily call it like a Firewall Dragon OTK, but it is just basically Cyber Surprise. Same way here, I feel like Illusion has finally grown out of its infancy and has enough cards to really feel like its own unique identity. Speaking of unique identity, we certainly are passing around that same identity, Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast. That name is all over the place here, but we're going to banish it to be able to special summon, and the special summon is going to be the Big Wing Baphomet in defense mode. It's going to activate its effect. Frank has no response there. So it looks like we're reaching deep, getting a Chimera Fusion there, and should be one other card. Yeah, there we go. It's Gazelle. So Gazelle, the King of the Mythical Claws, there to possibly fuse with Baphomet. Seems like we're just watching an episode of Battle City here at the top table. It's always fun when these cards get retrofits. Maybe they get reloaded effects there. Oh, but speaking of reloading things, we talked about how great the Illusion strategy is, and there's so many great Illusion cards. Well, now there can be only one. So one at a time, sir. One at a time. You're going to have to pick and reduce the field down. But instead, we're going to have Evil Czar Lars remove its materials, attempting to negate that face-up. There can be only one, which doesn't even destroy it. It just tries to negate it. And then we are also seeing another flipped-up card as well. It's going to be kind of difficult here. Don't know if we have anything further we can do. So it looks like going to go ahead and start revealing here. Runick cards are good like that, so we are going to banish a certain copy of Instant Fusion, our Edge Imp Chain, and our Cornfield Quaddle. So our Runick spell cards doing what they do, right? Able to negate the negate, which means there can be only one. Pedro just taking a second to think there, but got to do something. So it looks like the King of Mythical Claws will hit the grave there. So we're down to a dragon, an illusion, and should be a beast for the Baphomet. Take a look at the extra deck. Obviously, a warrior is neither of the types on the field. So goodbye Evil Czar Lars without any materials, and goodbye Mirror Sword Knight, who does still work in the graveyard. And hello, SP Little Knight. And what a great way to utilize that sort of dead Evil Czar Lars, because that was one of those extra deck monsters used as a material for SP Little Knight. It gets that additional banish. So no, it is not one at a time anymore, because there can be only one who's off the field. It's time for everybody to just crowd at once, right? It's like shouting a certain word in a crowded theater. Everyone is rushing to the exit, and that's exactly what's going on the field here, as it is no longer a single file line. So again, Chimera, great deck, certainly lots of different options there, and starting to reach that point where everyone plays it just a little bit differently. It's super strong because of Illusion's resilience, right? And they've got such great in-archetype cards to be able to deal with everything. And especially, the Chimera, the Illusion Beast has been good, and the Baphomet has been very kind. So it really shows you that this deck has grown up quite a bit. So going to go ahead and pick up one more card there. Looks like we just got into an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. But before we do anything with that, we're going to go ahead and normal summon the Gazelle, the King of Mythical Claws. Trying to just get as set up as he can here. Pedro obviously still working towards a strong tournament finish. Even if you already have your invite, even if you already have the great new playmat that comes with our new season of Regional Championship featuring Saphira there, you still can use this as practice, because I'll tell you, there is nothing better than a duel against fellow competitors that really know what they're doing, right? Because that's how you start to have your own inner duelist come alive, by letting your fellow duels be your sharpening stones. And you do the same favor for them in return. But right now, we're just looking at Magnum the Reliever, the SP Little Knight, and the Gazelle, King of Mythical Claws, just kind of staring down an empty board and passing for turn there. That Typhon is gone. We're going to activate Pot of Duality. Doesn't look like we're... No, okay, there goes the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, stopping the Pot of Duality. But here comes Cards of Demise. Going to draw until we have 3 cards in hand. A little smile there from Pedro, understanding that maybe he took the bait there. Should have saved, but thought his opponent was completely stranded. So 3 new cards, but you'll discard your hand during the end phase. Well, let's start with Runick Tip. And I feel like I would go for the field spell as long as I had additional cards. But there's just no telling here. Pedro picking up every stack of cards he has, his graveyard, his deck, etc. But it looks like he's not going to do anything special there. We are going to go ahead and just have those cards banished off the top, and it is going to be the Runick Fountain added there. Again, Runick Tip does get 1 little banish. Just 1, and then afterwards, certainly easy to add that spell card, considering that you have just so many resources in the graveyard that you not only reuse and recycle, but then you get to draw again. Now, Pot of Duality obviously isn't going to be doing much right now, and could just be set so that you don't have to discard it. Looks like we are going to do the Runick Fountain now. And so here comes Magnum the Reliever attempting to use its effects. So we got targeting the polymerization in the graveyard, placing the bottom of the deck, and then drawing a card. Oh, it looks like that may be all she wrote. Quickly realizing that you can also banish a polymerization as a quick effect and then target a card on the field and destroy it. So by destroying the field spell, not a whole lot that Frank was able to do there. So with only about 12, 13 minutes used up so far. Remember, our clock is counting up to 45 minutes, but we still have about, let's say, about 32 minutes left on the clock here. But again, just an interesting opening there, as we saw, and as you can currently see, as Frank is working through his deck, just not a lot of monster cards to speak of. don't really need them when you think about it. I mean, all your monster cards being in the extra deck is certainly a safe place to keep them. Half the reason why Yatagarasu was such a dreaded card is not because of its effect, but also because you could never find it. Right? It was always back in the hand, so sometimes slim monsters that sort of hide from your opponent, not a bad fit. Now, on Pedro's side, you can see him sort of pensively think about, well, do I take out my Ash Blossoms? Maybe I take out this. Do I really need the Super Polymerization? A lot of room for the side deck stuff. He's got to think to himself, okay, I know it's Runick. Did fine the first game. I may not get that lucky again. So we see things like Triple Tactics Talent come out thinking to himself, okay, they're probably not going to use a monster effect against me. That gives me a space for side decking. And side decking really is the art of identifying what parts of your deck just don't work against your opponent and what you're going to do to replace them. However, also considering, okay, well, I don't want to disrupt it. I got into the tournament this far because of this deck. So every piece I take out of consistency to put something that just wrecks my opponent, it also means I'm just frankly less consistent. Definitely something you have to study at home to be like, okay, if I do this, then they'll do this. If I do that, then they'll do this. Looks like both players have figured out that math in their head. Frank in particular sort of steeling himself for the next match. Small smile through clenched teeth underneath his hat as he grinds the deck together in a shuffle. Meanwhile, Pedro just quietly pile shuffling to himself. A few short weeks, everybody's going to be piling on in Austin. So this is your proving ground. It's how you show everyone that you are what you say you are. Passionate duelist. Now, curious to see if Frank decides to go first or not. Obviously, with the one monster he does decide to run. I'm not going to spoil the surprise till we see it, but doesn't look like we're seeing a shade of orange just yet. But he is going to go first, and we're going to start with 1 day apiece. Everybody join hands. We're not going to do any damage here. Oh, and it's the time-tearing Morganite, allowing for the double draw. No hand effects. But you also get 2 normal summons as well. Going to see the Runick tip be activated. Pedro nodding there resolutely. So we're banishing a single copy of Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring off the top there, which is pretty important. If you wanted to hold on to anything from your deck, man, Ash Blossom would certainly stop things. That's going to add the Runick Field Spell, Runick Fountain, from the deck to the hand. Taking a look here through the extra deck, it's time for fusion stuff. We do see Munin, large and in charge once more. Just working and working and working here. But after that, it's actually just going to be possibly 3 set cards, maybe telegraphing that it's some of those more controlling cards that we saw at the top tables of the YCS. Could be a skill drain, maybe a synchro zone, something like that. We did see the synchro zone destroyed actually in the first game, so no spoilers there. But speaking of getting into the game, looks like Gazelle, the Mythical King of Claws, slamming back down to the field, and we are actually going to see another Runick tip here. So taking a look at the entirety of the deck there and grabbing out another Runick spell. And then it looks like we'll banish something from the top. And looks like goodbye Ghost Ogre. And now it is time for Pedro nodding to himself. Okay, I could have lost a lot worse. Only lost an Ash Blossom and a Ghost Ogre. I mean, Snow Rabbit's a great card and actually could be very helpful here. But it just means that that's more combo pieces in engine still in the deck. So Pedro not phased. Quick look at the hand over there from Frank's side. Appeared to reveal another possibly Runick Freezing Curses. And maybe a card of Demise. But a flash by so fast we'll have to see. Well, find out the hard way just like Pedro does, huh? And then we will be activating Polymerization. So it's time to fuse. We do have the materials for a Guardian Chimera, but it looks like instead it's just going to be a Beast and a Fiend. So they're all technically called Chimera the Flying Mythical Beast, but let's see which of these monsters actually storms the field. Looks like everything is good. Players just wanted to go ahead and confirm. But it's just going to be the Chimera once again. And not a Chimera in name only. This one is going to be our King of Phantom Beasts. So a hand rip at the end of the turn, sending one card from the hand to the graveyard. Also going to get that search. So your Illusion Apprentice is back there. Again, Nightmare Apprentice is just such a good card. One of the most popular quarter-century secret rares of that set, except for maybe Nightmare Throne. Certainly the popularity of a card doesn't mean that it's good, but it certainly flags down that you might want to take a look at it. And speaking of which, we are going to see that Nightmare Apprentice right now, discarding a card and maybe searching out an illusion. Although it looks like we might be dropping something down. This is a special summon monster. So yeah, looks like we're going to freeze that one out. And no search for you. But wait, there's more. It's time to fuse. Oh, activating another Chimera Fusion just to try to dodge that. And there's a Solemn Judgment. Frank committing half of his life points, losing 4,000 off the top just to make sure that no matter what, no, you're not fusing the way you think you are. So we are getting rid of our special summon monsters, and then we're about to banish some cards off the top of the deck here because those did resolve. So goodbye Mirror Sword Knight and Infinite Impermanence. Taking a little private look here through the extra deck. What new option do I need to get myself out of this jam? Pedro must be thinking to himself. And certainly powerful. I think we're going to make sure that we're resolving this properly. Just to make sure. Okay, so again, that would send that to the graveyard. Because if you can resolve that Chimera Fusion, you do have to try to resolve that Chimera Fusion. So if there is a combination of beasts and or illusions and or fiends, you would have to do it, but it looks like by the end of that, we are just stuck with two illusions, being Mirror Sword Knight in the hand and the Nightmare Apprentice on the field. So we are going to start banishing cards. Looks like we'll say goodbye to another Gazelle and a few others. And taking just a brief opportunity to put those cards on the bottom with a Runick Fountain to draw 3 new cards. All of a sudden, Frank's in a much more commanding position as Pedro effectively is just losing out resource by resource by resource. Are going to go ahead and add that Chimera Fusion back to the hand. Taking just a brief second to read over it. Chimera has always been popular since it was first released, but it's not the way that you think of popular decks, right? It's not like Simple Spoil Snake Eyes where you see every single person running it. What you see with Chimera Illusion is somebody adopts the deck and then just never stops playing it. Why would you? I mean, it keeps getting new cards, it keeps getting new boss monsters, it keeps almost giving you like one of those anime deck vibes, and technically it is, at least at its base. But it just feels good to be able to push forward with something that you picked up and not have a trader's remorse, right? You don't have to feel like, oh man, maybe I should have gotten a different card. No, you know that these cards are going to keep you going, and there's certainly a lot of content creators out there too, so good stuff for you to be able to find exactly what you were looking for. Now we're kind of back into the neutral game here, just setting a few cards to the field. And looks like we're going to, another destruction here and some banished cards. Goodbye, Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit. Right for Patchwork Gazelle, the King of Mythical Claws. And another illusion monster just couldn't quite, oh, okay, there we go. So a lot of great options there. Maybe just not enough to get this done. Pedro certainly has a certain vibe to him, that feeling of, okay, I'm trying, I'm putting the monsters on the board. I don't know what else to do at this point. And so turn play moving back over to Frank's side. Setting a monster in defense. Not a lot of monsters in that deck. Wonder what it could be. But activating the Runick Slumber. Going to go ahead and banish 3 cards off the top here. Checking out monster. Looks like we'll chain the Chimera, the king of Phantom Beasts, in order to special summon the end of Anubis from the graveyard. Now, your opponent just cannot activate the effects of cards in the graveyard, and their effects are negated. Sort of like the Graveyard Jinzo. Oh, but it was special summoned. So it looks like we're going to go ahead and negate its effects. And goodbye, another 3 cards here. Fight for Patchwork Infant Permanence and Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. That'll mean that we're going to be able to stack these 3 Runick cards back and go ahead and get drawn here. Now, already starting to feel really good here. Could use that Runick tip in order to search out just something helpful. And then again, banish 1 more card. Pedro already ready for the routine. Going to go ahead and banish it. Didn't quite get to see that, but it looks like it might have been a card that can be activated from the hand. It seems to have low attack and high defense. But that appears to be Runick Golden Droplet. We're really going for the kill here as we just rifle through all the resources. And then finally destroying that and banishing even more cards. Goodbye, Edge Imp Chain and Cosmic Cyclone. That would have been nice to have, wouldn't it? So Flashing Fire getting its work done, and looks like we're also flipping over a card of Demise to draw until we have 3 cards in the hand total. Go ahead and activate that Dimensional Fissure, and then just drop the Terraforming and pass turn. This is going to be pretty difficult to get through on Pedro's side. Not to say that an illusion deck can't play through Dimension Shifter, but this is a permanent Dimension Shifter. Frank fanning out the graveyard. No monsters there to see. So whatever that face down is, could be something exciting. Not really a lot of options here, so summoning the Mirror Sword Knight. Oh, but there's the Synchro Zone. Doesn't matter what you've got on the board. If it's not a Synchro, it's not attacking. And looks like Pedro doesn't seem to have a response. So going to go ahead and Tribute there. Use its effects to dig into the deck for another illusion. Looks like we've got Big Wing Baphomet on the board, but it may not be enough. No access to the graveyard, limited card effects. We are going to go ahead and make sure that the banishment is respected there, so we'll put the Mirror Sword Knight back there at the top left support of the screen. Certainly feeling the pressure. Frank was able to stay in the duel just long enough. Building up that fragile house of cards, but I think that may be it. A little bit of a concession there. And that's all she wrote on that one. So again, with Frank being the victor of the second duel and Pedro being the victor of the first one, looks like we are going to be going into a game 3. Now, both of these decks are really designed to just hang out and exhaust the opponent. But what happens when you literally have 2 strategies that are almost exactly alike? Not exactly alike in terms of a mirror match, but they're trying to do effectively the same thing. You're not going to get to play, I'm going to hang out. I'm not going to get to play, you're going to hang out. Well, we see eventually someone's house of cards collapses. Once that happens, the flood just flows on through. So Frank able to stick it out, and now both players are accessing the side deck, trying to figure out what's going to work. I think I might have seen a Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood. Certainly the extra life points can keep Runick in the game, but right now we've still got 18 minutes left on the timer, so I don't think the life points are going to matter that much. But only time will tell. Pedro already happy with his decisions, beginning the great pile shuffle here. And the matches are just going to get more stressful from here because, again, we're on round 6 now of 9. Still got 7, 8, and 9. 7 and 8, we are likely to showcase some duelists who are on the bubble. That means that if they win, oh yeah, they're definitely in a good spot for the top cut. If they don't win, well, there's always the next duel. And then finally, For our round 9, we will likely have the undefeated players. So if you can hear me in the audience, get ready, because if you're doing good, we want to see it. And certainly no wrong way to play this game with 13,000 cards and counting. Only being able to run approximately 40 to 60, not counting the extra of the side deck. You got to kind of think, okay, what am I going to do here? And we're about to find out exactly now as Pedro does take going first. Starts with a Mirror Sword Knight and immediately uses his effect to tribute and go ahead and grab another illusion card. So, from the Illusion Chimera family, it looks like we're going to take Gazelle, the King of Mythical Claws, and use it to get us a Chimera Fusion. I'm going to shuffle the deck just in case. You never know when a Droll and Lockbird or Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is going to spoil your day, so might as well get that out of the way. But we are going to go ahead and fuse here. So a Fiend and a Beast-type monster. Combine their powers, just like in days of old, right? Fusions are a thing, not just for branded players, into our Chimera. It does mean we get to see one card dropped from Frank's hand. So if you're just like, man, if I see one more Runick Duels, well, hey. Pedro's doing his best. But looks like because the Edge Imp Chain hit the graveyard, we are going to get to see the Fright for Patchwork added there. Grabbing another Edge Imp Chain of Polymerization likely soon. And would appear to be a Nightmare Apprentice Search. So yeah, there's the Fright for Patchwork. Let's go ahead and just stack that hand even more. There's our Polymerization and great Edge Imp Chain there. Again, certainly feels good when your deck does what it's supposed to, performs well. They say luck's a part of skill, but there is still a hand on the wheel there. Pedro's trying to make sure that he doesn't make any mistakes as he sizes up his opponent for this decisive Game 3. Only about 14.5 minutes left on the clock. Nightmare Apprentice is going to hit the board there by discarding. And we are going back in. Just passing through a few familiar faces. It looks like Diabell's is going to get back into the hand. Haven't gotten to see it yet, but I would imagine if you are a successful Chimera duelist, you've probably been having a good time taking advantage of your opponent's sinful spoils in the graveyard. But it looks like instead we'll go for the Cornfield Quaddle, discarding it and using its effect to go even further into the Chimera strategy. Frank taking a moment to be like, does Nightmare Apprentice, does it really do all this? Yeah, it really does. Two basic effects that really just mount up and put this deck really into the stratosphere compared to where it was before Legacy of Destruction. So clutching that polymerization, but I think it's time to activate it. So who we fusing? All right, monsters meeting their makers. Looks like a Big Wing Baphomet and maybe a Mirror Sword Knight. Can't quite make it out under the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card Game logo there. But it looks like that's exactly who we've got here. And so many cool different fusion monsters. Always fun to be able to see this strategy just do what it's supposed to do, right? Seems like Baphomet is back on board. Our mythical king of Phantom Beasts. Supported there by another Mirror Sword Knight, so do have that quick effect to be able to grab more. Going to go ahead and banish. And that's what's so cool about this deck, because you can special summon from the graveyard, you can special summon from the banishment. Sometimes you even want to just use Cross-Side Designator to be like, no, I'm going to banish my own card so I can bring it back. Check this out. Pedro just taking a moment there. Don't want to mess this up. Everything is on the line, especially the Game 3, but it looks like we are going to go ahead and maybe Link Summon. And here's Cross Sheep. So Cross Sheep, obviously a great card, right? Gaining different effects based on what type of monster is special summoned to the area that it points to. Fusion never feels bad, especially when you're pretty much only a fusion deck. We are going to see Bestial Druis Worm hit the board for the first time, banishing that copy of the Edge Imp Chain from the graveyard to special summon itself. And it's just a ordinary monster there. Take a look at Cross Sheep. There's a fusion special summon. Again, it's a very, very technical, nuanced effect, but it does work. Again, if a monster is special summoned to a zone this card points to, you can apply the following effects in sequence based on the card types this card points to. So it pointed to a fusion, and then you special summon Drua's Worm. Drua's Worm isn't the fusion, but it does point to a fusion, so you still get to special summon another illusion from the grave. Taking just a brief moment there to size things up again. It's neat to see the Evils are Lars. We were talking about it earlier, but again, Evils have been here. Evil, not Evil, Evil has been here for quite a while, so it's cool to actually see that deck just, you know, coming back in little jumps, little bites here and there. Again, if you're unfamiliar with the card, it does allow you to detach two materials, pick a face-up card on your opponent's side, and then stop it. Just the effect for the turn, but that could be enough. We do see Diabells finally hit the board there, so when a card is set, quick effect. You get to target a face-down card and send it to the graveyard. So a good way to keep the opponent from maybe, you know, getting a skill drain off. Always helpful there, though. Skill drain has been very popular. Especially got some cheers in the finals of the YCS in Indianapolis just 5 short days ago when it was cross-out designated. Is that the word? Looks like Frank drawing the Ghost Sister and Spooky Dogwood for turn, setting a single copy of what appears to be Runick Tip. Oh, no, actually, now that is a blast from the past. Is that Card Trader? No, it's Card Scanner. Whenever you're able to cycle cards, it makes sense. I mean, that's really what this deck is already doing. But again, if you haven't seen that in a while, I know I sure haven't. Once returned, declare a card type, monster, spell, or trap. Both players reveal the bottom card of their decks, and if it was the declared card type, you get to add it to your hand. With a deck that is almost all spells, pretty easy to have a good time with that. Now, if its face-up card is destroyed in its opponent's, or excuse me, destroyed by an opponent's card effect, go ahead and make your opponent place one card from the hand to the bottom of the deck. We're not trading cards, we're scanning cards. It doesn't look like we'll get too much here from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Scanning card game. Instead, we are going to go ahead and say goodbye to the Pot of Duality there. And then flip up the Chimera Fusion. Fusing 3 different monsters here. Dare I say it might be Guardian Chimera time. I already set the fusion material, so it is time to destroy and draw. Getting rid of the 2 face downs. Just do not want to be cornered by these possible continuous trap cards. Looks like they weren't both continuous trap cards. It was there can be only one and a Runick Freezing Curses. Allowing for a single draw there. Holding on to not much, but we're going to card scan. Just set one more card on the board. That Evils are Lars ready to jump into the duel at a moment's notice. But first we're going to banish our Baphomet in order to special summon a banished card. That banished card is going to be the Edge Imp Chain. About 8 minutes left on the clock here. A little shy of that, but I think we'll still have a declared victory here by life points as Pedro is able to just sort of build further and further and off of that draw, getting the Gazelle, the King of Mythical Claws, and being able to search. But before anything happens, looks like we're going to have our Runick Golden Droplets. But before that even resolves, there goes the 2 materials to say, hey, no, you are not doing that. This might be my one chance. I'm going to take it. So adding that copy of the Chimera Fusion from the deck to the hand, likely getting ready to fuse and having so much access to resources because, again, Jim Chain hits the graveyard. We might even have another Fright for Patchwork, but that's not going to matter too much. We're going to go ahead and use the Fright for Patchwork we searched last now. So here's our polymerization. And unless there's something crazy, it should just be an Edge Imp Chain. So again, if you're just joining us, On the left side, you'll see the beautiful Illusion Chimera deck featuring sort of fan favorite cards from throughout Yu-Gi-Oh's history retrained. And on the right side, we're seeing a pretty much monster-free Runick deck. And if you're unfamiliar with it, it's very deck-out-centric, right? By having all these cards that do micro little tasks, negate this, stop that. You also get to banish cards off the top of your opponent's deck. And we've successfully seen people get that full deck out, even at the YCS top tables. Now it's time for the battle phase. Just doing mad numbers, tack, tack, tack. And when all the dust settles, looks like we will be at a cool 700 life points, and after that we are conceding because there's 1,200 more from the Edge Ib. That is going to take it. Pedro wins your round 6 featured match. And in just a moment, we get to talk to him about, well, how it feels to play a deck like that and be like, okay, I've got a game plan. It's just going to take me forever to do it. But hey, we'll be right back with an interview of our winner. So we are back here with the winner of our duel, Pedro, and I gotta say, it is always weird to watch a deck that's like, my whole plan, the graveyard, and then the opponent is like, let me just banish all of that stuff. Yeah. So let me ask you, first off, have you played against a lot of like the new Runick strategy where it's mostly kind of stall instead of trying to deck you out?
Honestly, this was the first time playing Runick Stun, like at an event. Not even my local sees like Runick Stun like that. But I think my deck had a good matchup versus it. That Belzy is just really strong against that deck. So.
Now, I saw that and I was really excited because I've noticed we haven't really seen it that much in the tournament. I know a lot of people were scared of the monster. You'd think, okay, cool, they've got the Sinful Spoils, I got the monster and you kill it. Yeah. Has that helped you? Have you run into any Sinful Spoil players and just dropped it down on them?
At the moment, I haven't played any Snake Eyes.
Wow, okay,
yeah,
what a tournament run. Everybody's just like,
dodging.
so much Snake Eye, but Pedro, you just lucked out.
Yeah.
I got to ask, and I've been asking everybody today,
okay.
We do have the North American World Championship Qualifier coming up in just about 5 weeks. Are we playing for our invite today, or are we already topped?
No, I have an invite from November of last year.
Okay, so we're just trying to make sure that the deck still does what it does.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm trying to get some practice in with it.
So the Infinite Forbidden is going to be legal on that first day. Is there any like new support that you're like, okay, let me get all this so I could be ready ready for the tournament?
Well, I'm pretty sure, like everyone else, I'm looking for the Fiendsmith's cards. Fiendsmith is really strong, and it could help the Chimera build, but I'm thinking I'm going a different direction with it.
Okay. Well, obviously you got a lot of options. You're the lucky one, right, where you can cross out designate yourself. Just be like, I'm just going to banish that. But you still got 3 more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh!, so definitely good luck to you, fam. But we've also still got 3 rounds, so we're going to be back with our next couple rounds right after this. All right, welcome back, duelists. Again, we only have just a few rounds left here, right? It's round 7 of 9, and considering the fact that we started the tournament we were making some incredible time. Again, this is a regional championship here in Pasadena, Texas, and whether you're watching from your official tournament store, sleeving up cards for your next tournament, or you're sitting there trying to study the notes being like, how am I going to win my national? We're so glad that you're here, and we're going to be piping over to our next match soon, which is going to be quite a treat here, so let's go ahead and get into the camera room. Go ahead and get some audio issues there, but we've got them all resolved. So again, it's going to be a really interesting match, probably something you were not used to seeing yet, but we're probably going to see more and more as time goes by. On the left, Charles is going to be piloting Galaxy Photon, and man, I've got the deck list in front of me, and the words are Galaxy and or Photon many, many times. His opponent, Isaac Perales, is going to be running Kashtira Tenpai. So it is going to be that Tenpai variant that runs just a little bit of Kashtira to make sure that you can go first. So this is going to be really exciting to see. Again, you do not see light dragons as often as you used to, but pretty much the rest of the format is just going to be about light dragons as we go on. So we're definitely going to push this duel to the limit and see what we can grind out of the Galaxy Photon strategy. So yeah, if you're a Kite Tenjo fan, you definitely want to pay attention because we are going right into the overlay network and rocking it out with some of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal's fan favorite cards. Now, Galaxy has had so many different waves of support, so I would not be surprised if you're like, hey, what does that do? But don't worry, we'll explain it as we go along here because, again, just a great series of cards, and it's going to be really neat to see everything from Photon Orbitals, the Photon Jumpers, Photon, Photon, Photon. That's definitely going to be the word we are saying so many times. Now, as far as records, both players are rocking out X1, meaning that since it's round 7, they have 6 wins and 1 loss. The winner of here is pretty likely to clinch themselves into a top cut in our top 48 here. Again, we had a cap here of 420 duelists, and so for that reason, we are having 9 rounds and a top 48. So the next 2 duels we're showing you are definitely going to count. And the final duel we're going to show you is going to be just the undefeated duelist, so we can really showcase what it is that you should expect when you go over to the NAWCQ. And give them a little moment of silence here for our head judge to make announcements. All right, there go the announcements. So we're getting right on in and jumping on into Photon Jumper. I love how he immediately went to go grab that card because you don't see it every day. Now, again, when that card gets sent to the graveyard, get to add a Photon or Galaxy Spell or Trap from your deck to your hand. So after that, we are going to keep on moving here. Again, it's just so wild to be able to see Photon being played at this level. We do see the Photon Vanisher there. Beautiful copy. And we are immediately opening up the overlay network in order to make our next Galaxy monster. They've seen so much support again over the years. They're really just trying to blisteringly keep track of all their new cards. Looks like we're seeing Galaxy Photon Dragon up next. We're detaching a material there to go ahead and grab a Photon or Galaxy card. Shows you that, well, we've certainly seen some anime decks at the top tables before, whether it was last year's incredible YCS Indianapolis performance of Jeff Leonard, using the Exodia deck, everyone chanting, one more piece, but specifically, we're not going to see that one more combo piece there as Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring hits the graveyard and says, hey, no, we're not doing that. But here comes Photon Advancer because there is a Galaxy monster on the field, and it should also be 2,000 attack, but more importantly, it's just another level 4 light body. Now continuing our play action up here, just grabbing more and more and more, and it's just so incredible to see like how much you can get out of this. Right, like it's one thing to be able to just put up like the Galaxy Soldier, but we know that one Galaxy Soldier begets another, and then you get to have a little bit of fun. Are we seeing a Link Summon for Galaxy Soul Flare? I think we might be. There it is, Galaxy Soul Flare Dragon. Now you might ask yourself, where are we going with all this, right? There's a number of different ways that you can perform your Galaxy end board. Obviously, Charles is the master of this deck, having just ran through the tournament, right? Again, this is round 7, and he has only taken 1 loss so far. Let me go ahead and get rid of the Galaxy Afterglow Dragon there, add that to the hand. All kinds of cool negate effects that you can perform, spell negates, monster negates, all kinds of neat things. But it looks like we're going to see Bestial Magnamut crash down. Getting rid of the Photon Jumper and activating the effect, it seems to add something at the end of the turn. Going to go ahead and reveal the Afterglow Dragon because there is the Galaxy Eyes on the field. Special summon that defense mode. And looks like now we are going to overlay again because they should both be level 8. Yeah, there we go. So relatively recent reprint there with the number 90 Galaxy Eyes Photon Lord. So a search and a negate. Feels pretty good there. All right, but here we go. Looks like we are seeing the search is going to be Tenpai Dragon Chundra. Again, for those of you who are unfamiliar, maybe you love the Tenpai Dragon deck and you just don't know what it's about because, it's not in the anime. The Tenpai Dragon cards are based on Mahjong pieces, and Tenpai is the term in the game of Mahjong for being one piece away from victory. And as you know, if you played Tenpai, that's pretty much what the deck feels like. You're always just looking for that last card, and maybe we're going to get that as we activate set rotation here. And then using the Forbidden Droplet to go ahead and send the set rotation to the graveyard and possibly negate some effects here. So we're going to set Sungen Summoning on the Isaac side of the field. And then Isaac is going to set, looks like a Pressured Planet Rate Sought. Friend, maybe not worried about giving his opponent a Kashtira card because, well, I'm like, oh, okay. He's playing Galaxy. He probably doesn't have any Kashtira. That's Earth, and you're usually light-centric and definitely 8 and not 7 here. We're going to flip over the Sungen Summoning there. So Isaac getting a chance there to go ahead and try to activate it. I do see a Nibiru in hand on the other side. Can't quite tell what the other hand trap might be. Charles thinking to himself, okay, what is it that it's going to be? But it's an Ash Blossom. So just trying not to let his opponent get any further. Just stop at the Chundra and no more. We are going to see the normal summon Chundra. And we're going to go ahead and flip the Bestial Magnet into attack mode. So that's 2 attacks. That ain't bad, but it is not the full Tenpai combo. Charles is taking a moment to explain the Galaxy Soulflare Dragon. Again, not necessarily as relevant because of the negate there on the Photon Lord. Seems like that's who we're going to crash into, since it is in defense mode after all. So now Chundra gets to use its effect and special summon. It's going to be the Tenpai Dragon Pythra. Imagine you'd be using its effect to go ahead and search and add the Sungen Kaiman. Oh, but it looks like we actually negated the Galaxy Soulflare Dragon, so we are going to chain the effect of the Photon Lord and the effect of the Afterglow. So while we were initially worried that we may not get to see too much gameplay here, considering that one deck is explosive and the other deck gets to have a game plan going first that is not just putting up seals and paths, we actually are seeing a real match here between the Fire and Light Dragon decks. Charles just taking a moment to figure out what it is that he wants to grab, but first Isaac will need to go ahead and fully resolve his card effects. Taking a second here to use the Synchro Summon effect here. So Chundra and Bestial Magnemite are going to combine now. And there is our favorite 10-star Synchro monster. Again, always good to see the Dragions on the field. Never trying to drag on the game, right? They are really... And by the way, let's try to say this. Sungenpai Transcendent Dragion. You could just call it Sungenpai to me. But either or, now that we've got the Dragion on the field, just really powerful. All cards your opponent controls must attack if able. And as we know, just an incredible game ender there. And certainly seeing that from the first feature match that we had was the Tenpai feature match. It was barely 5 minutes, so don't know how long this one's going to be as Tenpai Dragon Fadra hits the board and special summons Tenpai Dragon Chundra from the graveyard. All right, so Sungen Kaiman definitely getting the job done there. But another attack there on the Soulflare Dragon. And now that you have the full complement, right? No battle damage, not destroyed, not even worried about it. And again, and again. We have way more than 3 attacks there. Let's go ahead and combine our Pydra and Chundra. And I think it's time for another Dragion monster. And it is. So say hello to Sungenpai Bident Dragion. Maybe not transcendent, but still pretty good. Chundra hitting the field there as well. Going to go ahead and attack the Soul Flare Dragon. It's going to be the first opportunity to actually get a little bit of damage in here. Verifying the attacks of the Photon Lord and the Galaxy Eyes Soul Flare there. We still haven't even seen the biggest one themselves. Haven't asked our friends if they have a Trident Dragion at the ready. The Transcendent Dragion is going to go ahead and attack the Galaxy Eyes. And so that is going to go ahead and destroy it. And then now we're going to use the effect of the Fadra. So Fadra and the Bident Dragon combined, 3 + 7 = what class? That's right, here comes the 10. And it's Trident Dragion, able to destroy 2 cards when it's Synchro Summon in order to attack that many times. And so by destroying the field spell, of course you get to double the attack. So big monster who can attack many times, and because multiple attacks have been declared, the Transcendent Dragion is back. And that's all she wrote. Charles, fully understanding what is going on, understands that, hey, my opponent is here and ready to just steer the direction of this duel away from me. So, still a smile on his face, right? You don't get this far in the tournament with a Galaxy Eye deck without having a certain level of humility to be like, okay, you know. Certainly trying, but the Galaxy Eyes deck is no slouch. And as we continue in the future, think about this. You're a duelist, right? You can hear my voice. You must know what Yu-Gi-Oh! Is. And you know how powerful the fire attribute has been over the course of this year, especially starting in February and the release of Phantom Nightmare. And maybe you're thinking to yourself, I'm a little burnt out on fire. Okay, well, let me ask you how you feel about Light by the end of this year after we get the Light Legendary Duelist pack. The Infinite Forbidden, having great support for Light and Dark Dragon monsters. And then there's that mysterious Seto Kaiba structure deck that is going to be announced later this year that they detailed over in Japan, actually. They mentioned that this one's coming out later this year. That is 3 products that are light. Okay, well, again, we'll see how you feel about the Light attribute. Maybe it'll be time for Water and Darkness. But both players are going to go ahead and access the side deck, right? We talked a lot about the dueling future, but we have to worry about the dueling present. Certainly a lot of great cards to choose from. It looks like the Forbidden Droplets might be coming out or staying in. Just got a little quick peek there at Isaac's extra deck there. I didn't even mention the Fiendsmith stuff as it's being colloquially called by duelists. Now, don't get disappointed if that ends up being translated to something else, because those are fanlations. Great fanlations, but not the official names yet. But definitely good stuff coming our way. It's going to be a bright year for dueling. Hey, I know I'm excited. I'm just looking forward to more Shining Sarcophagus cards in the Infinite Forbidden. Let my inner anime fan hang out. But speaking of hanging out, that is not what we're doing here. As Charles looks like they are done doing their side decking, and Isaac completes the pile shuffle in just a few moments here. And Charles still smiling, you know, going to have to try to go first again to put up a powerful board. You could go second as a Galaxy Eyes Photon deck, but it's going to be a little weird, and if you don't finish off the duel then, you're basically in the same circumstance that you were before. Tenpai's going to get its turn, and again, it's in the name. It just needs 1 card. Just 1 card. But Tenpai's a lot of fun for sure. It's just one of those decks where, you know, we thought it was going to dominate the format. We thought it was invincible. As we've seen, you really have to, like, have the opening and then play to the best of your ability. But speaking of which, we are seeing Dimension Shifter. That's going to cause Charles to just set 1 card and pass. All right, well, I do see possibly a Bestial Magnemite there that's going to come down to banish the Dimension Shifter. Taking just a second there to decide what cards to play first. But first, we're going to do Cosmic Cyclone. Let's play it safe and flip it up there. That appears to be a Dimensional Barrier. And while I don't have any player audio, I know the words synchro must have been said. So it's going to change things up here. It doesn't mean that you're completely locked out, right? But I think that's all we're going to go for. Just 2,500 attack, setting a card, not trying to just get everything done by what? A few measly attack points from the Tenpai family. Do use the effects of that Magnemite previously activated in the turn to grab a Tenpai Dragon Hydra from the deck to the hand. So that means that you can even see the smile on Charles' face. This is his chance. You want to stay in the next game, you've got to seize this opportunity you created with the dimensional fissure, or barrier, excuse me. Dimensional barrier locking out those synchros. It gave you this time to shine. But it looks like Charles is just setting a card and passing his turn. So play resumes back on Isaac's side of the field, moving on to main phase and normal summoning a Tenpai Dragon Pydra. I mean, this might be it. It depends on what's down there because we're already getting to the point where there's just so much on the field. Right? Think about it. You activate the effect of Tenpai Dragon Pydra. You get your Songen Summoning. And then you really could actually just attack, especially if that is just another copy of Dimensional Barrier. Don't have to worry about, using your extra deck. You have a main deck. It's in the name. It's your main deck and your main monster zone. Believe it or not, you actually could win a duel just by attacking. We saw a lot of that in Kashira mirror matches last year at the NEWCQ. Not a lot of Arise Hearts hitting the board, just a lot of enemy controllers back and forth with the different Kashira monsters. So we will go ahead and... Looks like we're thinking about it. It's another dimensional fissure. Barrier. We're seeing so many barriers, so many fissures. Both great cards, both stop a lot of things. But that means no synchro summons again. But that may not be enough. With 5,500 life points left. So here we go to the battle phase. 2,500. Could push down to a measly 3,000. Oh, but wait, it's a Photon Jumper. Jumping in because of the battle phase. Maybe this is how Charles has been able to survive so long. So hold on to your life point counters. We are not out of the woods yet. So because the attack was declared, Photon Jumper revealing itself and jumping into the battle phase. Saying, hey, I'm still here. But Charles leans back in the chair. That might be all the options they have. Looks like we're going to perform a Link Summon. Seems to be a Platinum Secret Rare of the Seals of the Heavenly Spheres. Gold Heraldic Seal. I mean, it was good enough for Dragon Link. Feels good enough for the next best thing. Now we're going to see Photon Vanisher using the effect to go ahead and grab a Galaxy Eyes card from the deck to the hand. Won't be able to attack this turn, but that is not what that card's for. It looks like we'll see an Infinite Impermanence slamming down to stop it. Doesn't seem like there's any cross-out designator from Charles here, so just lets that resolve and proceeds to the next play. Looks like overlaying is what we're going to do. A lot of different choices there. One of them's got to be the right one. Charles musing to himself as he looks down his hand and decides the right call is the same one we started with. So we have our good old Galaxy Photon Dragon. So cool to be able to see, these duelists out there who are taking advantage of the stuff that's going to be supported later. Some duelists are like, you know what, I'll pick up the deck when it's good. Or, hear me out, you could get top table experience with the core engine of the deck now instead of waiting. And that seems to be what we are doing right now as the Photon Dragon hits the field. So I haven't conducted our search just yet. Though taking a look at that, that might actually be Starliege Photon Blast Dragon. But I don't see galaxies that often. With that in mind, though, it does mean that got that powerful quick effect, being able to attach material, target a galaxy as Photon Dragon, banish, and special summon it. Just a body in the way of the Tenpai Dragon Onslaught. Attack. Doesn't feel nearly as good when we have a way to get around it. But definitely sending materials to the graveyard. And there comes our Galaxy Eyes Soulflare Dragon once again. And I've talked a lot around Soulflare Dragon. But again, if it's Link Summon, you could target a Photon or Galaxy in the graveyard. Just add it to your hand. Doesn't feel too bad. So it looks like maybe the Photon Jumper, we're going to grab that because it saved us before. And you also during your opponent's main phase can discard a Photon card and Galaxy card, or discard Galaxy as Photon Dragon, target a special summon monster your opponent controls, and destroy it. So kind of an economical, multi-way to get into it type of card. The players just taking a second to explain to each other what we've got. Will be neat to see all the Zexal fans out there celebrating just how good their support cards are. We really have seen that too with all of the great cards from Shark that are recently being announced overseas. And also just the full armor Xyz stuff that we have seen multiple times at the top tables of a YCS, both in the written featured match and the online featured match. I want to say round 2 of YCS Indianapolis. Go back and watch your coverage and you'll see a full armor Xyz deck. If it's got a level and that level is 3, oh man, it's water time. Right, but we're not out of the woods yet. Charles deciding what we're going to do next here. Going to go ahead and activate. Appears to be a Galaxy Expedition. Play is going to continue here. Oh, it's Galaxy 100. There we go. So when activated, you just get to send a Photon or Galaxy card from your deck to the graveyard. If Galaxy has Photon Dragon, a special summon to your field. Then you can look at your opponent's extra deck and then either banish a monster from it or special summon a number monster. So it's cool to number hunt. Aww. Oh, for those of you cheering in the audience, remember, your Duelist family has gone through 9 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Certainly a game where every duelist is a genius, trying to workshop everything out there, all the preparation that's required, right? They're not just wasting time, they're thinking about this exact moment. What am I going to do when it all matters? And the person across from you is preparing just as hard. So you're wondering where all that time is going. That's because your child, your son, your parent, your family member that's really into this game, well, they could be anywhere, right? But they decided they wanted to be just playing some wholesome card games here on a Saturday afternoon. More power to them, right? But getting into the game we're actually playing, Charles deciding what it is to be done, right? 2 level 8s. Feels pretty good, and stack those on top of each other for a powerful Xyz monster. Taking a sec here. Even I got that one wrong, so maybe it's time to read just a little bit here. Always read your opponent's cards. You know, a lot of duels are like, I didn't know it did that. But did you ask? But it does look like we're going to go ahead and tribute to bounce the Galaxy Eyes back to the hand. Now, here's the thing. We just talked about how Galaxy Eyes Soul Flare Dragon can pay its entire cost merely by discarding the Galaxy Eyes Photon Dragon. Will it come up later in the duel? Well, only one way to find out. Oh, and there it is. Going to go ahead and discard there. Oh, using the Photon. Nice. So getting a quick search there. And special summoning an additional monster here. Looks like Galaxy Wizard. Gonna have to go home and watch every episode of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal between now and the NAWCQ. That's for sure. Galaxy Summoner. So close. But again, since it's been summoned, looks like we're going to grab something else, a defense position here, and immediately open up the overlay network. And there's another Galaxy Photon Dragon, detaching material immediately, so goodbye Galaxy Soldier. And reaching back in the deck, so as you see, Xyz Search, Special Summon. Xyz Search, Special Summon. There's a certain rhythm to the Galaxy deck. Speaking of rhythm, plays keep on coming. So we're going back in the deck again. And this time, let's go ahead and special summon our Galaxy. Oh, and here we go. Let's go ahead. I imagine it's going to be the Photon Lord right now. Being able to get the search or the negate effect feels pretty good. Already committed those cards to the board, so let's see what we have. And it is number 90 once more. So much for being a number hunter. You seem to be playing some numbers yourself. But it is a great card, again. Either being able to take a card and either add it to your hand or attach it as material feels great. but also just detaching materials and then negate effects. And hey, if you're detaching Galaxy Eyes, you can also destroy them. So just a really powerful way to do just two different things. I need gas. Great, add cards to your hand. I need breaks. Negate their effects and stop them. Now it looks like I'm not the only one. Again, Isaac taking a second to read through the number 90. We'll see more of these as time goes by. And hey, if you were playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links this year, man, did you see some Galaxy cards? So many different ways to enjoy the game. And so many different ways to feel like you are the star of the show here. Charles passed the deck for just one last cut. Seems to be done, so we're going to go ahead and draw two there. Considering whether or not to detach in order to search. Now Charles has to stay in this game. Galaxy Eyes may be great, but you still have to be able to get through that Tenpai board. And if you do not, you may be late for this world, or at least for this duel. So drawing for turn, Isaac not particularly impressed by the card that he drew. Took a quick look at the graveyard. Maybe thinking, okay, well, a lot of different options here. It's like we are going to either Synchro or Link Summon here. And it looks like it's actually going to be a Synchro of our Transcendent Dragon. Does go to show you there's a lot of different ways to play the game. You might hear, oh man, this is the best deck, but there are other decks out there. And I've never seen a deck win a tournament. I've never seen us hand a trophy to a small deck box containing 40 to 60 cards. We hand it to a duelist. And the duelist usually is somebody with a massive knowledge of the game. So as long as you apply your knowledge of the game, workshop that deck, put in the homework, don't just settle for whatever it is. Be like, yeah, I think I got it. That's enough practice for today. You'll be our next featured match before you know it. But speaking of feature matches, looks like we are finally get to feature our cards here. Tenpai Dragon Fadra is going to go ahead and attack the Galaxy Summoner. Nothing happens there, nothing bad. Also declaring an attack with the Tenpai Dragon Chundra. Getting Fadra's effect there. Tenpai Dragon Pydra is going to get special summoned. Good old Sungen Kaimen doing good work. Doesn't seem to be using the effect of the Tenpai Dragon Pydra. Maybe out of cards or just not willing to risk it. Now that you've got all this, no battle damage and no being destroyed by battle. Again, the Tenpai strategy just wants to attack so many times, not because that's the win condition of the game, but it's also literally how they get their effects off. You don't declare attacks, you are not doing your Tenpai dual diligence. Speaking of dual diligence, we are going to see our Sangenpai Bident Dragon hit the field again, and also a special summon here. Considering the Fadra in the graveyard, maybe the Chundra instead. Looks like Tenpai Dragon Chundra is what we went for, so additional attacks and even more synchros. So Bident Dragon going to cross the finish line and get rid of the Galaxy Summoner there. Another 600 damage, bringing down 2,900 damage. 2,900 life points left. Be very difficult to survive here, and we are going to go Synchro Summon. Thought about that Black Rose Dragon. Oh, but Ruddy Rose Dragon this time. Another great Fire Dragon for sure. Oh, okay. Looks like we don't have the correct math for that. So can't get out that one, but instead, looks like we have an additional Synchro Monster here we can try instead. So it looks like that might be Time Lord Progenitor Vorpgate. Make sure I'm not hallucinating here. No, maybe not be the Vorpgate after all. Then I think it might be Quibelt the Blade Dragon. It's the only other one it could be. Again, just some really cool options we're seeing here, and unfortunately looks like that is going to be it there after all those onslaughts of attacks. Does look like we are cleaning up shop here, and Charles unfortunately loses it, so it does show you that, again, really, really cool lineup there of the Galaxy Eyes cards, and we'll still probably see Charles in the top cut, considering this will just now bring him to a record of, I want to say 5-2 at the end of round 7. As long as you can win those next 2, then you should be good. But it's a good showcase that there are just so many different decks to play. And while it didn't come out this way, it might come out in the next one. In a moment here, though, we are going to get a chance to talk with the winner of our duel, Isaac, to just talk about, okay, you're a Tenpai Dragon duelist. You have just been storming through the tournament. What do you do when something that you run into that's completely different than what your game plan is going for? Right? You just Tenpai, but we'll find out straight from the source in a moment, right after this. Back here with Isaac, actually. The Tenpai Dragon match, everybody's like, oh, it's a simple deck to play. In actuality, you kind of have to know everything about Yu-Gi-Oh! Because you got to figure out where to punch the hole, right? So what do you do when you run into a deck that you don't see that often, like Galaxy Eyes?
Honestly, I just prayed that I had enough hand traps to kind of just disrupt him and pray that he stops playing. That's the way that kind of build I run. It's either you play all massive board breakers or you just try to play enough hand traps and try to counterbalance it with opening engine. So with that perspective, I just do whatever I could and just okay, well, let me see if he just passes, and then but the one thing I do like to say is the one of Magnemite being a disruption as well as a key engine piece, which is kind of nice.
Yeah, definitely when you got to search out the Tenpai Dragon Chinja, I'm like, okay, no, I'm definitely seeing where this dragon strategy pays off. Now, I will say, having all the friction, right, you as a Tenpai player, you run into dimensional barrier, it's all of a sudden just oh, man, what do I do? What's your usual game plan when they're just hey, man, no synchros for now?
Well, typically, I will if I can get to Prosperity, if I open Prosperity, I mean, it's kind of a counterintuitive way, but I mean, I want to have Fenrir on field because Fenrir kind of gives that push, or if I can open a way to see my Cashier package, that's an additional 2,400, and on top of the little dragons itself will kind of just spam themselves out. By themselves, without it, I can't really do much. I didn't like the Z-Lance's OTK line, just the way that Snake Eyes plays, because you have to end on another fire monster and have to have a monster for their field to pop with Princess.
Pretty complicated to get the same thing done. Now, I will say there's a lot of new Tenpai Dragon cards that are coming down the pipeline. When we get down to Austin, Austin, if you're going, are you still going to be playing Tenpai, or is there something else you've got your eyes on?
Snake Eyes Fiendsmith looks kind of
Okay,
nice.
okay.
I mean, like we'll see we'll see if we get a ban list in the next couple of weeks.
We'll see, we'll see. Well, you're doing great so far. You're probably a shoo-in for our top cut, but you still have 2 more duels, so hang in there, friend. And hopefully we'll see you down in Austin. But don't go away, because we still have 2 more great rounds right after this. All right, Duelist, we've got just a little bit here, but I figured that way, instead of just watching that blank screen waiting for round 8 of 9, we could just vamp for a second here. Again, we do still have 2 more rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Play, and regardless of whether you're watching from here in the venue, maybe online, maybe somewhere in Texas, maybe somewhere across the world, we're very thankful to have you here because, again, Game Guys has put in quite a bit of work into this production. It's not every regional championship you see that looks like this, which is wild. Again, a lot of great stories we've heard today from various duelists, either maybe competing for playmats, maybe trying to earn their spot in the World Championship qualifiers, and maybe just hanging out just to see if their deck still works. So hopefully you're having a good time at home. Again, there is so much Yu-Gi-Oh! Happening from the upcoming regional championships that we have here in Texas. There's actually one in Lubbock, Texas next week, so good luck to our local legends who will be traveling up north by about 10 hours or so if my calculations are correct. But it's just one of those things where, again, we're happy to have you here because it's really why we put on this production. It's not like we're just like, we'll just go ahead and save this video file so we can play it on our own screens at home. This production is for you, and this featured match station really is for you. So if you are in the Texas area, we'd love to see you. If not, this is honestly like a regional that's worth traveling for, which is wild because regionals, regionals is a very consistent experience. There's a lot of great tournament organizers out there, but this is something magical. So we would love to see you down here in Pasadena, Texas sometime soon. We're just waiting to get our featured matches here. So here's the game plan, by the way. We're going to feature another bubble match. We've picked out a couple of selections, so we'll see who it is that comes up. Bubble match, what that means is you need a certain record in order to get into that top 48, right? 450 duelists go in. And you actually have a pretty decent chance because it does mean that 1 out of every 10 duelists tops, right? Think about that. 48 is roughly 10% of that 450. But there's a little bit of magic math where if you've got about 2 losses and the rest wins going into about the final rounds of the tournament, there's a possibility that if you win, you make it. And if you don't win, you don't make it. And that's typically what they do with the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series to highlight these sort of duel or die moments. And that's exactly what we're going to do. Then for round 9, we're just going to give you the good stuff. It is going to be our undefeated duelists. We don't know who those are because, well, they may be out there in the field getting defeated now. But it's one of those things where we just want to make sure that you get to see what the best and brightest duelists Game Guys has to offer right here on our feature match stage. So hopefully you're having a good time. We have been immensely thankful for all your viewership and support. We've seen lots of different languages in our little chat feed. And I do see you, by the way. Those of you at home, I do see that, like, Kashtira was the new Ojama. Wake up. We see you. And it is very endearing, again, to have duelists from all over the world supporting not only maybe their friends who are here, just like, hey, I just want to see good dueling action. So, this is something that all tournament venues could do. We would love to see more of these in the future. I have not seen Cameron Neal physically here. If you're looking for YCS at Ultimate Duelist Champion, Cameron Neal, he may be out there. Maybe I'm talking about him now and just like, that's weird. Somebody just said my name. But again, as you know, Texas has just a very storied Yu-Gi-Oh! Tradition here, having a very recent YCS champion who just hit the top 4 and someone who also has an Ultimate Duelist Series belt among them. And yeah, the production team's doing good stuff. It's not just me up here, so don't just be like, hey, Pheromone, why aren't you pressing better buttons? We've got a great team up here who's been helping me across the board. So again, we are just waiting. Looks like our deck lists are coming our way, so we should be having our duelists here in just a moment. Okay, good deal, good deal. So we'll find out who our opponents are. I'm going to be very hush-hush because technically they are in earshot and I don't want to spoil the surprise that they're both playing, I don't know, great Ojama ABC decks. They're not, by the way. They go ahead and just take these deck lists, and if you will go ahead and sachet away. Ooh, okay, this is going to be what? Let's talk about that one in just a moment. Why don't we go ahead and zip on over to our featured match stage. And again, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. All right, so duelists are sitting down. I'm pretty sure the door is closed. All right, you ready? You ready as I whisper these deck lists? We have Caden Finney, who is going to be playing, I don't want to say the Sunseed Just Special, but it does so sage of our current European champion. Again, it is going to be a Romage, Therion, Rika. So just all the sun seeds you can eat. And then his opponent here actually, looks like Hector is going to be playing a really neat deck that we haven't actually seen today on the feature match stage. It is Sinful Spoil Snake Eye, but it's Sinful Spoil Snake Eye Fire King. And we haven't seen Fire King in a while. And speaking of things we haven't seen in a while, check out the playmat over there. That is some interesting stuff there as we see Cradle and Instant Fusion, and it looks like that grass looks screener. A lot of cool stuff. I'm going to pause here for our head judge to make some announcement. Here's some applause there as everyone is excited to be in round 8. Not too bad at 6 p.m. local time. All right, head judge gave the go-ahead for everybody else to go ahead and get going. So we're going to clear that cool playmat off the field. It is cool, man. I mean, that is a neat playmat, but we do have the wonderful OTS playmat here, so we want to make sure that we're getting good use out of that. So it'll be fun to see. This is going to be a really interesting match here because, you know, there's a lot of players in the European circuit who really know the power of the Rika Sun Avalon deck because, well, they've gotten clapped by it a couple of times. Not any duelists in particular, just, you know, all of the amazing tops that we've seen over there on the European shores. And then, you know, the Dia Battlestar strategy, certainly with the Fire Kings mixed in, is a good deck. People have not been playing it as much. I think the last time we really saw it pushed across the table proudly would be the Ultimate Duelist Series, the UDS. If you haven't taken a look at that, what an incredible tournament the Quarter Century Celebration was earlier this year. But hey, that was earlier this year. Let's flash forward to the present as an 11 slaps down on the page for Hector, and then Caden's going to slap down an 8. So I think we are going to be seeing our Fire King deck go first. Now, it is certainly a really cool deck. Yes, okay, we are seeing Shades of Sun Avalon there. Get your Yu-Gi-Oh! Neuron ready as you try to keep up with every plant monster that ever existed. But it looks like we're going to start off with a staple here in Kashtira Fenrir being special summoned, and then a follow-up from Bonfire. So probably going to get a little information here on the Snake Eye Ash, and you can always kind of tell, like, what do they have based on what they search. But it looks like we're just going to get the Snake Eye Ash. Snake Eye Ash is normal summoned. And the Infinite Permanence was going to stop it, but now we're going to see the 1-for-1 discarding Snake Eye Ash, probably to special summon the Poplar. Just a quick look at the hand here to decide. Hector not exactly pleased. It's one of those things where you're like, oh, I really wanted to resolve the effects the way I wanted to. But unfortunately, you don't always get to do that. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a 2-player game. So as we scroll through the deck, we've got to figure out what our level 1 monster is going to be. And there certainly are some choices, but yes, it is going to be Snake Eye Poplar jumping in there. Taking just a brief look at Snake Eye Poplar's effects, right? If. The Infinite Permanence you might be seeing might be a super rare copy that just came out of the Rarity Collection there. As you see, it doesn't really have any holofoil card text there. But there are various printings of Infinite Permanence. I'll tell you, the Rarity Collection 1 and 2, just insane amounts of duelist support there. Everybody being able to jump in the game a little bit easier in multiple rarities, which also helps too. So, looks like another Infinite Impermanence there. So, just 2 level 1 fire monsters sitting on the board. Hector leans forward and just thinks, well, it wasn't going my way before, but 2 minutes into the turn here, he needs to make some kind of decision. And we know Snake Eye is good, but again, we just do not see Fire King every day. But looks like we're going to conduct a Link Summon there with the Kashtira Fenrir and the Snake Eye Ash. No, okay, that's going to be it. Oh, and he concedes the game, knowing there's really not much more that can be done from there. So just 2 perfectly timed Infinite Impermanences. Perhaps Hector didn't want to give away the guessing game, right? Effectively just not wanted to put forward the Fire King strategy before, you know, his opponent actually got to see it. So just not interested in playing any further. And it is something you can do. Again, you know, nobody's making you. Is that what I think it is? Those of you in the chat, you definitely see an Achuria Bamboo Shoot. I definitely see an Achuria Bamboo Shoot. That is not every day. But it is one of those things, again, where, you know, we do have these 2 players on the bubble here, and sometimes, you know, after a very long day, it's very easy to say, hey, I'm just going to sit here from the comfort of my keyboard and say, oh, man, I can duel better than that. But you have to remember that these duelists woke up at whatever o'clock in the morning and had been dragging their duel discs around all day. But it does give them more time on the clock. Again, if you notice on the Neuron screen here, it's counting up 3 minutes and 30 seconds, meaning there's 41 minutes and some change moving forward. but he might just not have wanted to reveal the Fire King stuff. That's the main thing I could say, but hey, I guess we'll get a chance to interview our winner one way or the other. Man, that deck box has definitely seen some use there. That's how you know it's a real passionate duelist there. Now, it's also possible, too, when you consider that he's staring down a 60-card pile. Most of the time right now, the 60-card pile is typically conceived of by opposing duelists as branded strategies. And some people don't want to get puppet locked, as it's called. You know, give it Puppet Nightmare being really easy to bring out using Albion the Sanctifier Dragon. We actually saw that in round 9, the final Swiss round of day 1 of YCS Indianapolis. So if you need to see just some of the highest caliber gimmick puppet lock, and you might be saying to yourself, why would I ever want to watch that? Trust me, it's a good match. Don't go away yet. But after this, when you're still looking for some Yu-Gi-Oh!, you might want to check that stream out. All right, so looks like Caden smiling to himself. Certainly, you know, feeling just a little bit okay, right? Started off with a pretty decent deck here and shuffling one half of the deck, right? When you get a 60-card stack, you definitely have to do it one hand at a time. Certainly those in the chat figuring out some of the card interactions there. It is true that sometimes your effect negations do chase you down. So you can't just give up 2 resources and just say, oh, man. Now, this tournament is a regional championship. The live stream is put on by the official tournament store for those of you watching at home. But this is a regional championship, so the top 48 out of our 250-ish remaining duelists. We started with 420, but we've whittled down as people are like, yeah, you know what? I didn't have the greatest time here, so maybe I'll enter some of the public events. Speaking of the greatest time, though, it looks like we are a much better start here with the Pressured Planet Raidsaunt adding the Kashtira Fenrir, or excuse me, Kashtira Unicorn this time from the deck to the hand. Going to go ahead and special summon that. So let's take a look here, and that's going to go ahead and grab the Kashtira bird. So off to a much stronger start there. Again, the Kashtira monsters still good. Don't even have to run that many of them. They have really just taken the tournament scene by storm since their release last year. Actually, technically late later 2022 in Darkwing Blast. But speaking of a blast from the past, we are seeing the Wanted Seeker of Sinful Spoils be activated there. Probably going to go grab us some Diabell Star. So now we're going to see Diabell Star the Black Witch get rid of that field spell. It's already kind of done what it was supposed to do. So Pressure Planet Raidsaunt hits the graveyard, and we are off to the races again to set a card. And of course, it is the original Sinful Spoils Snake Eye. Definitely a lot more of the Diabell Star storyline left to go as we approach the Infinite Forbidden here. And I guess we're calling them White Woods for now, but it's kind of interesting to see that Diabell Star and Diabeels were just precious little, puny little children who were just trying to learn some magic from a certain wizard. And, well, things didn't go according to plan, but much like Hector dusted himself off and got back into game 2, sometimes that is just what you have to do. So we are seeing the Dark Charmer Gloomy. And that is actually going to be using the Kashtira Bird to get another material on the field, and those monsters will combine to make Selene. So the Master Magicians is here. Going to go ahead and count up the spells. Oh, we got one, so there's one spellcaster. So now we have an easy link 4. And that's going to make a 2-material Appaloosa. So we've seen this play pretty consistently. It's just an easy way to kind of get into the game and quickly have that additional summon there and sort of protect yourself from Nibiru as well, which is at least those 2 monster negates from the effective Appaloosa. But now we're seeing the original Sinful Spoils flip over, get rid of the Kashtira Bird that's already kind of done what it's supposed to, and now the Fire Kings come out. This will be interesting. A little bit of a pause there from Caden as he gives a thumb up, and then we are going to see Pawnex go ahead and grab the Sanctuary. Taking a moment there, and now it's time to use Snake Eye Ash, and hopefully we don't over course correct on this one. No, we did not, so it is going to be able to go ahead and add from the deck to the hand the Poplar. Poplar's effect activates, so we special summon. We know where we're going with this one. Let's go ahead and grab the field spell with Yvonne Temple, the Snake Eye. So much better start here for sure. But leaning mostly on the Snake Eye side instead of the Fire King side. I mean, the Fire Kings are obviously in there. We're looking at one of them right now, but Pawnex may not be enough to really get things going. We're going to see the Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon. Flamberge has just been such an incredible card. It was kind of overlooked. If you remember when it first came out, trading for that was not, a high amount. People were just like, okay, that's cool. It's a nice secret rare. Thank you. But nowadays, I think we really see the power of the card. And now, speaking of powers of cards, we're seeing Doolittle Chimera. It's not every day that you see the attribute-based Link monsters that came out very early once the Link mechanic came out. But now, after special summoning those 2 fire level 1 monsters, going to see an IP Masquerena. Probably, I want to say... Oh, there's the Sanctuary, so we're going to go ahead and get our Fire King Island. Still uncommon, by the way, after all these years. Surprised that I had a reprint. We'll save that for Rarity Collection 3, right? You could start your wish list. But now that we've got that, just going to go ahead and destroy a card there. Use the effect of the Doolittle Chimera to grab a fire from the graveyard, as well as bring out our Garunicks here. And then there goes the Fire King Arvata. So Arvata, certainly a powerful card. It's always fun when you can negate an effect and not necessarily negate an activation, especially in the day and age we're in where there's just multiples and multiples, right? It's just good to turn it off and make them use the fact that they activated it that turn. Speaking of using stuff, it looks like Doolittle Chimera and Garunicks go to the graveyard in order to make the Promethean Princess Bestower of Flames, which will put up the Flamberge Dragon in attack mode. So this is looking a lot better, and it's looking like the caliber of play that we saw at the Ultimate Duelist series featuring the Fire King Snake Eye mashup here, right? 2 great tastes taste great together, right? We're already cooking something up in this kitchen. Why don't we go ahead and turn up the heat? And speaking of turn up the heat, man, I cannot remember the last time that I saw the amphibious swarm ship Amblo Whale. But now we're going to see Zealantis. I'm still always like, what? When Zealantis is used with 1+ effect monster, but hey, a Link 4 for a Link 4. Sure, why not? Going to go and put that at the bottom of the deck and get our draw there. So just really strong commanding board there with multiple negates, co-linked monsters, and an IP Masquerena to boot, and the ability of the Flamberge Dragon to special summon the Arvata to make sure that nothing too crazy happens. Being able to destroy one of your own fire cards for a monster negate's pretty good. We saw some very difficult play lines made. Oh, but it looks like instead we're going to go ahead and bring out the Snake Eye Diabellstar there. Arvata's good, but we might have something better cooked up considering we already have Appaloosa on the field. So IP Masquerena and Snake Eye Diabellstar going back out. Hey, I'll need my extra deck back, Judge, and we'll take that, please. There's an SP Little Knight using the proper materials there. Proper when you think of the storyline, so of course it will not be able to be destroyed by card effects, that protection from IP Masquerena. Oh, but now we've got evenly matched. Was it worth it? Well, there's a couple of different weird things you can do, but it looks like we're just going to go ahead and banish some cards face down here. So leaving it just with the Appaloosa with 2 materials there. I don't think it's used any of its attack points just yet, so it should be at 1600 attack. Now, if you're curious on how some cards got face down and some cards remain face up, the SP element, of course, you can use effect to just pick some stuff off the field. Let me jump out of there, and that means we are going to get the cool destruction effects of the Fire King Island. So because Fire King Island blowing up all these little fire monsters, now we get to see who's large and in charge. So level 1 Brigade's back. Snake Eye Ash, Snake Eye Poplar, and Doolittle Chimera. Does go to show you, sometimes you can't save game 1, but you still got 2, maybe 3 duels left. So play the best of your ability like Hector is here, and you'll see some good news soon. Oh, but speaking of which, you did see the Gamma Seal there, and so Gamma Seal is going to tribute off the Appaloosa, Bow of the Goddess. This is where it gets fun. It's Rika time. Now, none of these cards are going to stay on the field particularly long, because that is kind of how the Rika Sun Avalon strategy works, right? I don't think anybody's going to pull off a Sunseed Jess and do the entire combo here in 50 seconds, but it could happen. Ooh, now we do get to see Kieran stopping down on the board there, and that means that the Poplar gets to use its effect. So Poplar replaced the Snake Eye Diabellstar there in the Spell and Trap Zone. So now there's Arvada, so just a huge amount of board presence there, and still was able to get a Monster Negate back on the board, which may be able to help out with all the Rika stuff. Again, just so much power in that full 60 cards. Just whatever plants you get, just play whatever you grab. And speaking of which, our next card approaches the board. Oh, now we haven't gotten to see any Ragnaraka here at our top tables. So it looks like the Ragnaraka Evil Seed hits the field. Taking a quick look there. Again, Legacy of Destruction's only been out for a couple of weeks there. You know, everybody's time commitment to the great game we love is different. So they may just be reading the cards that have hit the top tables, and they may not be, reading through everything. That's the problem, though. Then these great decks that are good but not popular sneak up on you, and you're just like, oh, that's what I should have stopped. Looks like that's going to be it, though. So, looks like, based on the posture there, it appears that Caden may be going to go ahead and go, you know what, I won the first one for free. Why don't I go ahead and go to game 3? Again, with approximately 30 minutes left. Still plenty of time there for that final duel. Both duelists just being like, you know what, I'd like to start this duel off perfectly. And I think I saw what appeared to be some Gammas going in there from the side deck. Cyframe Gamma is still a very powerful card. And a 60-card deck, you can definitely bury that Cyframe driver if that is exactly what we saw. But I'm really curious, man. If we get a chance to interview Caden, I would love to ask about that Naturia Bamboo Shoot. Stops the activation of spells and traps. Of course, you have to, get rid of your Naturias there, but that has become easier and easier and easier. Whether you're playing just a pure Naturia variant, maybe just a small Naturia package, if you're playing a full-on Vernusylph. For those at home still trying to piece together game 1, it looked like he used something to go ahead and get rid of the Fire King Island to clear off the board, and then everybody jumped up with the SP Little Knight there. So really heads up play. You don't have to sit there and just take it. There's a lot of different decks this format that can handle that. Melodious is the first that comes to mind, right? If they try to Nibiru, you could be like, you know what, Bacha? Why don't we return every single card I have back to the hand? You could just have that Nibiru for nothing practically. Means I don't lose my monsters, and the token, not nearly as much of a threat if it changes across the field. I know that's happened to me at my locals, playing a little bit of Memento. You build up a 5,000 attack token. You give them a 3,000 Nibiru, and they go ahead and change a heart, and that's game. So you still have to be careful, but not every deck has to worry about that. And these are both those, right? Destroying your own Fire King Island can really clear your own board for great effect. But SP Little Knight still showing why it's such a great card. Again, likely to still have an impact on many tournaments to come. And there are many tournaments literally to come. If you're in here in Texas, we've got the LEDE Regional next weekend, so safe travels. You are going to go very far north. If you're watching from home or across the world, there's so many national championships. There's still your OTS store events. There's so much Yu-Gi-Oh! To play. So every duel counts. Every duel adds something new to your overall education of this brilliant game. Because you're all geniuses. You are. It's just that there are also geniuses that you have to play against, so it is a space race among some of the brightest people in the world. Looks like we are going to go ahead and see presented decks here. So I think we're going to go in. We didn't get to see the full Ragnaraka combo, integrated with Sun Avalon. I would love to see some crazy plant shenanigans, and I think, technically speaking, Caden does have the opportunity to go first here. So hopefully, let's see what we get. Oh, and there it is, the dreaded Sun Seed. And you're like, it's a level 1 normal monster pharaoh. What are you talking about? Okay, fine. Well, check this out. We've got our Sun Avalon Link Monster Dryas in the field. And going through the entirety of the deck here, all 60 cards. There it is. Our Senvine Sowing. All right, Senvine Sowing. Always nice to see the Sunseed Genius Loci. I remember there was a day and age where I watched the episodes of Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains with Spectre, and I'm like, there's no way they're going to make a deck out of this. It's just like 2 episodes. And it's so weird and so complicated. Well, duelists love complicated, so here we are. All right, so moving into our next Sunvine plays here as our co-linked monsters go ahead and combine. Going to gain a little bit of life points here. Always helpful when you've got a long, drawn-out duel. Speaking of life points, we've got Aroma Mage power now. It's our Aromaseraphie Rosemary. So it looks like we're going to tribute the Sunside Genius Loci. And no response. Okay, special summoning another plant monster and giving us another quick look at all the monsters that are packed in that deck. Again, it's kind of hard to know when to jump in, even if you had a full hand of interactions, right? Maybe it's Ash Blossom. Maybe it's anything you need. Where do you even start? If you're unaware of this deck, if you haven't played it all the time, no? Is it the Laurel? Speaking of which, hold on to your life point calculator. Since the Laurel went to the graveyard, it's time for even more life gain. And now that there was life gain, time for a little search. Certainly a very powerful deck, kind of a glass cannon, right? You can see a lot of different situations where Joel and Lockbird might shut this down. And running 60 cards, you're not always going to have easy access to stuff. Speaking of easy access, picking up that Therion Lily Boreas. So the Demolition Derby that is Therion monsters are also here. Makes sense, though. I mean, you're never going to have a bad draw if every card in your deck is just something. It's certainly a powerful choice before, and so going ahead and equipping that plant monster there to special summon at the Borea and then getting rid of it to get the Disc Coliseum there. And grabbing another Lily. So either holding on to the King Regulus if Caden indeed runs it, or maybe just not running it and just thinking, well, that's not always going to happen. So staring down 4 link mouse for the materials. If you pay attention to the left side of the board there, you can see Mr. Orleana just, okay. That's a lot of stuff. Where is this going? Where do I even, how do I even? And a reminder to pay close attention when these matches do come up. So we are going to go ahead and get our Aroma Blend there. Got to make sure that it is steeped to perfection here. And say goodbye to our Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring there with that effect in order to grab and place up a Humid Winds. Well, certainly appropriate. It is Texas after all, so those of you who are coming down the NAWCQ, ooh, pack for the summer, please. It's going to be a scorcher, and I'm not just talking about the fire monsters. So we have the Humid Winds, of course, allowing you to pay a little bit of life points there to grab another Aroma of your choice. And let's see what Caden decides feels right here. It's going to be the Aromage Rosemary. Or excuse me, Jasmine. And Jasmine, just certainly a cool card, giving that additional normal summon when your life points are higher. And currently, we are exactly in that situation. And if you gave him life points, you also get a draw effect. So it feels really good in the middle of this combo. Great extender. Certainly a great card in its own deck, but in this sort of all-plant mismatch, that just feels right here. Speaking of which, we're banishing 3 cards there. Go ahead and get a new fusion monster here. It's pretty good, right, to be able to fuse from the graveyard. Of course, a lot of different decks get to do that, so it's not necessarily as special as it used to be. But the Aroma stuff is just, it just keeps going. Right, if you're looking for a deck where you're just like, nah, I just want to keep playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And then I'm going to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And then maybe I'll play Yu-Gi-Oh! And then I'll play Yu-Gi-Oh! I think you might have found your new next best deck. So again, getting that Aroma Lilith. I guess that's how you say Aroma Lilith. Yes, Magnolia there on the field. Certainly shows you that all of the plant cards that came out earlier this year, kind of funny that they came out in the Yubel set since Yubel is known to play plants. You really just get like every piece of the combo here. We still have to get to a strong end board, right? We mentioned that there really isn't a lot of individuality in these monsters. They sort of show up and they're gone. They show up and they're gone. But as we clinch out round 8 of 9, it is going to only be round 9. I can't believe we're going to miss you guys so much. But this turn is certainly keeping our fires warm as Naturia Carbilla hits the field. And there's the Naturia Bamboo Shoot. This Bamboo Shoot may not be a joke. No, I don't think that's the card to pick up. I'd be reaching over the table and be like, what? No way. As you can see, Hector just like stunned from seeing all this play action here and going to have to find a way to burn all these plants to the ground. So we do have Xyz materials here. So we do get to modulate some levels. Currently, our players are on the bubble here. Winner is likely to be able to clinch out a top 48 finish. The loser of this duel is going to have to work even harder next round and hope their tiebreakers are swell. Oh, and there's the clapping from the crowd against Naturia Bamboo Shoot. Naturia Bamboo Shoot, such a throwback, but remember, when you tribute that Naturia, in this case Naturia Carmella, you've got something better than Jinzo. You really do, and you might be, well, what could be better than Jinzo? I'm an old school duelist. Well, check this out. While you control this face-up card that was tribute summoned by tributing a Naturia monster, your opponent cannot activate spell and trap cards. What? Okay. Okay, well, that's going to lock out a significant portion of Hector's ability to play back here. And unless Fire King Snake Eye is running a slim package of kaiju monsters, maybe Dogaron, right? That's a fire monster. This is going to be a thing. Hey, we'd love to see you here in our crowd, too, that you can cheer at every play. But the only way that happens is if you plan a trip down the game, guys. So, yeah, taking a look at that, like, wait, what? What? There may not be a way out of this. Between Bangalancer, Humid Winds, you know, the Rika Monster, the Naturia Bamboo Shoot, even Therion Disc Coliseum promising a little bit more follow-up in the future. This is crazy. This is crazy. And Bamboo Shoot was like a scary card when it came out. Obviously a little difficult to bring things out, but we do have on the end phase a Bestial Druid Worm that might be able to help out here. Players just conversing amongst themselves, figuring out if there's any additional chain links. But that's a lot, right? There's a reason why when I saw that it was Rika Sun Avalon, I'm like, okay. Okay, this is going to be a good one. Certainly the posture here, after a long day, you always got to be forgiving of your duelists. Because it's a marathon. You know, you've seen the show. Joey was in top 4 and he lost because he fainted. Don't let that be you. So Hector at least has a monster on the board. And Dependent, that could sort of steal through and get rid of that Naturia Bamboo Shoot. But nope, looks like Bangalancer saying, no, you're going to have to find somebody else to banish. So 2,500 across the board there. Taking a look through the giant graveyard there. That is one turn worth of cards. It's going to be a little difficult here. Hey, we'd love to see you. It's one thing to sit there at home and stare at that deck box and say, that could be me. But to be a duelist is more than just playing the card game. You've got to show up to a competition. Show us what you're all about. It's exactly what Caden and Hector are doing here in our round 8 featured match. Counting out the cards here. Judge just taking a quick look. Of course, we do have our judge there verifying the text of the Bestial Druid Worm. Rika returns. So again, just riveting play here. Just getting the board set up was a masterclass in how plants work. Somewhere plant duelists are beaming proudly. But as we just stare down the field of the Bengal Lancer, Rika Quinn Strenna, and the Naturia Bamboo Shoot properly tribute summon, it's going to be kind of difficult here. Do see Snake Eye Ash into Poplar. Doesn't seem like anything is stopping the effects here. It's going to search a spell. Cool, I guess, a player might say, as they stand controlling the Naturia Bamboo Shoot. Certainly difficult. But the Bamboo Shoot is conveniently placed right in a certain spot. Looks like we might be catching on. But instead, we're going to use the Relinquished Anima to try to get rid of the Bengal Lancer. There's no one right way to get to the top tables. It looks like we're going to go ahead and see how this Poplar may or may not resolve. Taking a look again here. Always have to remember that Graveyard is active. Promethean Princess, Bestower of Flames, a looming threat when you're playing against Snake Eye, but other decks have Graveyard effects too. Hector going to go ahead and be able to resolve the Poplar again. Just take a look at the Relinquished Anima. What is it I need to do, Caden thinks? Certainly Hector appreciating the situation here just so much, but able to successfully absorb the Bengal Lancer, so still have your Spell and Trap negates. Still have your Rika monsters. Between Teardrop the Rika Queen and Naturia Bamboo Shoot, you're not feeling too bad. But removing a material there to go ahead and get that to the graveyard. And so now, instead of going the other way, looks like this very beastly attack, Relinquished Anima, is coming down on the Naturia Bamboo Shoot in the battle phase. Trying to find another way in there. All right, looks like 500 life points off the top there. Certainly a dynamic exchange. Again, when you've been playing this card game as long as we have, you could pretty much just make out what the entire field is just from the small pictures there. It's what makes Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card games such an interesting, just general chunk of information in your brain when you think about it. These are practically hieroglyphics. You see that Naturia Bamboo Shoot, and those of us who have been dueling so long, you're like, oh my god, and you not only gain information, but feel something. Feel the weight of this card that's really commanding the field there. As Caden decides, oh, I've got to figure something out, but Naturia Bamboo Shoot lives another day. And with those two face downs, they're not nearly as scary. With the Bamboo Shoot basically saying, hey, you're not going to activate any of that. Players have basically settled out now. Beyond that sort of exchange with the Relinquished Anima, we haven't really seen much out of Hector there. Again, without being able to play any spell cards, you can't really get your Snake Eye game plan going. And most of the answers to something like Naturia Bamboo Shoot may be a spell or a trap. Again, on a bubble match like this, everything counts. But it looks like Teardrop is going to go in for the Relinquished Anima. Take a brief look at Bengal Lancer the Resurgent, but it doesn't seem like much is going to happen here. So Relinquished Anima goes to the graveyard, and Bengal Lancer with it. And Teardrop managed to get in, but so did a chunk of the life points there, bringing Hector down to a measly 2,700, with about 12 minutes left on the clock on Game 3 of our Round 8 featured match. Looks like we would not be able to grab that, so going to place that card back in the graveyard as Caden pensively thinks between the 2 cards shuffled in his hand. You think he'd be feeling all right with Naturia Bamboo Shoot, but he's starting to feel that pressure. Bestial Druid's Worm attempting to come back down. Just good stuff there. Oh, and I think that looks like it's a... Is that a Starlight Rare? Therion King Regulus, definitely showing out with that card. Like, no, I'm very serious when it comes to the Therion stuff. But good news is Bangalancer the Resurgent is going to come back. It is Resurgent after all. Banishing a couple of plant monsters there from the graveyard. And about to commit to the board. Come on. Okay, so it's time for our Sunseed Twins. Again, it shows you how powerful the plant deck is. It also overwhelms not only with effects, but just purely with information. If you're not familiar with these combo plays, you really don't know where to jump in, even if you have access as a way to jump in. It looks like we are going to go ahead and move on to Sylvans here. So Sylvan Dance Peone going to go ahead and shuffle and cut the deck. You know, it's a little difficult to get this lottery. Let's see, out of these 3 cards. Triple Tactic Salad, miss. Infinite Permanence, miss. Oh, Ghost Ogre, miss. Caden taking a second, realizing, okay. Miss, and miss. We'll go ahead and drop those in the graveyard. Whatever the face down cards are, we'll see, but just being very cautious here. Don't want to get rid of your Naturia Bamboo Shoot, which is basically just sitting on top of those face down cards. So heavy you will never get out from underneath it. But just making sure to methodically play through here. Now we have seen that. I think Phantom Nightmare and Age of Overlord were probably the first sets where we started to see this again in Yu-Gi-Oh! Where you needed not only to set up your first turn play, but also have a resilient follow-up, because if not, you're just kind of just stuck in the game, right? But the follow-ups here do seem to finally be coming out. And bit by bit, we've actually made it here. But at some point, the game state must advance. Need enough attack points here, right? Not just cycling through, but he's doing a really great job of just not giving a single inch, making sure that every play, you know, gets you a little closer. Certainly got to showcase a lot of interesting decks here over the course of the tournament. We've seen Tenpai, we've seen Galaxy, and there's a lot of decks that we didn't get to showcase. Again, with only 9 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! We could only show 9 matches. Will be 1,000 life points off the top there. And then going to go ahead and move on to the Aromatherapy Jasmine effect. You gain, you lose, you lose, you gain. Now, ordinarily, you might be worried about setting a card in the same column as a maybe Mysterious Infinite Impermanence. With that Naturia Bamboo Shoot, you are not going to see those cards flip up. Might as well put an anvil on top of them, they're that heavy. Looks like play actually is going to pass back over. So Hector going to go and draw for turn. Has to find a way into the game somehow. This is probably the only chance he may get. He's been hanging in this duel so far. You would honestly forget how this entire match began, where he was just not confident in his initial plays, accidentally activated the effect of a card that was negated, and got out of the game from there. Now we're seeing the Mystical Druid's Worm again. And the Rika plays keep on coming here. Being able to place that Human Winds face up just did so much work. And getting easy access to Mudan just feels great. Looks like we are going to see the Rika Petal flash back onto the field here. Don't worry, we would love to see some Ojamas too, but it might have to wait until Infinite Forbidden. Hey, Ojama ABC might be a thing. Actually, would be Infinite Forbidden, the legendary light duelist pack. Now we're hitting the Ragnaraka, though. And it's good to see Ragnaraka Samurai Beetle splashing down on the field. Ragnaraka stuff is really good. It's just a crowded deck. When you already had a 60-card plant deck, how do you make room for additional plant cards? Hector and Kane just taking a moment there to discuss what Druid's Worm does. Again, if it disappears, yeah, that Druid's Worm has been activated multiple times, but he is going to make an impact on this duel whether you like it or not. And speaking of impactful cards, looks like we just grabbed ourselves what I think is a Rika Princess based on the lighting there. Again, every one of these plant monsters, as you've seen, just sort of shows up as like, hey, this is me. Introducing, and then they disappear as materials or tributes or discard. So much fun there. Certainly keeping the pressure up. Not giving up at all. Slowly but surely considering options. Now it's time to put the pedal to the metal as we bring back our monsters here. Maybe playing with his food before he eats it, but certainly advancing the game state non-stop here. So you can hear the crowd in the background. They're certainly riveted by the action here because, again, one of these two duelists is likely to earn their spot in the North American Championship just a few mere weeks away. We'd love to have you here, too. You could be cheering loud and proud and make your opinions heard. This will be the last regional for the Game Guys season, but don't worry, we'll be back once regionals are here again. Starting with that Infinite Forbidden. So we are going to see the Druid's Worm finally go to the graveyard. And even if it was relevant, remember Naturia Bamboo Shoot is tribute summoned. Speaking of powerful plant monsters that prevent effects, here comes Cactus Bouncer. So Mudan, going to say goodbye to her for now, but doesn't change the position here of this duel at all. All right, play action continues. Just an incredible matchup there, again, showcasing everything it is that we've got here. Just wild stuff. And again, we will be here in a moment with an interview of our winner. Again, it's not every day that you get to see play action like that. And don't go away, because after our interview, we will also have a Round 9 final match, which no matter who they are, we're going to put the two undefeated duelists against each other, because they were already going to be playing against each other. But the good news is you get to see it. But you only get to see it if you stay here, so stay put. Our featured match. Again, Caden, just really cool. I'll tell you, when I saw the Naturia Bamboo Shoot, I'm like, no way is that Naturia Bamboo Shoot ever going to hit the board. And then wham, and it never left. So I got to say, what kind of confidence do you have when you're playing Naturia Bamboo Shoot against a deck that's pretty much all spells?
Yeah, I mean, that was my main focus, was getting that out. And sometimes doesn't feel good because I'm like sacrificing a lot of my like interactions to get that out, and then I'm having to protect it. It only has 2k attack. But no, I mean, it feels nice. It really does.
Well, I got to say, beyond the MVP for your side of the board being Naturia Bamboo Shoot, we saw that Druid's Worm just over and over and over and over. So talk to me about your process of choosing what you used against it and how you decided, like, okay, this is how I'm going to handle Druid's Worm.
So, like, of course, the rough part is, like, Princess and whatever is not destroying the Druid's Worm from hand. It's just keeping it in hand, and of course I have enough lights and darts to keep on recycling. But yeah, I mean, that was just my main focus. I was hoping he wasn't going to get any cash cards. I mean, normal summon or special Fenrir, I feel like just beats me. But yeah, no, I mean, that Juice Worm was a pain.
Well, you're doing pretty good. You're doing great. Going into the next round, you are X2. Is that correct?
Yes.
So X2 in round 9 pretty much means you are locked in for an invite. Did you already have your invite for the NEWCQ?
I already do have my invite. I'm just kind of sticking in, seeing what happens, because you never know.
Just feeling yourself now. There's a lot of famous plant players out there. I'm not saying you're the next Jessica Robinson, but if you go to the NEWCQ, are you taking the 60-card stack, or are you going to experiment out there in the field?
I mean, I'm always going to experiment. Of course, she gives the best advice. I watch a lot of her videos. But, yeah, I mean, I like Bamboo Shoot, and that's kind of my spice. Some people are doing it, but, yeah, no, I mean, she has a very good list. And kind of with Rika, you just do what you feel.
Just play Yu-Gi-Oh! Just like, oh, these are cards. Okay,
yeah,
cool,
it's kind of
cool.
just what you like and what you want to do. I don't think there's a right or a wrong way with Rika.
I think that's how the 60-card stack happens, because you're just like, I don't know, cards. Well, here's the good news again. You don't really have too much to worry about. You just got to make it through the next round, so just hang in there. Just dust yourself off. It's always about one duel at a time. And speaking of one duel at a time, we're going to go ahead and let our duelist here go ahead. So, Caden,
right, man,
great job there. I mean, everybody's been applauding you because it is just a masterclass at play it. So if you just want to go ahead, we'll go ahead and return you to the system. You can hear the applause out there in the crowd. Again, so we're actually not going to go away just yet. It looks like we have about a little bit left here on the clock, and I figure we'll hang out here while we're waiting for our next round, because our final round is going to be a undefeated duelist paired up against an undefeated duelist. So we know exactly who that person will be. It'll just be whoever table 1 is, so I figure this will be a great chance for us to just kind of vibe with you guys for a while. Obviously, discussions got really interesting. I think that's always what's great about the chat, is that here's the thing, whether you're in the audience here or you're at home, Yu-Gi-Oh! Makes you a genius. It does. You're like, I'm not smart, I'm me, don't stop, please, turn off stream, cringe. Don't. Stay with me now. The issue is that you're in a community of geniuses, and we're all working as hard as we can. So you're going to spot plays that maybe your opponent didn't see until after the game, or maybe from your convenience, just hanging out in the chairs like, that's supposed to be that card. But the only way that you get that real in-person experience of playing Yu-Gi-Oh!, whether it's just grinding out one of the Master Duel Championships where you have to be on there for the whole weekend, or the physical in-person plays, you got to do it, right? You got to like show up and duel. And so we would love to be able to tell stories about you. The only way that happens, of course, is if you travel down to one of your regional championships. Doesn't have to be us. We'd love for you to come down to Game Guys, but we know that Pasadena, Texas may be really far from you. So here's what you're going to do. Just like take a look at the official tournament store locator and be like, okay, let me see how hard this actually is. And just go enter in maybe the Rarity Collection celebration that's coming up, or maybe you're in a foreign country and you've got your national championship. Do it, and then you'll have the experience of like, oh, okay, it's a little bit different than just hanging out at my house here. And not to say that there's anything bad about that, but we just want to make sure that like games survive from people actually playing them. And just going to say, if you're like obsessed with Yu-Gi-Oh! All the time, and I know you are because you are like listening to my voice right now, keep the game alive by playing it, and then who knows, baby, you'll be on the future match stage, and then you'll be sitting here and be like, yes, Pheromone, of course I did this play. What are you, a peon? And I'm like, oh, I am a peon, and I know I'm a peon because you came here to duel. Again, we do have the upcoming North American World Championship Qualifier here in Austin, and regardless of where you are in the world, it's a really fun time, again, between the public events that are going on. It's not just like the one tournament where you're like, I traveled all this way to go X4 drop. No, bear with me now. There's plenty of things you can do. There's going to still be the voice actor duel. It'll actually be broadcast on the stream this time instead of being in person, but the energy of the crowd is just so good there. Oh, I appreciate that. Seeing everybody in the chat over there. It's not like I'm doing this like by myself. I've got all you helping me, whether you're in the crowd or whether you're there in the chat. But it is true that we're just kind of, hanging out here trying to get ready for our next round because we still have a little bit of time here, and I didn't want to leave you guys with just dead air. It's always one of the things where it's just like, okay, well, what are we supposed to do? I don't know. We just like Yu-Gi-Oh! We'll just hang out for a sec. The stream has been very cool. Growing up as a young duelist, if that's the thing, we didn't necessarily have this sort of format, right? You just kind of like check out your regional championships and be able to actually watch it. So this is something very special. If you haven't seen, let me just point down to the Game Guys logo here. If you haven't checked these guys out, there's a number of social media pages there. It's a really different vibe. It's much more, if you guys are like into the fighting game community or whatever, like if you're used to like hearing names like Jay Wong, Vicious Lopez, IFC Yipes or whatever, this is very much like fighting game Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't know if that makes sense, but somebody in the chat is like, oh, yeah, it is fighting game Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, now I actually get it. It really is meant for you, though. It's not meant for us. This isn't just so that we can be like, remember a random Saturday in June. Wasn't that the time? No. This is specifically to elevate this community and show the communities that you can elevate, to get everybody being like, oh, they got a stream. Well, we're going to have fireworks. By the way, I'm not advising anybody to have fireworks at the NAWCQ, but it's just one of those things where, like, if everybody chips in and does more and doesn't just stop, then yeah, you get to have like a better time here. So it's been really cool seeing, cosplay duelists at all these different events. It's been cool seeing the stream here at this particular event. It's just been really, really fun. So thank you guys for watching. That includes you in the crowd over there just sitting in the seats. Yeah, there we go. I can see the claps. Like, yeah, I'm here. I can hear the voice. Looks like I'm just making sure we get some updates here. Pretty soon we'll be traveling over into our next round. We do have some in-between time there. I'm trying to like see all the way. Somebody could just tell me what that precious number said. But, again, it will be just our final undefeated duelist. Once we do that, if you haven't been to a regional championship, you may not actually even know, like, what's next. So, you get to the end of the regional. You wonder, can X2 top? Well, the way you find out who topped is they will announce the standings. And if you've been through all 9 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh!, and many people don't because they're like, I didn't win all the games. I'm awful. First off, you're not. But it's okay. If you want to use your time differently, you can. But standings will be posted, and then you will have 5 minutes to verify them. What does that mean? You need to run to the standing thing, find your name, and be like, what happened to my 3 points? And don't just stop there. Then run all the way to the scorekeeper and say, hey, scorekeeper, I actually won this thing, and I think there may be an error. That way they can verify that. And sometimes it really does happen where maybe we'll announce the top 48 and 5 minutes go by, and we're like, we meant this top 48. So just make sure, we're all human here. It's been a very long day. Yes, Plant versus something is what we just got to see. It was actually Sinful Spoil Snake Eye, Fire King, and thought the plants might get burnt down. If you don't know, all of the Snake Eye cards are actually plants that have burnt down. Like Snake Eye Oak, plant. Snake Eye Ash, plant. Snake Eye Birch, nobody plays that. Snake Eye Flamberge Dragon, it is the dragon burning everything. But actually Poplar, if you've ever seen like Poplar catch on fire, I'm not recommending you burn Poplar. What I'm recommending you do is Google search burning Poplar. It's a really cool vibe. So to see burning plants versus plants, well, the plants actually took it, so it looks like Mother Nature prevails here. It is true. There's a lot of, if you actually see like all the craziness that's going on here in terms of the tech, there's a reason why I sound like broadcast quality. There's a reason why this camera is like crazy. Again, Game Guys does not mess around. This is some high-tech stuff. Got a full production team over on the side. There's actually like a full stage. I'm going to show you guys what this looks like. I'm just going to pop a link in the chat so you can see what the venue looks like, because we can do that here as we continue to hang out here. It's been just a joy traveling. You might recognize me from a recent stream, wink, wink. And it's one of those things where, again, I just love this game, so I think we're getting... Pairings are online, so it looks like we stalled just long enough to keep your interest so that we could showcase that next one without missing anything. I'm going to find this Game Guys video real fast, pop it in the chat so you guys can watch it while we are getting ready here, literally Googling in real time. People will watch anything for the content, right? Where is it? or it would help if I spelled my own name right. But yeah, we are going to have whoever our number 1 table is, because we want to show you the best and brightest out of Texas. Because you're coming to Texas. If you're actually going to be here at the North American World Championship Qualifier, I know where you're going to be on July 19th through July 21st. And if not, have you considered that you love Yu-Gi-Oh! And maybe you should go anyway? Let me just copy that link real fast. I'm going to bump myself back over the chat here, because you deserve to know what you're missing, right? You deserve to know why you should be here hanging out, and hey, maybe you'll just sit up here. We'll just shoot the breeze about Yu-Gi-Oh! Where is my chat? Just bump in here, open the app, so I can literally talk to you while I'm talking to you, because that's what we do. But with that in mind, it is going to be okay, interesting stuff there. Yes, I am, and that's I just got outed by Mr. What is that? Sanic. You have good taste, right, in hedgehogs. But yeah, no, I just got off of YCS Indianapolis, and with any luck, maybe I'll see y'all down in Texas as well. If you're ever down in Texas, look us up, right? But it looks like we are getting all of our players seated here. Again, the atmosphere is pretty good when you consider we've been here for 9 rounds, but the events actually run really smoothly, and that's in thanks to our judge team. Again, some regionals, you show up 9 rounds, it's like, oh man, I'm going to be driving at midnight. Not here. We are at 7 o'clock going into the last round here, and our judges still look pretty healthy and vibrant because they've been doing this all day, but it hasn't been all day. Again, there we go. Let me just pop this open real fast. So I want to make sure you get to see what the venue looks like. And deck lists are going to be printed and coming our way soon. So our judge is going to go ahead and start it. So I'm going to go ahead and punch that in the chat so you guys get to see if you want the vibe here. Should pop up there. If it doesn't, you can always find me and my impossibly hard to spell name. But since we are going to have our undefeated duelists, why don't we go for what you're really here to watch? Not just me vamping, but people who are here for dueling. All right, so looks like our room is just about, yep, there's our duelists. They're just going to be sitting down in our feature match stage. It's so crazy that we have gotten through 9 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Again, we're going to miss you. We really are going to miss you, but there's only so much we could do in a single day's worth of Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists just smiling. Oh, it looks like we're going to be seeing Pedro again. So we know him from a previous round, so we're going to be seeing Illusion Chimera at least. I get to say that out loud because, well, all the duelists are locked in our little feature match stage. But again, just been a good time, and we really are here for you, so it's just been great to see everybody, and hopefully you've learned something, right? Whether it's to fear Naturia Bamboo Shoot, maybe it's to understand the exhaustion of 9 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Look at these 2 duelists just smile. They know what they're in for. They know they're going to make it, so... this particular one, I want to say, is pure Illusion Chimera, so you are not going to see any branded strategy here. It is really going to be just Nightmare Apprentice, grabbing different monsters from the deck. I believe we even got to see the end of Anubis. And I got to be the only duelist left who's just like, yeah, it's the end of Anubis. And you're like, it's big, and it doesn't let me play Yu-Gi-Oh! I'm like, yeah, have you considered it's big, and it doesn't let you play Yu-Gi-Oh? So every time you're on the other side of a really opposing monster card, just remember your opponent's probably having a good time. Don't spoil it for them, right? You wouldn't do it at somebody's birthday party where you're like, oh, how come he gets the birthday cake and I don't, even though I was born on a different day? Let him enjoy himself and just say, okay, maybe I can get a chance again. No, we were hoping to show off some melodious and some voiceless voice, but we just weren't able to fit it in. But again, might be able to do that in the future. We did get our hands on the deck lists here, and it looks like Pedro Alfaro will be playing against Colby Ford here, who's been undefeated the entire day with a Kashtira Tenpai deck. So hopefully we get to see some great combos there. But this is going to be really interesting. This is going to be interesting because, again, Tenpai is kind of difficult to play. As we've seen, I believe that the Tenpai duelist is actually the best duelist in the room, or at least they're being asked the most, because while their own deck is very linear, right, you only have to do so much, you kind of have to know how to play against every single deck that ever existed in Yu-Gi-Oh! And if you run into some rogue deck, you're like, oh, Fluffle, Frightfur? What do I even do? You have to be studied there. So being undefeated with Tenpai means this is just going to be the perfect run. And I'm sorry if the commentator's curse happens here and we done, messed up the perfect run, but it's going to be exciting. Remember, both of these duelists are likely to receive not only an invite if they don't already have one, but that gorgeous regional qualifier mat here. And win, lose, or draw, we're going to interview. In fact, last event, You can check the Game Guys YouTube archives for this. We actually had a tie, so we're just like, bring them both up. Let's just both talk Yu-Gi-Oh! These players know each other, you know, and look at the smiling faces that you see there. You may think, okay, man, you know, it's my opponent, but these are people that care about this game that you have dedicated your entire life to. So strike up a conversation. You might find that you actually, like, really know and love this person that's across from you. You just haven't taken the time to get to know them. But it is true. This is going to be wild, like, to see just the perfect. This might be the shortest, you know, featured match we've ever had. I actually do believe our Tenpai featured match on the very first round today was like 5 minutes, because Tenpai either just has it or don't. So if this turns out to be crazy, we're going to find out exactly what it feels like, what it actually looks like for a Tenpai Dragon deck to go undefeated after 9 rounds of Swiss in a 420-person tournament. But this is just good stuff overall. All right, so it does look like players are just about ready to go, just deferring to the judge to make sure that they're fine. They could make a start. Ain't waiting on me. So taking just a brief look here. Hey, that's Tenpai. Don't. It actually means something too. 10 actually is Japanese for heaven. And the concept of Tenpai is being close to heaven, so you are literally 1 card away from victory. Hopefully the resilience that you find in the Chimera deck affords you just a path to victory, right? The dice roll will be pretty important in this format, but probably, you know, depending on who wins it, Pedro's going first. Little respect knuckles across the board there, and let's go and roll some dice here. So go shoot. Looks like we have a 6 there. And then same deal on the left side. That is a 5. So Colby gets to choose. Pedro seemed to mutter something akin to, I guess I'm going first. I think that's where we're going here. Hey, we'd love to see some Chimera Melodious decks, but the only way we do is if you play and you win. So go get them, Tiger. But for now, the only Tigers we're watching are Tenpai Dragon versus our Illusion Chimera deck, right? With Colby versus Pedro. Pedro just taking a brief look at the hand there, asking a couple of questions, but now we're going to the main phase, discarding the Cornfield Quaddle to get things started. Seems like no points of interaction from Colby's hand, just letting that pass. And I think at this point at Colby, you're just like, let's just see what happens. Well, we would love to have you anyway, and good luck at whatever regional championship, national championship, or qualifier you have, or hey, just your next Master Duel. But speaking of dueling, our Chimera, the king of mystical claws here, is going to go ahead and be normal. So I'm trying to use this effect, but Effect Veiler said, hey, So we are seeing that a decent hand trap lineup is going to let you slow down your opponent, hopefully just enough to get into the game yourself as a Tenpai duelist. Activating polymerization here. It's time to fuse. We weren't able to search anything further, so whatever's in the hand, that's going to have to deal. Looks like it's going to be combining, I think I saw a Cornfield Quaddle with a Gazelle on the board there, so a Beast and Illusion making Berfomet. I mean, Chimera, the flying king of mythical beasts. That's all of their names. There's certainly a cool game design feature to be able to say, okay, we want to make a deck around this boss monster that doesn't really do anything. Why don't we just make additional boss monsters that steal the name? And it's really opened up the creativity in deck development here. But before Berfomet can do anything, it looks like the Ghost Mourner and Moonlit Chill is going to go ahead and negate its effect. And if it leaves the field, effect damage will be dealt to Pedro. So a nice little early chunk there. But looks like we're going to add that Nightmare Apprentice from the deck to the hand. Again, probably one of the most sought-after quarter-century secret rares in this set. That's the secret rare, of course, but just certainly some news you can use. I think the only other chase card we've seen would be like the Nightmare Throne. But Legacy of Destruction's got just some really game-changing cards. As we've seen, this tournament's really been dominated by the impact of Legacy of Destruction, whether it was Snake Eyes, new Snake Eyes Diabellstar, Tenpai doing numbers. There were some melodious, voiceless voice decks that were out there in the tournament as well. Didn't get to feature them, but hey, we'll try that on the next regional. We are going to see the Nightmare Apprentice. Didn't quite see the discard, but we are going to activate the effect here, so it is good. Colby giving the thumbs up as we reach in the deck, and man, let's take a look what we got here. taking a look. I would imagine if you're undefeated, you know what you're doing. He probably is just saving it, right? It's one of those things where if you attack into a face-down card and it gets Mirror Forced, did it get Mirror Forced or did you activate Mystical Space Typhoon? We're going to add another Nightmare Apprentice there. And looks like we're going to overlay these 2 6s. Is it going to be the Evil Czar Lars that we saw before? No, this time it's Beatrice of the Lady Eternal. Going to go ahead and detach the material there immediately. And send a Chimera Fusion to the graveyard. It does have 2 great graveyard effects. Call me crazy, but I mean, one of these days we're going to see somebody include the actual Gazelle and actual Baphomet to use that second effect. I mean, it's card advantage, right? Never feels bad. And they are still Beasts and Fiends. But we'll save the deck advice for later since these duels know exactly how to create a tournament-winning deck. They're about to win a tournament. So now Chimera Fusion is hitting the board here, so it is fusion time. And for Pedro's previous lines, we usually see the Chimera immediately being able to take from the hand, but no, this time we're just going another Baphomet. Now give it time. We are seeing new Mirror Force cards being released the very next set, actually, in the Infinite Forbidden. So time will tell. But here comes Diabels. And I'm so happy to see it. You know, I know it's a card that slows down the game, but it's a card that hasn't really slowed down games yet. We've had Pedro actually on our feature match stage before earlier in the tournament, and we didn't get to see this sort of controlling card that seeks out set spells and traps and forces you to set them down. And that could be really big. Imagine setting a field spell. And that gives away a lot as a Tenpai player to be like, goodbye. All right, so looks like we're just going to take a quick look at the graveyard. We've got our Gazelle, various hand traps, but most importantly, that Cornfield Quaddle in the graveyard. Now, nothing too fancy here. But at a certain point, we'll have to get it. Judge just making sure that we're aware of all game states. And it's been a long day here, and we are not nearly as well staffed as a YCS. This is just a couple of judges, a couple of great event staffers, and we're getting it done with a 420-person regional here in amazing time. Considering that it is local time, almost 7:20, you might be driving home in daylight if you're actually here at the venue. And we did have that monster 1,600 off the top there. Go ahead and get a little pile shuffling it. Making sure that we're just aware of everything. So yes, that 1,600 is going back up. 100, excuse me, 100. All right, so taking a quick look over here. Looks like we've got the Black Goat Who Laughs. That might have been the card that was set for the Beatrice Lady of the Eternal. It does have a graveyard effect and has been an increasingly popular card over the format. Again, you can go ahead and banish it from the graveyard, clear a monster card, and this turn, neither player can activate the effects of monsters on the field with that original name. So a good way to be, well, investing a little insurance for the next turn. Definitely Beatrice a powerful card in that deck because you could not only send different cards, they don't have to be monsters, right? There's a lot of stuff. I think that Beatrice, probably one of the greatest cards ever printed. It's had a very long and successful road dodging the Forbidden Limited list. Maybe one day it's going to get hit. But only time will tell. Right now we're just resolving the cost section of the Pot of Prosperity, banishing 6 cards using those brand new Black Rose Judge sleeves. It only came out just a couple of weeks ago, actually. And now we're going to reveal 6 cards. We've got Pot of Prosperity, Lightning Storm. We've got Tenpai Dragon Chindra, Sungain Summoning, Harpy's Feather Duster, and Infinite Impermanence. The Impermanence actually could help depending on what else you have. But it looks like we're going for the monster. Sort of decide to set aside the Tenpai Dragon Chindra. If you're curious about the damage, you might be unaware that Ghost Mortar and Moonlit Chill Might have been used actually on another monster. I thought it was on the first one. But whenever that monster leaves the field, effect damage is done. It's something that you have to make sure you are keeping track of. And because it's a mandatory effect, you are able to write that down in the note-taking section of the tournament policy guidelines. So, hey, bring a pen and paper. There are a few things you can take notes on, and that'll be one of them. All right, so we're going to place that card face down. That's how the Sangen Summoning has to hit the field there for the first time because of the Diabelles. Well, I'll have to ask our judge about that, but good news is, unfortunately, without player audio, we don't know what it is that we missed in terms of that. Sometimes we've seen that before, even at the YCS level, somebody might get what appears to be an additional normal summon, and you're like, oh no, they used Destiny Hero Dasher. But without audio, it's kind of difficult, right? We're all just kind of guessing along here. At least we're caught up so far, so focusing on the board that we're looking at. Certainly 1,500, 15,000 damage is no problem for the Tenpai strategy if it's able to get things going. And we do have Sangen Summoning here. So we know the Chundra's in the hand. We know that we're going to have half damage, so at least 16,000 damage would ordinarily be the ask here. In this case, it'll be 13,000 damage from here on out. Of course, 13,000 divided by 2, 6,500. That's the life points left. Math. It's a Saturday, we know. And that's what I was thinking too there, but again, there might be a piece of information that we do not know because we cannot hear. So focusing on the game that we do have, maybe proceeding on an accepted game state. Looks like Tenpai Dragon Tundra is going to be discarded there off the Sangen Summoning. So Tenpai Dragon Fadra hitting the field there. And that Diabelles is in defense mode. So I think we are going to go ahead and attack into it and take a little bit of damage. Certainly appreciate the viewers at home. Hopefully this is a good experience for all of you, whether you are on the East Coast, the West Coast. Maybe you're sitting in front of a bunch of monitors there watching different Yu-Gi-Oh! Streams across the world. But whatever it is, we're happy that you're here. Again, now that the Tenpai Dragon Fadra has brought out Chundra, Chundra will go ahead and attack as well. And here comes Tenpai Dragon Pydra. Now, what's interesting, though, is Diabelles is still here on the field, so that Sangen Kaiben may not be as strong as it usually is. It looks like we're going to go ahead and advance the game state here. So performing a Synchro Summon using the quick effects of these Tenpai monsters. Again, always one card away from victory. So here comes the Sangenpai Bident Dragon. We've declared 2 attacks so far, as long as I haven't lost count. There's so many attacks you can get off in this single turn with Tenpai Dragons. Again, your opponent could have 40,000 life points, and Tenpai actually might be able to do it. So it looks like we're going to have the Dragon go ahead and attack the Diabelles. So now that's no longer on the field. Then we're going to go ahead and use the quick effect here to Synchro Summon, including this card. Likely going for the Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon, but considering again, nope, we're not going to ask our friend this time, so it is going to be the Sangenpai Transcendent Dragon. The masterpiece there certainly had enough attacks here. It's been 3 attacks, so now all the Sangenpai can join the fray. A little difficult to deal with the Berfomet. Obviously, the illusion monsters are a hard sell. Diabelles being one of the first illusion monsters to be printed without that really cool effect that, like, hey, you don't beat me because I'm not going to beat you. But we do see that since, of course, well, not nearly affected anymore. So again, here comes the Tenpai Dragon Pydra getting the first attack here. Remember, these should be half damage because the earlier Pot of Prosperity, we do get a special summon as well. And again, those of you in the chat are absolutely right. There's a million different ways to play Yu-Gi-Oh! And again, that's why I've been, well, really hyping up our event that we got in 5 weeks here. You can go to the NAWCQ and play Duel Links if you wanted to, or Master Duel tournaments. But the only way that happens is if you decide to come out to one of these great events and play Yu-Gi-Oh! The way you want to play it. Because you really can. But speaking of the way that we want to play Yu-Gi-Oh!, looks like Ruddy Rose Dragon being synchro summoned out here. So instead going for a little bit more of a defensive play, thinking ahead to the future and not just trying to go for the Trident Dragon. But it looks like we might be conducting a Link summon here. And it really is just the Tenpai Dragon special, right? Seals, pass. So adding one card to hand for turn, taking a quick look at all the resources that have been spent so far. Certainly, Pedro has been on this stage before, not nervous, and definitely with the tournament record that you're at, you're really just playing for dignity and honor, right? Who is the undefeated duelist at our 420-person regional championship? Pedro's got a little bit of a smile on his face, too, just, you know, it is what it is. Low life points, of course, about 6,000 life points behind. But illusion monsters are tricky, and this is how they get going. Oh, looks like actually conceding there. And our judge signaling to us that it looks like Pedro's the one conceding, so our game one is taken by Colby with just that incredible Tenpai combo, just sort of bobbing and weaving. So really great stuff there, just incredible there. But certainly we've been seeing a lot of different ways to duel across the ages here. The Time Wizard tournaments at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series Indianapolis included formats you may not even remember. I want to say that they had 2 events that were based on 2013 specifically. So again, you know, you may think to yourself, okay, you know, these are cool decks, but maybe I'll sit this one out. You don't have to just sit on the sidelines. You don't have to be on the sidelines anymore because, again, ask your tournament organizer, whether it's your OTS or you're at a YCS or maybe you're at the NAWCQ, hey, I'd like to sign up for, like, what's my favorite era of Yu-Gi-Oh!, right? I guess I'm asking for myself personally. 2008, you know, was an interesting format. Teledad, right? You might want to say, hey, you know, I'm done playing this April 2010 stuff. Why don't we just flash forward to the end of that year? Maybe I want to play December 2010, but the only way that happens is you can't just sit there. You got to come out of your duelist shell. I would love to be playing some toss format, right? That was those of you who are Yu-Gi-Oh! Centric people who have been here in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, at least in Texas. You might remember when I ended up in toss format, 2019 Fort Worth. What was I playing? Oh, that's right. Mystic Mind Destiny board. Yeah, I would love to play Time Wizard 2019. Would you love to join me? Jokes aside, you know, I know Mystic Mind is not exactly a great time for everybody, but it just shows you really can't ask for a U special. You know, all these different names in the chat, right? You could be like, I'd like to play the Stuckmeister format, which is, I don't know, 2015 December. Maybe it's 2015 November. Maybe something really big happened that next month, and you're like, no, this is my tournament. Again, sign up for it. Bring some friends along or just ask some strangers. And as long as enough people sign up to fire that format, you get to play your tournament. Speaking of your tournament, let's take a look back at Pedro and Colby as they continue through their side decking here. Again, both of these duelists definitely know what's going on. They seem very comfortable around one another, and you don't get through 9 rounds of this. Technically, this is the 9th round, but with Tenpai, not knowing all the different things you're going to run up into. And the same thing with Illusion. You're like, okay, I did my best, but at least I was able to put something there. Again, for those of you looking at the Neuron section of the screen, you see how it says 16 minutes? It's actually counting up to 45, so we still have about 29 minutes left on the clock. So don't worry, we're not out of time yet, and there'll be plenty of chances for a photo finish here. And I think I swear I saw a super polymerization at the very bottom there of the deck, and that'll be cool, right? 2 dragons combined to form a new fusion monster. We'll see what it ends up being. So on this one, it is just going to be a one-day regional. Unfortunately, we are not going to have our top cut today. So after this, all we'll do is interview our winner and say goodbye to all of you at home. But don't worry, there's a bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh! Streams you could be watching across the planet, including Day 2 of the Italian National Championship that should be airing on the Yu-Gi-Oh! Konami EU channel later today. Well, it might be tonight. I think it's like 2 a.m. our time. But don't worry, if you need Yu-Gi-Oh!, if you haven't gotten enough after 9 rounds of hearing my voice, there's still even more Yu-Gi-Oh! To watch. Pedro smiling, doesn't know if he is just one duel away from running the set back or one duel away from congratulating the new undefeated duelist Colby Ford here. We shall see. The pile shuffling out here for just the last of the luck. We have had a draw. Last event we had a draw. We just interviewed both duelists. They both knew each other. They were both happy to talk about Yu-Gi-Oh! So we'll definitely get to talk to somebody at the end of this. It's been a great tournament. Again, 9 rounds with a stream and a lunch break, and it is 7:32 local time. Really shows you these judges are doing what they can, and hopefully many of these Texas judges are on our Austin-based team to show some local love and really get that tournament moving. All right, looks like Colby's just about ready. Pedro's got a smile on his face, right? You have a day like this, you know you're going to make it. So, while you may not take home a trophy, you'll probably take home one of those beautiful mats featuring the new Voiceless Voice card from Legacy of Destruction, Saphira. But we're definitely doing it, 2 in it here, so this is going to be interesting now. Now, here's the thing. You're Pedro. Do you go first? You know the opponent wants to go second, but you also want to go first. So let's see what happens here. 5 cards. All right, I think he's already probably announced. And it looks like setting 2, Pedro passes the turn. Doesn't look good if you're cheering for illusions there. Already having drawn the 6 cards, Colby considers what to activate first. I think it's going to be the Sangan Summoning Field spell. There it is. So in pure Mahjong fashion, let's go ahead and add a card from the deck to the hand, and then you got a discard. And it really is like the vibe of Mahjong. There's another Mahjong card actually in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, Mahjong Munya Maidens. And it has the same flip effect. I'm going to draw a card, then I got to put one down. Just like the fabulous game it's based on. All right, so we are seeing Tenpai Dragon Chundra added from the deck to the hand. And man, look at Pedro, that poker face. He's smiling. He may be saying no response on the outside, but he may be saying never a response on the inside. So we are discarding that Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Don't think we need it here. Taking just a moment to shuffle there. And committing a Tenpai Dragon Chundra to the board, so I think the battle phase is nigh. I believe I see a Sangan Kaimen in the hand there. Just a little splash of that beautiful yellow and orange in the center of a spell card. But Colby keeping that hand kind of close to the chest. So, and there's the battle phase. Tenpai Dragon Chundra attacks. Pedro nods. Using the effect of the Tenpai Dragon Chundra. Looks like we're going to go into the deck here. Nodding, just no response. Either has a great poker face, technically. Maybe not at all. Right, so we're going to take the 1500. And then we have the Tenpai Dragon Pydra. Pydra's going to go ahead and attack as well. And Super Polymerization hits the board, discarding Polymerization in order to fuse these 2 Fire Dragons to form a new fusion monster. Could be Garura, but hey, that'll be enough. But it's going to be Mud Dragon. Oh no, Garura in defense mode. We have had 2 attacks. We haven't seen a Sangan Kaimen yet. And there's the Sangan Kaimen, so not giving up just yet. I did see a brief little discard there. Might have been an Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring on top, so it looks like we're going to resolve without that. We're squaring up the graveyard here, and it is Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. So Pedro's smiling maybe because he knew he was going to survive this duel, not because he was going to lose it and had no chance. Play passes back over to Pedro. So we're going to shuffle the deck here. And be careful there. We want to make sure. Just hand it off to the judge. Colby said, man, it's been a long day. 9 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a lot. Why don't you go ahead and cut the deck? And the judge doing exactly that, just to make it in short order. Quick little shuffle. Other than that, Colby says, hey, I'm good. I'm good. So I'll pass that back over to Pedro as he draws for turn. So that Super Polymerization that we thought we saw did pay off. So, getting into that extra deck. We were bought a turn, but you probably don't get many more. So you really need to commit those illusion-based resources to the field there. Only setting a card, though, and keeping one in hand. Is there another Garura coming? Able to save himself for the turn, but just passing it back over. Colby trying to decide which of the cards he has that he's going to play, maybe out of Tenpai monsters. To have such an opportunity to attack and yet have nothing. Well, you don't have to worry about that too hard with the Sangen Summoning Field spell there. Looks like he's going to grab the Tenpai Dragon Fadra. Taking a brief moment to think, okay, if I do Fadra, then what happens? But yep, Fadra's going to get added. Going to go and shuffle the deck there, sufficiently randomized, and place it back down. Might be going back in, so we'll cut it later if we need to. And discarding. So now's the Tenpai Dragon Fadra on the field. Fadra by his lonesome. But about to special summon another monster here. Tenpai Dragon Pydra, you don't necessarily want to commit to the super polymerization if you haven't just yet, even if you had another target besides the Garura. But looks like we're going to go ahead and use the Pydra to grab another Sangen Kaimen quick play spell card from the deck to the hand. There's a lot of different ways this could go, but there is Dimensional Barrier. So, we can't hear our players, but we know they probably called Synchro Monsters. So certainly not out of the duel just yet. Going to go ahead and activate the Sangen Kaimen in response to that. Doesn't seem like there's any problem, so we're going to go ahead and, again, search our deck and add to our hands the Tenpai Dragon Chundra. So Pedro buying another turn here probably. Not having to worry about, can't put on any synchro monsters out here. I could make the leg play, right? The classic sealed pass. You leave two monsters on the board. Maybe super polymerization does happen again. Which also could maybe just start to push a little forward. Oh, but it looks like we are going to confirm those link arrows. And there it is. Oh, instead we had looked at the seals for a moment, but instead we get Heat of the Fire Charmer ablaze, getting that Ash Blossom. And there's super polymerization again, 2 fire monsters this time. Discarding what appeared to be called by the grave. And here comes the Mud Dragon of the Swamp. So just know, I'm not going to give up this duel. I won 8 rounds of Illusion Chimera. There's a reason why I'm still here. So both of these duelists, just Colby shaking his head, yeah, it's a good play. So now Pedro's real smile coming out. I knew I was going to survive, but at this point, no additional cards. Just drew the 1 card. Has great monsters on the board. Going to go ahead and use the effect there of the Mud Dragon of the Swamp. Double Super Poly is good, but we've used 2 so far. Now we're going to go ahead and perform a Link Summon. No, it's Synchro Summon time. We changed the attribute so we could get Chaos Angel on the board. Not sure if we went to Dark or Light. It looks like we're going to go ahead and use the effect of Chaos Angel to banish the Sangen Summoning Field spell. Taking a quick look there, looks like we'll Infinite Impermanence. Pay attention to that column there. Garura going ahead and getting a draw there, but now it looks like we're going to Tribute Summon for the Big Wing Berfomet. And Big Wing Berfomet does nothing here except get rid of a perfectly good Chaos Angel as Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring is discarded from the hand. Pedro smiling, Colby smiling, there's a thumbs up. But it looks like just 1,400. Okay, we're not out yet. These duelists are really hanging in there. Maybe his opponent doesn't got it. Colby draws for turn. Duelists at home, be on the edge of your seat, because I know I am. Sangen Summoning is activated. Before it even gets to do anything, Ghost Ogre and Snow Rabbit discard from the hand to destroy that card since it was already on the field. Now we see the Tenpai Dragon Chundra. There's the handshake. Both duelists really hanging in there. Not giving up an inch. Again, another fist bump. Both very happy to be there. And our judge confirming there that that was a concession on the left side. Pedro having just a stellar run here. You know, you got to give it. We have a habit of only being able to interview our winners, right? Because there's only so much time. But just remember, every single duelist here is trying their best. Certainly could have, but wanted to go big. Wanted to go big, and we'll ask everybody what it felt like. Actually, excuse me, ask Colby what it felt like, and answer to everybody there in the chat. 2 Super Poly is very expensive, so certainly being able to get those resources back would help. But again, you know, some duelists, they want to establish a defensive board and accumulate resources. Other duelists are like, no, I've got to do something. But remember, both of these duelists were undefeated going to this round, so they're both going home with something, and hopefully we get to see them in Austin with high-caliber dueling like that. Speaking of high caliber, in just a moment here, we are going to get to talk to Colby Ford about just an incredible grind game, right? Tenpai, known for their grindy games that take a while, right? Jokes aside, we will be back with our interview right after this. And after that, we'll be closing out the stream. But we're so happy that you came here, so don't go anywhere. It's going to be a really interesting interview. And then, hey, we'll just go ahead and set you all free. Stay tuned. We'll be back in a moment. Giving our duelists just a moment there to pack up. No reason to have any dead air there. Again, just incredible gameplay there. And certainly some life lessons that we saw as well. Certainly appreciate you there. I love that we're in Season 5, Brandon, where everybody knows the Pharaoh's secret name. No, everybody knows now. It's fine. But just good stuff. Good stuff. Right, duelist packing up there. Colby just the man of the hour. Certainly don't need to rush him at all. And really a great time here. We're going to miss you. We really are going to miss you. I could do another 9 rounds of this. Start lining the people up. Tenpai Dragons do not pierce, by the way. So we'll be able to ask Colby just like, oh, a tribute summon. How did it feel like dueling in Battle City? And really get to see some really cool side deck options here, right? At this point in the tournament, Colby happy to just showcase, you know, great options, including those quarter-century secret rare dimension shifters. Definitely got to go chase down a set of that. Some nice stuff. Game Rarity Collection really just boosting up, whether you have the cards already or not. It's cool to see them when they shine that brightly. And it is true that, you know, just no amount of attack points, or rather, no amount of defense points are going to matter when you're facing against the Tenpai Dragons. So just good stuff. Duelist just taking a moment there. Again, if you bid into a full YCS and you've done 9 rounds, you know how it feels to be like, oh my gosh, okay, I had the time of my life, but there was 9 rounds. And just Colby taking a moment, even Pedro there, just chilling, just 2 duelists having a good time. Just gigantic monsters there. All right, looks like our duelists have left, so we should be seeing those doors open, and give a round of applause again for our champion as he exits the door there. Undefeated. Waiting for our sacred slip to get signed. Again, just really excellent gameplay from both duelists. And looks like our judge is coming here to collect some paperwork and drop off some stuff here. So in just a moment, we're going to go ahead. And if you want to just jump on in. There, come on, Colby. This is your seat for you. Go ahead. Yeah. So if you want to just have a seat here. Yeah, good meeting you again. So we're actually live right now because I figured why make these lovely people wait, because they've been watching just some incredible gameplay there. Now, I got to say, Tenpai Dragons, you know, very well known for their long-standing grind game. That was a really interesting match, I have to say. But I want to go from most recent to the beginning. When you saw the tribute summon of the Berthamet, how did that feel? I know you knew that the Chaos Angel could be switched around, so you knew what was going on, but you're just like, wait a sec.
Yeah, I sat there and I was like, okay, he's going to commit to the tribute. I have to Ash and leave him with one card in hand. It was definitely a feeling of like, if I didn't activate anything right there and just held the Ash, I was losing. We were doing a top deck war, and I've played the Chimera matchup multiple times. I'm scared of Diabells. That's why I actually play the Ready Rose. That it's just I did not want to get into a top deck war, and that's what it was. So I wanted to get out of that situation as quickly as possible.
Well, you did a great job surviving not one but two super polymerizations. Was there any surprise, or are you getting used to being super polyed at this point?
To be honest with you, he's the first person that super polyed me the whole day, and I'm not gonna lie, I was terrified to first super poly. The second super poly, I was like, we're basically top decking, so I was like, he has to have it, and if he doesn't have it, it's just game over.
Well, good stuff. I have to ask, since we do have the NAWCQ coming up, do we already have our invite, and we were just testing the field?
Yeah, so I already have the invite. We, oddly enough, I just came out to hang out with the boys, rep off the team, and to be honest with you, this deck choice literally happened 1 o'clock this morning.
Really? And we've heard that before where you're just like, you know what, I'm just going to take this deck and you have the perfect run.
Yep.
I got to ask, speaking of perfect runs, we do have more Tenpai cards coming out in the Infinite Forbidden. Is this the forever deck? Are we a Mahjong Master? Are we going to try other things out when it comes out?
To be honest with you, Yellow and Kid Moto, I think it's called Kid Moto, those two cards are going to make the deck infinitely better. I don't know about the trap card, obviously testing, but just Yellow alone is just really, really good. Being able to have another utility, another name, Poplar-esque effect, which is it's every deck has a Poplar right now, and I don't agree with it, but hey, if we're going to continue to make effects like that, sure, I'll continue to play them. You know what I mean?
Makes sense. It's in the game. If they were so worried, there'd be a forbidden limited list for that. Well, I got to say, it sounds like you are very well supported, and you've got a great community. Is there anybody you want to shout out as you went through 9 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! That kind of helped you get through those 9 rounds, just from home or the test group or whoever?
Of course. So shout-outs to the guy that I just played. We went in there going, I'm going to say that right now. We went in there going, whoever gets it, it was a great vibe. We were fist bumping each other. Before we even got in the room, we were like, dude, whoever gets it, it's going to be a great match. Shout outs to him. He played insanely well. Shout outs to Andy. Andy is my test partner. He actually got, I believe, 5th in San Antonio recently. Shout outs to Team Inspire. One of the owners, got to shout him out. It's one of those things that, tons and tons of shout outs. Ruben, all the boys back in Fort Worth. Still, it feels really good to get out of the Super Poly, to be honest with you.
I mean, it's incredible to see against Super Polymerization a legendary card from the anime and still seeing top tournament table play. But it was wild seeing the Garuda. I'm like, wait, he can't do Mud Dragon, right? The heat of play was just so heads up.
That's what I asked. I was like, do you have targets? And he was like, yeah, Mud Dragon. I was like, oh my gosh, yeah, that's true. I was like, yeah, that's right. I was terrified, man. I really was. But yeah, no, it's really, really good. He played his heart out. We both did. We were all laughing in there. It was just a great vibe, and it was a great match. I will say that.
Definitely a great attitude, and with an attitude like that, and with all the testing and good habits you got 5 weeks before the NAWCQ. We might be seeing you at the top tables again.
Hey, I plan on it.
Speaking of which, thank you guys all at home for watching, and thank you for everybody out in the audience. There have been people who have been just listening to my voice for 9 rounds and getting to see some of the greatest duelists that we have here. And by the way, excellent tattoo. I don't know if the stream could see that, but the ring, that's so
Let's
cool.
See, where is it?
Yeah, the camera's going to be right there, so if you want to showcase, you just need to flip that arm around. It shows you that people here that really love this game, from the anime to just the best cards the competitive scenes can offer. So we really want to see you here, so you can play against Colby and maybe super poly him twice, maybe not. I guess we'll see.
Maybe, man, maybe.
But this is going to be it. We are closing out the broadcast. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. You know the drill if you've been watching a bunch of different streams. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, you are all free now. Thank you so much for watching. You can watch that VOD when you get home. But again, Pheromone signing off, and we'll see you, friends. Take care.
See you guys.